I might have to bang my gavel today. Or the gavel. I might have to bang the gavel. There we go. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Lake County Board of County Commissioners meeting this July 14th, 2026, and we're going to open the meeting with an invocation. Today, the invocation will be given by Rabbi Jeffrey Solomon from the Traditional Congregation of Mount Dora, and then we'll remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Commissioners. Avinu Av Rachman, hanoten teshuah lemalachim u'memshalah l'nesachim u'malchuto malchut ka'olamim, who graciously endows man with knowledge, who teaches mortal man understanding. For with God is wisdom and understanding. And so may God bless, guard, protect, and help all the leaders of government, the President of the United States, the Governor of Florida, the Lake County Manager, and these commissioners. Graciously grant to them knowledge, understanding, and discernment. May the Supreme King of Kings, in his mercy, preserve them in life and deliver them from all trouble and hurt. Melech Malchei HaMelachim barachamam yitein l'libim v'lavein l'asuyasem barachamiyut l'asot tova im kol ele shetachat pikudehen. May the Supreme King of Kings in his mercy inspire them and all their counselors with benevolence to do good toward all that is in their charge, that this may be God's will, and we say Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for the invitation for this morning.
It's not every day you get to hear Hebrew spoken so beautifully in Lake County, so we appreciate that as well. Thank you. All right, moving ahead to our agenda update. Jennifer Barker, County Manager.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We do not have any updates to the agenda this morning.
Okay, moving along then to minutes approval. Mr. Cooney isn't here, but Christy Mullane from the clerk's office is.
Yes, thank you. We request approval of the minutes from May 5th and May 18th.
Move to approve.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving then to citizen question and comment period. This is the portion of our meeting where we open up the floor to the public to discuss items that are on today's agenda, with the exception of zoning items, and we will take those up when we get to the zoning tab. Anyone who's joined our meeting through Zoom using their phone may press star 9 to virtually raise their hands. If you're participating through Zoom, please click the raise hand button to let us know that you wish to speak. Everyone will have 3 minutes, and then we ask that you'll wrap it up at 3 minutes. You may hear the buzzer go off. You may not realize that it's gone off, and we may have to remind you, but we ask that you wrap it up at that point. So I'm going to start with the speaker cards I have that are non-zoning related. The first one is Farmer Banks Helfrich.
I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. I live in the Clay Road District. Farm tip of the day: okra is in harvest right now, and it is actually one of the most despised vegetables out there. Here is a super cool hack on making it appetizing. Salt, pepper, slice it up into pinwheels, roast it. It becomes very crispy. You lose that mucousy texture, and it tastes kind of like popcorn, or I like to say okra pops. Chairwoman, board, distinguished guests, as Americans, we are 250 years old. So who exactly are we? We are travelers over the Bering Strait Bridge some 20,000 years ago with names like Hopi and Navajo and Cherokee and Seminole. We are settlers from England in search of religious freedom. We are immigrants from China and Japan, from Iran and Syria, from Venezuela and Colombia, in search of a better life for ourselves, for our children, and for our grandchildren. We are forced immigrants from Africa, yet to this day we call America our home. We are black and brown, we are mocha, we are white. We are the rainbow that the world sees in this country. We love who we want to love. We speak the way we want to speak. We are who we are, and we exercise the freedoms and liberties we have here because we can. We are a hodgepodge of peoples. We are a melting pot of cultures. We are the mutts of the world. The two things that Americans have that no other country has is, one, we are diverse, and two, we are united. In fact, our first name is United. And without United, there is no us. Without unity, there is no United States of America. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich, candidate for State House District 25. I am an immigrant, and I believe in the United States of America. May you all be blessed. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Ed Freeman?
Good morning, Chairwoman and Commissioners. I'm here representing the Heartland League of Cities. The league is made up of towns and cities from Lake and Sumter County. Our concern today is Lake County. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that there's an implementation of the new comprehensive plan coming soon. As Lake County's long-range planning document, the comprehensive plan will influence growth, infrastructure, utility service, transportation, and economic development for decades to come. The League believes that a delay in transmittal of this document, which recognizes the result of the property tax referendum, would promote stronger coordination between the county and its municipalities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we're in that process. We have to do that, everyone, cities, counties, we have to do this every 10 years, and we have to do updates, and we have to take into account population projections and changes and so forth, and it's going to be a little while before we...
So the next update to this board from our consultant will be the second meeting in August. And at that time, I believe we've received several requests to extend the project timeline. So you'll be able to weigh in on that in the August meeting.
Okay, and one thing that's of note, we received a report on, they actually went in and they looked at all the vacant land in Lake County as well as the vacant land in all the cities. Then they looked at all of the comprehensive plan designations on the county's comp plan, and they looked at all the cities' designations, and they came to the conclusion, our consultant, that there didn't need to be any increase of density whatsoever in the Lake County areas, and arguably in the city areas as well, beyond what's on the plan, because the plan takes into account these, population projections. So a lot of people have, weighed in about concerns. Well, you're going to add more, or you're going to actually open the door for more growth. But the reality is, what we're doing is we're keeping everything pretty much the same, but we're trying to make our comp plan consistent with our LDRs, where we have conflicts, and so there'll be some changes like that. But that's really the focus. But we have received several requests, as the county manager indicated. So I think that's certainly something that our board will be looking at. And I see everyone shaking their head. So I think everybody's open to the idea that we want to make sure we're collaborating with our cities and with our community.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Igor Emery.
Commissioners, thank you for your time. My name for the record is Igor Emery, E-M-E-R-Y, and I spell that for a reason. I come forward to tell you about a project that citizens have made me aware of recently that I'm concerned about. It involves Embry, E-M-B-R-Y, Riddle University. They're quietly working on a project in the Ocala forest to build an airport. And I want to stress they're building an airport. They're using a CUP that's, in my opinion, ancient, involving a couple of landowners that got together to do a grass strip so they could fly to their retreat in the Ocala forest. And what Embry-Riddle appears to be proposing is something much more substantial than that. They're talking about repaving this parcel to make it a longer airstrip and suitable for their trainers to come from Daytona and practice many hours a day in the Ocala Forest and landing in this area near Deer Haven. I don't know the specifics of this because the citizens just made me aware of it, but I feel that this project deserves a public hearing. And I would like for each of you to look into this CUP and come to the conclusion on your own that I think you'll agree with me this is more substantial than that CUP, conditional use permit, allows. And I hope that you will encourage Embry-Riddle to bring this project forward and tell us what their initial plans are and what their long-range goals are, and let us have a public hearing where we can discuss with you, our representatives, the merit of this project. Again, this is about the airport and the Ocala Forest. Thank you.
And Mr. Emery, I'll be happy to meet with you and with staff so that we can show you exactly what the old 2006 CUP says and what they submitted as a site plan. And it involves paving that airstrip, but there's just a single airstrip. It's, as I understand it, it's with the Water Management District and it's with forestry as far as what will be allowed or not allowed, because our CUP is pretty specific. The only thing that was being requested that was, I guess you could say, controversial, questionable, was when they initially did the airstrip, it was grass. They want to pave it. But nowhere in the CUP does it say it has to stay grass or that it can't be paved. So that created, a certain level of controversy. But from what we've seen as far as a site plan, I think they were replacing a hangar, and that was it. So I've seen all kinds of things in social media, speculation and so forth, but there's nothing in that CUP that allows housing or any of the things that have been said on social media. But I'm happy to meet with you and show you everything on that so that you at least, as you hear from folks that want to talk about it, that you know exactly what's in that CUP and what's being requested.
I hope the whole commission looks at the project. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so that's it on cards. Do we have anyone online?
John B., will you unmute your line and state your name for the record, please?
Hi, this is John Blodgett. I've been attending the draft comprehensive plan updates and also been involved in the rural conservation subdivision updates. But one of the things that's come up has been addressing statutory requirements related to septic to sewer conversions and advanced wastewater treatment. The issue that I'm starting to see is that there's not really plans as how to get the sewer out to the rural areas and then implementing it when it comes to the residents that are in the rural areas and the costs that are associated with that. Nobody seems to have a plan or a direction on how we're going to get the costs associated with when a property abuts a sewer line and then the costs that are associated with that. So what I'm running into is everywhere I look, we're now trying to push for sewer or central wastewater treatment at these different locations. But the problem is that what happens when a lot of these properties, these rural properties, are 1,000 feet, or 500 feet or whatever from the abutting property, and they have to pay the cost to get from that sewer or from their current septic system over to that abutting property sewer. And I'm wondering if there's anything in the works as far as grants or service condition funds or grandfathering systems that come into play with that. I appreciate if anybody has any answers to that or if there's any direction on how we're working. Also, that the wastewater systems are not just an environmental issue, but it's also a growth management issue. I think some of the problem is that we start pushing sewer systems out into rural areas, it starts increasing the growth in those areas as well too, because now you start adding and it starts becoming where people want to make sense of what they're paying sewer wise. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good comments and something that I think we run into sometimes because that's the argument often made that if a lot of money is spent on a sewer extension, then they want in return a certain level of density, and so it does create a conflict if the idea is to protect the rural areas and protect the environment, and then in return someone wants higher density because they laid sewer. It becomes a the two things are working against each other. So, okay, anyone else?
Susan Fetter, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Susan Fetter. I'm in Leesburg, and I noticed on the agenda that there is a planned discussion for tab 18 about the budget, and I believe it's in relation to the upcoming vote we have in November about the property tax amendment. I'm very interested to learn more about what the budget will look like if this amendment passes. I think this is very important information for all the residents to understand what our trade-offs might be. I know we're all probably very excited about not paying more taxes, but how does that affect our quality of life right here in Lake County? So we'd love to learn more about priorities if we do have a deficient budget for what we're currently providing in services. In particular, I know that you all can be trusted to focus on public safety. And I noticed yesterday that the statewide firefighters union is not endorsing this bill because they are concerned about the effects on public safety. So I think some questions I'll have moving forward, and all of us would be, how will you prioritize if we need to make cuts to the budget? And how would public input come into play? So I'm very much looking forward to further discussions about all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Anyone else? No? Okay, all right, then we'll bring it back to the board, to the clerk of court's consent agenda, tab 2.
Yes, we request approval of the clerk's consent agenda, items 1 through 7.
Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We're in the middle of a motion and a second on the clerk's consent, is it? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Commissioner Parks, you have to vote aye or no? Okay.
Sorry, I'm having some tech issues.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so that passes 5-0. Clerk of Court's consent agenda. Moving then to the Board of County Commissioners' consent agenda, tabs 3 through 14. Do we have a motion for approval? Do we have a second?
I'll second. I've got a comment on 13.
I would like to pull tab 11.
I sense that there is a railroad approaching, a train approaching.
Approve all but 11 and 13.
All right, we're going to pull off 11 and 13. We have a motion to approve all but 11 and 13, and we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, now we're going to pick back up tab 11. This is with regard to the Britt Road construction. Did you pull this?
I pulled it.
Okay.
I pulled it because I didn't think it was necessary to begin with, and I didn't want a yes vote on this. I'm going to vote no.
Okay, and this is in my district, and I'm emphatically voting yes on this in hope that it will relieve traffic on State Road 44B after Britt Road collapsed, and we saw a tremendous amount of traffic shift over to 44B and has created massive problems. So, and this road being out has created a lot of inconvenience, extra money, extra time for residents that rely on Britt Road to get from north to south or south to north. So,
So just to be clear, my vote no is not the actual reconstruction of the road. It's the amount of money that was paid to get it done. I thought it was ridiculous at the time, and I still think it's ridiculous that we're paying this much money to a private landowner that we could have done other things with, but here nor there.
yeah.
To move this forward, we can just go ahead and,
And what we're voting on today is the construction contract,
Yeah.
and this is a grant-funded contract, so we've worked really hard to actually meet all the parameters in order to have it paid by a Federal Highway Administration grant. So I appreciate our staff and all the hard work that got us to this point, that we're able to actually use the grant funding to do the road construction. So do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
aye.
All right, moving then to tab 13.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that the original estimate for 466A went from 21 million down to 14. So there's some cost savings in there. If we have any extra money, maybe we can put it in the road, the other road, the other road fund, do some repaving.
So am I understanding correctly that this estimate of 21 million is not correct? It should be 14.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so that's for 466A.
Excuse me, who
Yes.
made the motion and second? Motion?
Motion.
First
I can't recall. I think it was first.
was Commissioner Morris, were you the second?
I will be.
I'm happy to yield. Put me down in a second.
You want to do over?
It doesn't matter.
Did we call the vote? Okay, all right. Let's start with a new motion.
Call vote. Motion to approve.
All right, now it's very clear. It's Morris and Sabatini. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and again, that's 466A, and a lot of people are going to be happy to see this get completed. Moving then to our public hearings. So we are ready for Mike Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director.
Madam Chairman, just to interrupt, what's next on the agenda are the ordinances. Do you want to go ahead and do rezonings first before the ordinances?
Let's see, we could move, let's do that. Yeah.
Ordinances first?
I'm thinking
Or rezoning?
zoning.
Zoning first?
Let's do zoning first. All right, so we're going to move over to zonings, and then once we conclude zonings, then we'll come back and do ordinances.
Yeah, Tab 19. Okay, if we're ready, this is either on.
And let me just mention too, ex parte communications, when we get to a case, if you've had ex parte communications, I will ask for those to be noted on the record.
Technical difficulties.
Okay. Everybody just bear with us while we try to get the monitor working.
The controller for the presentation isn't working. The batteries must be dead.
Disconnected there.
Functioning? Okay. This morning, we have 12 items on the agenda. These items have been advertised in accordance with Florida statute. With that said, I'll turn the meeting back over to the chairman.
Okay, all right, so we have tabs 1 and 2 on consent, and I'm checking to see whether we had any cards on 1 and 2. I see none on 1 and 2. So do we have a motion for approval of consent?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now we'll move to the regular agenda, tab 13. Did I say 3? I said 13.
It's 3.
3.
So tab 3 is entitled Hartle Hills Apartments. The requested action is to amend the future land use on approximately 17.89 acres from regional office future land use to planned unit development to facilitate a development program for the Hartle Hills Apartments, which is a 212-unit multifamily apartment complex with associated amenities. The Planning and Zoning Board unanimously approved this on their agenda. The location is north of State Road 50 and west of County Road 455 in the unincorporated Claremont area. The subject parcel is currently vacant and undeveloped. The concept plan depicts 10 multifamily apartment buildings containing a total of 212 units. It includes amenities such as a clubhouse, pool, tot lot, pickleball court, dog park, butterfly garden, and a community garden. Approximately 2.78 acres of wetlands are present on the northern portion of the property, and there's a 50-foot wetland buffer that's shown on the conceptual plan. 25% of the developable acreage will be dedicated as open space, and there will be a maximum impervious surface ratio of 65%. The subject property is located within the City of Claremont's joint planning area and ISBA, which is Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement. City of Claremont does not oppose the project if it is developed according to the approved utility agreement with the City of Claremont. And the City of Claremont will be providing water and sewer service to the property. Lake County Schools determined that capacity is available for this project. Lake County Fire Station number 90 is located 1 mile from the subject parcel. Transportation concurrency was reviewed, and it's determined that capacity is available. The transportation analysis shows that the intersections that were studied will project to be maintaining their level of service at build-out. An environmental assessment will be required prior to the site plan approval or in conjunction with the site plan approval. With the board's permission, I'll move on to tab number 4. This is the companion ordinance to this agenda item. Tab number 4 is the rezoning action for Hartle Hills Apartments. The request is to rezone approximately 17.89 acres from agriculture district to planned unit development to facilitate the program that we have just discussed. I believe the applicant is here to give a presentation to the board. Staff is happy to answer any questions.
Okay, all right. Anybody have ex parte communications with people involved in this case? I'll register that I have talked to Ms. Tedrow, the representative and applicant. Anyone else?
I did too. I talked to the applicant and then received an email from the City of Claremont.
So I have also talked with the applicant, Ms. Tedrow, the attorney, Mr. Hartle as well, and many conversations with the City of Claremont over the years on this project.
Okay, all right.
Good morning, Tara Tedrow, here on behalf of the applicant. Also am the applicant, so this is a project that my husband and I are doing. We have under contract there in the limits of City of Claremont, but obviously unincorporated Lake County. You can see on the screen before you that around us is a lot of dense development. And if you look in your comprehensive plan, it actually very specifically speaks to the exact type of infill development project that we're talking about today. So policy 1-1.1.4 mandates that the county direct growth to existing urban areas. This is the exact textbook urban area that the comprehensive plan speaks about, and we're already in an urban future land use series. So that policy goes on to say that urban infill shall be encouraged in the urban future land use series, which is exactly what we're proposing today, and that higher intensity and density development shall be encouraged in existing urbanized areas. And that's specifically to prevent urban sprawl. So when looking at the comprehensive plan and the urban future land use series mapping, the project today has a regional office future land use, is in a highly urbanized area. It is seconds from State Road 50. It is minutes from the Turnpike. It is the exact type of project that fits infill development. We have some industrial to our north. To our east, we have an existing walkable public shopping center. To our south, fronting State Road 50, we have strips of existing commercial development. And that commercial development includes things that are great amenities to residents of a multifamily project, such as a daycare center. We also, to the east, have existing residential as well. residential. So you can see that there are existing residential developments on multifamily, both to the east of us as well as to the south. To the south is at 17 units to the acre. To the east, you can see it's below 12. The highest density under your urban future land use series today is 12 to the acre. We're not going over 12 to the acre, and this has been a conversation that we've had working on this project for the last couple of years with the city of Claremont too. I understand there are projects oftentimes that will jurisdiction shop to find who will give them the highest density that they can get. There is no difference in development between what could happen in the city of Claremont versus what could happen in Lake County with this project. And that's because the county has adopted joint planning area regulations specific to the city of Claremont in your land development code. It's the only city that has its own set of regulations that have been adopted under a JPA. So our plan has been reviewed and approved extensively by both the county staff as well as by the city staff. I believe you all received an email from a deputy city manager over at the city of Claremont indicating their support for the project as well. So this has been a project that we have done with everybody reviewing to make sure that there were no questions or concerns with the project as was being presented. This shows you the layout of the project as well. As everybody knows, Lake County, and especially places like Claremont and Mineola, are known for their hills. The way that we've designed this project site is to have split-level buildings so that we do not have to ask for cut and fill variances and waivers. This site shows you that we are designing those split levels to take advantage of the existing topography that is on the site. So there are some differences in the heights between the buildings, but we are not going over those 3 stories. But you can see where we have incorporated topography into the design of the project rather than asking for waivers and variances in that regard. The project site itself is also laid out next to existing wetlands, which we are not impacting. There is a 50-foot buffer from those existing wetlands. And then we have the 10 multifamily buildings that are designed around an extensive amenity package that we have put based on the types of popular amenities that we see in other very successful projects that we've designed before. So things like butterfly gardens, community gardens, tot lots, pools, recreational centers, yoga lawns, outdoor amenity centers, bocce ball courts, pickleball courts, dog parks. Those are the types of things that we've incorporated all throughout the project. One of the differences between what you would get by right today on this project versus what we are proposing is that under the Urban Future Land Use Series of Regional Office, it only requires you to have a 15% open space. We have a mandatory minimum of 25%. So under that required open space calculation, that would be 3.49 acres, and we have 5.3 acres of open space. So sometimes you get a difference between what a PUD would allow that is a reduction and makes it easier for us to design. We actually have more stringent standards than what the existing future land use would require today. When we first took a look at this site, we analyzed a couple different options. Obviously, with the existing future land use, if you look under the policies of that urban series, it says that there are typical uses that are allowed under regional office. Those include things such as light industrial, so long as it's all indoors. It allows for commercial, office, and as noted in the staff report, it also allows for multifamily. So if we were to do multifamily on this site, it would be calculated over a 3 FAR. If you do those calculations, and I'm not a math person, so I had to write this one down, but if you calculate out a 3 FAR over the 17.76 acres, that is a very intense development. I mean, that nets 2.3 million square feet of allowable commercial uses. If you just did a shopping center, by the way, on this project, it would be 3 to 4 times the amount of traffic that a multifamily unit would ever generate on a site like this, and that's just basic math under ITE calculations. But if you look at that 3 FAR, based on the way that that policy is written today, you are permitted under this future land use series to have 1 multifamily unit for every 10,000 square feet of gross leasable area that you could get under that FAR, which means you could have 230 units. So again, the request today is not asking for something that is fundamentally different than what you could get by right, except that we're not asking for as intensive a development because we're not also putting commercial or industrial or office uses on the project site as well. We didn't want to pursue this project site as a rezoning to a commercial zoning designation and then try to do it through Live Local. We just wanted to come forward transparently with a plan that said we would like to do market rate, garden-style multifamily units that meet a market need as identified during the Planning and Zoning hearing by the Planning and Zoning Board, that there is a market need here, that specifically address your comprehensive plan policies about urban infill development in highly urbanized areas with access to existing transportation networks, one of them being County Road 455, and the millions of dollars that were spent putting a bridge over the turnpike just north of this project site. So that type of infrastructure was put in a recognition that this is an area where there is growth existing and should be directed. And again, from a scale standpoint, what we are requesting is less dense and intense than what the calculations under the existing future land use would allow. And we are also providing more open space than what those existing future land uses would require. So this just gives you a summation of some of those things that I had described about how we're meeting all of the standards under the JPA with the consent of the City of Claremont for all of those designs. This highlights some of those extensive amenities that we've incorporated throughout the site, again, without any impacts to the wetlands on the property and respecting that 50-foot development setback from those wetland areas that have been recently flagged. This is also consistent with your staff's professional recommendations in their review, as well as with the unanimous recommendation that came from the Planning and Zoning Board. I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all may have. Otherwise, be happy to address any comments that may come from the public.
Questions? Any questions?
So right now, under this use, there is some multifamily allowed, but what's the portion or proportion of, if it's one multifamily unit, how much office space or commercial does there have to be in conjunction?
Sure. So the staff report outlines that specific policy, which is 1-1.3.6, and it talks about how the total number of multifamily dwelling units that's allowed is 1 per 10,000. So you get that 10,000 gross leasable floor area based on the 3.0 FAR that's permitted by right today under the future land use series, which means you'd be getting a much more dense and intense development than what we are proposing. So that could either be done with multifamily in a mixed-use building, or a horizontally done project that's mixed use, so commercial separate or vertically integrated with retail first floor, office first floor, and having multifamily above it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. Does your project include any on-street parking other than what's the designated parking spots?
So in terms of around the project site, the parking that's, I believe, so the parking that's required is 318 spaces. That's a 1.5 space per dwelling unit calculation requirement. The parking that we've provided is 477 spaces. Okay. So it's definitely sufficiently parked.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Parks?
Yeah, okay, so could you, two questions, I guess. One, start with maybe a concern or two that I've received about the traffic along 455 and access there. And I think I know the answer, but what will happen, just so you're on the record, is our understanding in our conversations about what will happen with that. And then also, this has been something I know this site has on and off for years. You know, there's the corridor plan that the MPO put in place many years ago of directing density right along Highway 50. City of Claremont adopted that, but it seems like it's kind of going back and forth a little bit. So maybe describe, if you could, the process that you've had with Claremont. And I know Claremont, having talked with staff and some of the council members, are supportive going forward, but there's been some back and forth on that, and what were the concerns and delays and things like that?
Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
So from a transportation standpoint, I think you heard in the staff summation that based on the transportation study that was submitted, there's existing capacity. It's not going to create any level of service deficiencies. Intersections will operate appropriately, even post-build out. But of course, we have to do an updated study at the time that we come in for site plan. So if some issue is identified at that time that did not exist as of the date the study was run, the applicant is required to address that. So that is on us, right? So if something happens between now and the time we go for site planning and there's changes and there's capacity issues, or we have to change signal timing or whatever it might be, that's on the applicant to mitigate any of those direct impacts that are caused by our development. So staff has that in the staff report that we would be required to update transportation at that time. As it exists today, there are turn lanes designed for both in and out of the project, so it already accommodates turn lanes into the site going northbound and southbound. So we have those in place. They are of a sufficient length for the required stacking to go in and out of the project site. So there have been no identified issues, but again, if something comes up at the time we go in for permitting, we have to address it at that time. As it relates to the history on the project, did you have any follow-ups?
No, I was just going to say, so again, conversations I had, it's understanding that there may be some traffic calming and whatever the engineers come up with.
Correct.
Because that pulling out of the Publix Plaza there, because you're one block off Highway 50.
Right.
The concerns with that traffic there, and I know you mentioned signalization and timing could be improved, but it may just be more than some turn lanes. It could be some traffic calming or splitters or
Right.
whatever the engineers, okay.
That's exactly right, yes. And then in regards to kind of the history on the project, so we've been working on this a couple of years. We had first done the project, applied in the county. Then at one point, the city said, well, why don't you just come and apply in the city for your utilities? And we said, okay. You know, again, there's no net difference because we can get the exact same things under land development regulations between the two. So this is not, you know, jurisdiction shopping to get a better deal or a better density. And I know you all have had projects that have come before you that have not talked really to the city of Claremont, or the city of Claremont said, we don't agree with the density that they're asking you for, which is above 12 to the acre. This is not that instance. So we had gone in the city of Claremont, and at that time, unfortunately, we ran into a personnel issue with a former person at the city who said, after we spent about a year working with them, designed it to everything that we were asked to do, it was like, you can just go to the county. And then we had already had a water agreement in place that said they would give us utilities. I haven't seen a utility agreement like the one that we have, where it says, we'll give you utilities if you have this plan approved. So it's not as if, again, the city hasn't seen the plan. It's it was mentioned by reference in the utility agreement that this is the plan that needs to be approved for the provision of utility services, which is highly unusual, I will tell you. So I think there were some political issues at the time. That person is no longer there. When I've talked to folks about the experience we had, it was unfortunately similar, I think, to other people at the time who were trying to process applications. And everything's out in the open, right? So we came back to the county with the exact same plan. It's not like we were changing it when we were in the city versus now. We continued that conversation with the city staff. They continued to review and provide feedback. We continued to revise to get everybody on the same page. So the city has the right to annex us if they would like for utilities, whether they ultimately do or not, to be determined. But that's where we stand today. It has been a back and forth that has not been the making of us as the applicant. I can assure you, the Hartle family, who I think has had this property for 60-something years, the road used to be named after them. I mean, fronting the property, very frustrated with the process that we've gone through because it has caused tremendous delays in closing by virtue of factors outside of our control, unfortunately.
Mr. Hartle is here, so.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll move on to speaker cards, and
Sure.
then you'll have your opportunity to come back.
Thank you.
Cindy Newton.
Morning, Cindy Newton, District 4. I've just got a couple questions. First, I'd like clarification on what the FAR is on the regional office. When I looked it up, I thought it was 0.35 rather than 3. So I just like that clarification. And also, this property abuts the city limits. I understand some of the issues they've gone through of not going to the city. But with this utility service agreement, there is a 2-year date of agreement where the city's allowed to annex them, and that's next month. So I don't understand why the county's put their resources into this project if they could get the same density from Claremont. And, you know, now the county's doing all the work, and then Claremont gets to annex and probably gets the impact fees as well.
The impact fees on transportation always come to the county. Water and sewer impact fees go to the city, so there's no change. And a lot of the charges, although it's not purely an enterprise fund on planning and zoning at this point in time, although building department is enterprise fund, they do pay significant application fees that help go towards staff time on review. And I think once you get in the pipeline and you've actually gone down that road, usually applicants would prefer to stay where they're at instead of then switching over, you know, midstream in light of the history of this. So that's my understanding of why they decided to continue on through the county with the understanding that the city would in fact annex them.
Okay, thank you.
Did we need to answer the question on the FAR? But I think we got it answered, right?
Bear with me, staff is looking that up. For the regional office, the FAR, which is the floor area ratio, the intensity of development that can happen on the property, is 3.0. That is a very intense commercial floor area
Extremely
ratio.
Intense. But that's not what, I mean, just so everybody understands, that's what could happen.
Yes, this project before you is not near a
Right.
3.0
And
intensity.
in layman's terms, that's if you had 1 acre, you could build 3 acres up, essentially. I mean, it's 3
Yes,
acres worth of area.
Assuming, in basic terms, assuming no setbacks, no open space,
Right.
if you had 1 acre of property, you could build a 3-story building on the entire property.
So you'd have, what, 130,000 square feet per acre? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Doing my math correct, yeah.
But just to be clear, that's not what they're asking for.
Right.
No, this has the open space and the amenities and is not as intense as what it could be.
Okay. All right, next card is Igor Emery.
Commissioners, for the record, Igor Emery, District 4. I have been involved in the planning process in Lake County for a long time and discussed with many people the whole concept of the joint planning. And the goal that I had and understood with those folks was the joint planning area was designed to give the cities the ability to plan their future, and the county is going to work with them on that. And nothing I've heard today makes me feel comfortable about this particular project. I'm asking you to vote no to it, simply because why should the county be approving urban developments in the county? This is clearly an urban development. They need city services. They've said that. Therefore, they should be in the city from the get-go. It shouldn't have to be annexed after you guys approve it. Put it in the city. Let the city choose when they want to do this project. Thank you.
And I just have to say something about the fact that that's the whole concept behind a joint planning area, is that if you're in an urban land series in the county, we're not talking about a rural land use here, we're talking about an urban land use. That's why you have a joint planning agreement, so that you could actually pursue that urban in the unincorporated area, and then you work out your agreement with the city to get your utilities, which is exactly what they've done. So we're doing exactly what the joint planning area tells us to do, and a lot of work was put into that joint planning agreement. Okay, so as far as rebuttal, do you have any further comments? Does anybody have any other questions for the applicant, or is everybody comfortable moving forward with deliberation?
You have comments?
I just got a question, if I could. Just the obvious question, I think. I think it should be. Right now, it's entitled to a bunch of density.
Mm-hmm.
You want a different level of density and a different concept. But right now, it's entitled and it's obligated to be mixed use. It's supposed to be some commercial, some residential, and that's a good thing because people really like the idea that if they see density, that it looks walkable or like there's stores involved, not just here's your freaking huge apartments, get out of your car, go to the shopping center. Like, ideally, we have the opportunity as the commission to, because this is a legislative decision, we have the opportunity to allow a plan that allows density. I get that there's going to be density. This isn't a question of, are we going to bring back agriculture there? There's going to be density. It's entitled. But this is density without commercial and walkability versus what you're requesting, which is just pure density without those things. And that's the hard part I'm in. So, like, what's your...
No, and I appreciate that. It doesn't mandate, the comp plan doesn't mandate that you necessarily have to do the mix of uses. It says if you want to have multifamily, the way it's going to calculate it out is based on that FAR. So based on the allowable FAR today, which, by the way, 3 is what's allowed today, 0.65 is what our PUD limits it all the way down to. So from an intensity standpoint, it's an effective down zone. And even from a density standpoint, because the calculation under the comp plan yields 230 units, we're at 212 units. So it is a down zone of intensity and density on both levels, which you probably are not used to me coming before you and asking for. And it is an increase in open space requirements as well. And it meets all JPA standards for the city and the county. So we wouldn't have to do necessarily multi and commercial or multi and office on this project site. The permissibility is there. Under the comp plan, it says you can do things such as light industrial, all indoors, commercial, office, some other non-res are listed there. And then you can also do multifamily. Multifamily can be either vertically or horizontally integrated. We have on our project site, right next to us, you have all of those walkable amenities. So even though it doesn't have mixed use in maybe the traditional sense of retail first floor, multifamily above it, it really doesn't make a lot of sense that it is off State Road 50 to have that type of commercial component to it. We looked at this every which way to Sunday. I mean, we are developing a mixed use building one city over. So understand how the market on mixed use works, and it's very difficult to do a successful, sustainable mixed use building like that. So the way that we've designed this is, one, you're going to get a lower intensity, lower density project that yields units that meet an existing market demand while providing convenient accessibility and walkability to all of that commercial that's near us. We couldn't get good commercial tenants when we looked at this for the first year. They just weren't there without having any visibility on 50. That's the unfortunate reality. People might say, well, Publix is set back off 50. Publix has height limitations under their ground leases that wouldn't permit you to put a building on State Road 50 or a sign that blocks any of their visibility. That's how they do all of their shopping centers. So, that's what allows Publix to function without parcels in front of them and the store set back behind a sea of parking. So our project is going to have walkability to those amenities for the residents that we have. It's going to have access to a daycare next door, a grocery store across the street. There's an Orange Theory next door to us. So we capture all of those amenities while also meeting a very specific comp plan policy of yours. I know a question was raised as to why you all would do this. The answer is your comprehensive plan says you shall direct urban infill development to these exact types of areas. So when you look at your policies and your land development regulations, especially the ones with City of Claremont, it checks all of those boxes.
And it's interesting when you look around the surrounding uses, like you pointed out, you actually have walkability. It's just the walkability is from your site to theirs as opposed to you cramming all of those things on the site. And you could cram them all on the site if you use that FAR of 3, but instead you're using the 0.6 and you're adding a tremendous amount of open space. So it just makes a nicer, higher quality project. And the one thing that impressed me probably the most was the fact that you weren't asking for any variances or changes to the terrain. I mean, you're working with the terrain, the way the terrain is, and that's one of the complaints I hear from people all the time. They want the hills to remain the hills. They don't want everybody cutting down the hills and changing the topography. So I think that's a huge plus. Lower unit count than you otherwise could get, more open space, less intensity, and you have the mixed use, but it's just in combination with what's around the property. And I do like the conversation about the fact that some traffic improvements are going to happen to assist with traffic getting in and out of this site and in the adjacent sites as well.
Just a question. I don't know if you can put the aerial back up of the site here, but I think Commissioner Sabatini's question about walkability is a good question, and we need to always be looking at walkability now when we're thinking about these projects, but the trail connection is not far from there. Is that correct? Where it's
It is directly across the street.
okay. So what I'm wondering is if we could, because I don't think that's been sort of a question about safety with that trail crossing over 455, and I don't think there's a signal there now. There might be a blinking light. But that may be the answer for accessibility and walkability is, you know, push a push button actual signal so that people can safely walk across to the Publix on
Yeah.
the other side.
That's a good point.
So I don't, you know, if you're putting you on the spot here a little bit, but if that's part of, if you're willing to
Yeah, for
accept it,
pedestrian access across the street.
yeah, if that's part of what's going to come with the engineering analysis, if you're willing on the record here to agree to that, we'll go with what the engineers say.
I was going to say put that on there, that we'll evaluate it with your professional staff as to, pedestrian improvements for enhanced crossing over.
I think there's an opportunity there because it's something that we've been looking at for a couple of years, and I don't know if somebody from Trails can weigh in on that from our department here from Trails, but that's something I think we could do.
And we also, right to the south, I mean, our shared property line, we have an existing cross-access easement with those folks. So, I mean, it is directly walkable. And our access lines up with the shopping center across the street. So, I mean, you have literally right across the street, you're able to walk. I mean, it's probably, not much further than parking at the furthest point in the parking lot away from the public store itself. So you could have people walking to a grocery store, dropping their kids to daycare and going to an Orange Theory, all without getting in a car.
Right.
Okay, any other questions?
So if the city's okay with the project, if you went to start over again, how long would it take you to get the project through with them? A year?
I mean,
18 months?
I don't know how long it would take. We'd have to start the whole process all over. We've paid fees, I think, 3 times now.
Right.
Paid fees to the county when we withdrew, we paid fees to the city who came back, we paid fees to the county again. So none of this is trying to get out of paying fees or not pay impact fees. And the 2-year window was actually not correct on what Section 3 says of that utility agreement. It just says the city wasn't going to annex for 2 years. They retain the right to annex whenever they want. To provide services. That's what the cities do when they say that they're going to give you utilities.
And this is market rate. I mean,
That's correct.
You're talking $2,000
That is correct.
up.
Yes, it is not, if we stick with the utility agreement as written with the city of Claremont, it is prohibited from being anything but that.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. Do we have anyone online, just to make sure? Okay. All right, bring it back to the board.
I'd just say that unfortunately, I'd have to be a no on this because I just don't agree with creating these large apartments when we have the legislative option of requesting a better project, a more livable project, a more walkable project, a project that includes some commercial space for creative endeavors. This is just a bunch of apartments. You sold me on the fact that they're not like bad, like in and of themselves. They're probably as good or better than other apartments. But we have a legislative role here, and we all have a duty here. And my duty is to the Lake County citizens that want me to vote for the type of planning and development that benefits the people that are already here. And this does not do that. What I think would benefit the people that are already here, who I have a duty to, is some sort of development that includes a commercial function or some other function that creates a better livability standard in the area or something along those lines. And because we have the option to request that, even if it took time to do that, I'd have to be a no, and I don't assign a bunch of weight to what the city wants. The city has pushed enormous, reckless development. I'm not saying that this is what that is, but historically, the city of Claremont has allowed a reckless amount of terrible, bad development that's almost destroyed South Lake County. And so I don't credit them or give any positive weight to decisions that they make or their opinions about what we should be doing in terms of land use, so I'll be a no.
Okay, and I just wanted to at least rebut that a little, because I think what I hear from people is they want less traffic and they want less intensity, and that's what they're offering. So the flip side is you're saying, well, add more commercial, add more, intensity. I think that's just exactly contrary to what people really want. They want green spaces, they want open spaces, and you actually get nice walkability and you get high quality. That's the other thing that I hear from a lot of people is they want high quality. If this were rezoned to commercial, which we would have to approve, and then they brought it in with Live Local, then they could do a cram down on a different type of housing, and we would have to approve it. And they could take the commercial component right out of it. So it's just from a logical standpoint, I'd rather see the lower intensity, lower traffic, and higher quality, and then you get the walkability as well. So I can't make a motion, so do we have a motion for approval?
I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval, and I have some comments if it's seconded.
Second. All right.
Yeah, I guess my comments are this. I certainly appreciate everything that Commissioner Sabatini has said, and I will agree that, everything that's happened along Highway 50 and 27, I'm being nice when I say this, has been less than ideal in a lot of ways. If we had the chance to do it all over again, I would love to have buildings that were, more towards closer to 50 and avoiding these vast expanses of parking lots, and it would have been much more mixed, like you had said. But I think in this particular situation, you are, you're probably getting the best option for what's available right now when it comes to more open space and what could occur with the floor area ratio underneath the office. So as long as, my motion, by the way, would include, obviously, what the engineer is going to dictate when it comes to coming out of the Publix Plaza and if there's any kind of traffic calming, but then also a signal, a push-button walk signal for the trail so that pedestrians can walk directly across the street safely. I think that'll go to your issue a little bit towards, at least partially, towards making it more of a walkable community. So that would be just understanding that that's part of my motion.
I agree.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a great idea to have a way for people that are trying to get over to the shopping center or crossing the road to be able to push the button, to be able to have a pedestrian crossing. So if the engineers and the traffic folks support that, I think that would be a huge enhancement. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any more comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
And Madam Chairman, just to clarify for the record, that is for the comp plan amendment and the rezoning, correct?
That was my motion, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that brings us now to tab 5.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the Tiger Paw Estates PUD.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. This agenda item is Tiger Paw Estates PUD rezoning. The requested action is to amend Skiing Paradise Swiss Fairways Planned Unit Development Ordinance Number 2018-6 to revise the approved land uses by replacing 18 duplex units and 30 vacation suites with 29 single-family residential units in order to facilitate and incorporate the Tiger Paw residential development. The Planning and Zoning Board approved this unanimously on their regular agenda. The location of this project is actually east, west, and south of County Road 565A. Skiing Paradise Swiss Fairways development is comprised of approximately 406.8 gross acres. It's developed with single-family residences, open space, a golf course, a water ski school, and other recreational facilities. The applicant is requesting to replace the 18 duplex units, which is actually 36 dwelling units, and 30 vacation suites with 29 single-family homes. PUD Ordinance 2018-6 approved 102 detached single-family units, 18 duplexes, and the 30 vacation suites. Currently has 101 detached single-family units constructed. However, the duplex and triplex units have not been constructed. The concept plan depicts The additional 29 single-family residential lots on alternate keys 1438764 and alternate key 3918951. The subject parcels contain a total of 47.8 acres. The minimum lot size in this case will be 30,000 square feet as required by the PUD, and that typical lot size is about 120 feet by 250 feet. The concept plan provides open space, meeting the 60% open space requirement of the PUD. On February 2nd, the application was provided to the Florida Commerce for determination of consistency with the Green Swamp, and Florida Commerce had no comments at the time. A portion of the development is located within the Groveland interlocal service boundary area, and the City of Groveland had no comments. Development would be serviced by individual private wells and distributed wastewater treatment system for septic. Lake County Schools reviewed the application and determined that the project had no impact. Lake County Fire Station number 95 is located 2.16 miles from the subject property. A traffic exemption was submitted and approved by Public Works as the traffic impact is determined to be de minimis. And as always, an environmental assessment will be required when they apply for a site plan or subdivision construction plan if approved. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm just want to make sure I understand this correctly. Currently, today, as it sits, the applicant is allowed 66 dwelling units, and they're wanting to move to 29.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
That's the, I'm just looking at the
On the
calculation.
screen currently is the conversion table to show how we're arriving at the 29 units.
So from 67 to 29? Is that?
From the, correct. I'm sorry, 67.
With the with the DWTS, like, are we going to be required, if it goes to on-site, are we going to be required to collect the money, or are they going to pay them directly?
That I'm not sure.
I didn't see anything in the ordinance that I you know.
It's my understanding that DWTS goes on the individual's tax bill, if I'm not mistaken.
So currently, our current program is DWTS is only for county-assisted projects, not for new development. I know we've had discussions about that. Commissioner Parks would prefer to have it all on the county MSBU. If the will of this board is to clarify that it is an agreement between Tiger Paw and DWTS, separate from the county, we can add that. Or if the will of the board is that it would be included on the MSBU, then we could clarify it either way.
But if I'm not mistaken, it's required that they have to have some advanced wastewater treatment or DWTS, correct? They can pick whoever they want, as long as they have that requirement in there, right?
Yes, sir. They are located
Yeah,
in a B.
let 'em-
They are
let-
located in a BMAP area.
Let the free market be the free market.
So just to clarify, the ordinance specifically calls out DWTS. It does not give them the option of the enhanced, I don't believe. So that would be another change that you could make to the ordinance if that's the will of the board.
And what about the roads? Are they going to be taken care of by the HOA?
According to the ordinance, the roads will be under a CDD or MSTU or MSBU.
Yep.
So we're not adding roads to county maintenance, and they have to do
You have to take
sewer
care of
treatment.
those.
Yeah, the reason why MSBU's, I know this issue comes up from time to time, is because if we do an MSBU with the current contractor we have, they're locked into a certain price. If they go off and do DWTS with on-site or somebody else, they're going to be, as the free market says, they will be subject to probably much higher increases in monthly fees, or yearly fees, I should say. Ours is capped, based off the contract, so.
I don't disagree with that until somebody doesn't pay their tax bill. But we're paying the septic company regardless of whether we get paid or not. So, I mean, if somebody doesn't pay their tax bill and we have to foreclose, you know the years it's going to take to do that. We're still paying on-site every year, whether we get paid or not, correct?
I mean, but I would imagine, I mean, in that kind of scenario, though, that you would be ending up ultimately with the property, right? So you would be you would be preserving the value of the property by having the service still intact. So if you just do the numbers themselves actually, it benefits you as taking back the property if that's where it goes.
And it takes time to do this. That's just it. We got staff time. The more we keep putting on this MSBU's or
I just don't see this is a scenario where people aren't going to, more than likely, not going to pay their bills or pay their tax bills.
Yeah, and MSBU's will always include administrative portion of that as well to cover.
And it does cover cost.
So I'm thinking this whole discussion needs to be like on a different topic or a workshop, right? Because
So,
Well, it is going off. So it does require DWTS. So yes, that part is settled as far as, or that question's answered for this zoning case.
and just to clarify, in order to bring it under the county's ability to do an MSBU, Onsite would also have to agree, because our current contract with Onsite, again, is only for the county project. So we would have to have a separate contract with them or amend our existing contract for them to bring in new subdivisions to honor the current rates under our contract.
Okay,
So there would be a lot that would go into it before you could bring it into a county MSBU.
So unless the applicant wants to postpone, we literally we couldn't do that today. We couldn't bring it under the county. We would just leave it separate, which is what you two want to do anyway.
Right.
So unless the applicant wants to postpone, then it's going to be between them and on-site.
Yeah, if the applicant, so the option is, you're going to either do it with them or with the county, the MSBU. I happen to believe that to the actual resident that's there 5 to 7 years down the road, that's the better option. But it sounds like, if this moves forward, you're going to decide on that.
Well, either way, if they have to have a septic system, the state provides the permits for the septic system. The state's the one that requires all this stuff. So if the state gives the permit for the septic system, then the state agrees to whatever they're giving the permit to. So I'm okay with it.
Chairman, if I could just clarify, in the ordinance on page 6, there's a statement that says the developer must contract directly with a qualified provider and make provisions within their restrictive covenants for the HOA to have easements over the system, meaning the DWTS system, and to assess fees for the system until connected to a regional wastewater system. So to correct the previous statement I made, this is an HOA fee assessment that is in the ordinance.
Okay.
And then if in the future they wanted to bring it under the county's collection system, then they would petition like anybody else would for an MSBU.
Okay. All right, so we got that settled.
Perfect.
All right. We have speaker cards, and we have the applicant, so, okay.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Chris Kay with Carter & Kay Engineering at 137 5th Street Northwest, Winter Haven, Florida. I'm the applicant, and I'm representing Mike Hirsch with Tiger Paw. And basically, it's a very simple matter here in our minds. This is taking 36 villas and reducing it down to 29 single-family units. And what we're doing is we are, it's not an expansion, it's a reduction in the density. This amendment preserves the rural look with more open space. And it's been determined to be consistent with the comp plan as well as the land development regulations. The site remains subject, obviously, to all future permitting and engineering requirement reviews. We are currently under review with the St. John's Regional Water Management District. The county has concluded, based on the staff's report, that this is a logical and orderly development pattern, and it satisfies the review criteria. I wanted to thank Leslie and Mike for all of their help over the last 3 years and helping us put this together. We also wanted to note that the property owner and other owners that are around the surrounding PUD, this is a cutout. This is going to be called Tiger Paw PUD, if y'all approve it. It maintains the character of the original PUD. The that's outside of this area in terms of open space and the requirements. So at this point, the other property owners, they retain the same rights that Tiger Paw ownership, which is Mike's property. And so there, any kind of adjustments to the original PUD, which was approved back in 2018, would have to come before y'all as you would expect, just as we are today. So anyways, I stand for any questions or comments.
Any questions?
Quick question. It's fine if you don't know the answer to this question. It's a little obscure, but do you recall what the land use was before the last PUD change that created the duplexes and all of that? What was it before that?
The PUD.
And then what was the density there in that PUD?
The original acreage for the 36 villas was 14 acres. So the density would have been 2.6. We're currently going to spread out the 29 units over 48 acres. So it'll be 0.6 units per acre.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we don't have any more questions, we have 2 speaker cards. First one is Thibaut Dayland. I probably butchered your name, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Thibaut Daylan. I'm a homeowner at Tiger Paw Estate Phase 1. My parents own a property in Swiss Fairways, and I'm a licensed real estate broker for over 9 years, focusing especially in this area. I know this land, I know the developer, and I'm here this morning because I strongly believe that is the right move for our community. What Tiger Paw Estate is proposing is simple, straightforward, fewer units, bigger lots, better homes. As a real estate professional, the bigger homes on larger lots sell for more, and when home value goes up in one part of the neighborhood, everyone around them benefits. Every homeowners in Swiss Fairways stand to see their own property's value increase. That is a direct win for the people already living here. The buyers who will be buying homes like this are families, retirees, and people who choose Lake County for its lifestyle. They play golf, they eat at local restaurants, they invest in this community long term. They are exactly the kind of residents that help local businesses grow. From a county perspective, larger homes on larger lots means higher property value, a stronger tax base, and less strain on roads and infrastructure compared to a 66 multifamily units would have demanded. This is simply the right project in the right place at the right time, and I respectfully urge the board to approve Tiger Paw Estate PUD. Thank you.
All right, next card is John Crocker.
Good morning. My name is John Crocker. I am the owner of Swiss Fairways, Inc., and the PUD that everybody's talking about is a PUD that is in my name. In 2017, I spent many hours getting the PUD approved. It's a continued PUD. I've been working with it. I renovated the golf course. I built the clubhouse. It's a continuation. And unfortunately, the development that they're trying to do is not his PUD, Tiger Paw's. It's my PUD, number one, okay? There's property that's involved there that has been stolen through a real estate deal. It was a golf course. The golf course was forced to close because of a real estate deal. The property he's trying to develop is existing golf course. The part that was approved, he had a permit 10 years ago that was approved for 7 homes on the left side of 18 Fairway. When we had a meeting with Mr. Fitzgerald, he just zoned out one area, said, well, this is already put this aside right here. No, that was approved for 7 houses 10 years ago. The permit ran out onto it. He did not develop the property. Now, all of a sudden, he comes in, he wants to change my PUD, my density, so he can build on property that he stole. It's totally wrong. This golf course, to talk about, they play golf, they do this, they do that. The golf course can't exist if I can't do nothing with the 40 acres that I have. It's not going to exist. The golf course ain't going to be there. Now, let's just spend $1 million renovating the golf course because there's a development going on in the city of Groveland that's attached behind me, 673 homes. That's the reason why I'm doing it. I've been offered to sell my 40 acres many times for cluster homes. I denied every one of them, refused every one of them, because I want to build on 5-acre lots. I want to build 10 estate housing on my 40 acres. Now, all said and done, somebody just out of the blue comes in, says, oh, I'm going to change the PUD, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Well, keep in mind, it wasn't his PUD to change. It was my PUD. It's in my name, the PUD. And no one asked me to change my PUD, nothing. Everything was presented. I think it's totally wrong. It's a crime what has happened with that property out there. I'm still trying to develop my 40 acres, and now I'm limited. I can't do what I want to do because he wants to change the PUD. He submitted, it's totally wrong what's happening. It was my PUD. It still is my PUD in my name, not his PUD. And it's totally wrong what's happening. He closed the 9 holes of golf course, forced me to close over a wrong property deal that was stolen, and now I'm the one that's paying for it again. Now he wants to take off my density, so I can't develop my 40 acres? Totally wrong. Thank you.
Okay, but you have a 9-hole golf course now, right? Just so I understand. That's what's
Yes,
left
yes,
behind.
yeah, I just
Okay.
renovated the 9 holes, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Okay, all right. Do we have any comment cards, any folks online? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Commissioner Parks? Do you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I had met with Mr. Crocker a couple times with this, I think, once or twice at least, as well as Melanie. So we've had discussions. We wanted to vet that particular question. Melanie, I think your weighing in would be important from you, from your legal.
Well, I want to see what the applicant wants to put on the record. Did you want to address it?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time. Just a couple things. There's a lot going on with respect to what's happened in the past between Crocker and Hearst, as far as it's been a civil matter that has been recognized by the court, and we are where we are today as a result of that, which Mike owns the acreage, free and clear. That's been decided on already. It was a golf course. It's now currently not being used for anything. It's just open land. As I mentioned earlier, we want to expand the area that's going to be used instead of clustering it all within this smaller area where the 18 villas, which ended up being 36 units because they were duplexes, we're expanding those out to be single-family units, and there's 29 of them that are proposed. Another comment that was made with respect to what Mr. Crocker wants to do, it's the same thing we're proposing to do. And the PUD that we're modifying was done in 2018. We've been at this for 3 years. We've got, obviously, a report back by staff from planning that indicates that we're compliant with the comp plan as well as the development code. Mr. Crocker was able to come in, before us from 2018 until now. We've been at this for 3 years. And he hasn't made any application to do what he's proposing to do. So I don't believe that the PUD is under his name. It goes with the land. That the PUD does not run with any particular name individual. He may have submitted it, but it goes with the land. And Mr. Hearst is one of the owners of the land. So again, I stand for any questions that you might have.
Okay, and I do want to ask the attorney, because usually when I've seen things like this come up before, we have 2 different owners that own property that has one PUD designation, then there has to be basically a negotiation between where the density does in fact go. And one owner can't try to take all of the density away and leave nothing for the remainder. So I need some help from the attorney explaining whether any of that was divvied out during their civil suit or anything like that.
Right. So there was a civil case in 2020 between Swiss Fairways, Inc. and Clemson Skiers, which I believe is the predecessor in interest to Tiger Paw. The gist of that complaint was an argument regarding the legal description and the sale of a portion of the property, which was the golf course, to Clemson Skiers. Ultimately, there was a settlement agreement that the parties entered into, which basically gave Clemson the sole ownership of the property described in that legal description. As part of the original complaint, the purchase agreement was filed with the court. So I do have a copy of that. It is in the zoning file, but we'll enter that into the record just to support the decision if the board chooses to approve this today. But part of that purchase agreement was a very specific provision that says the buyer's obligation to close is contingent upon the buyer obtaining governmental approvals and permits necessary and required for the development of the property into a subdivision containing not less than 21 residential lots, each available for construction thereon of a single-family detached residential dwelling. So that implies that as part of selling the property, that the previous owner was also selling not less than 21 residential lots for dwelling units. So if there's a dispute regarding the number, then again, that would be a civil issue the parties would have to handle amongst themselves. But it does appear from the original intent of the purchase agreement that Clemson, aka Tiger Paw, was intending to build a single-family residential subdivision, and they bought those entitlements when they purchased the property, and that was solidified by the court in the settlement agreement that that property does belong to Clemson.
Okay, but then it's confusing because it looks like what they're asking for is 29.
Correct, and again, the wording in the purchase agreement was not less than 21. There's no top end on it, so that would be, again, a dispute that would have to take place between Mr. Crocker and the applicant.
And then what's left behind on Mr. Crocker's share of what's left of the PUD? What other number of units? Can he do his 1 unit per 5 acres that he wants?
And I'll have Mike come up and address that, but I believe that once these are converted, that there are no more entitlements. There are some platted lots that have not been built on, and those have been accounted for, but there would be no more additional units available under this PUD without a further amendment.
That's correct. According to the conversion table, there are 29 units available. If we assign 21, for example, if we assign 21 to the applicant today, that would leave 8 left for Mr. Crocker.
And he has 40 acres, and he wants to do 1 unit to 5 acres on his 40? I think that's what he said.
But
Staff
Madam
has not
Chair,
confirmed his property.
I do not recommend that the board make any type of judicial determination as to who owns these units. If the board is wanting to convert them, then again, that would be a civil issue between these two parties as to who is entitled to those 29 units.
And again, it's no less than 21, but it's 29 is basically what's left,
Correct.
right? To be clear, so there was
Well,
a cap
that's,
on it.
that's.
You are
in-
making a
that's
determination.
incorrect. There's 67 left. He's only asking for 29.
Well, the 67 is in the form of duplex and triplex, which are one building, and he's converting those into single-family homes.
Right.
There's formula for that.
But he's wanting to convert them to 29 units, and all we're doing here, all we're obligated to do here today is either approve the new PUD with the less density or not. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I believe the PUD does break it down into a separate section for Tiger Paw.
That's correct. If we're heading towards not assigning the units to specific properties, we would probably need to amend Exhibit C, the conceptual plan that is part of the ordinance that shows all 29 lots going to the applicant's property. That's page 23 of 24 in the ordinance.
So you would, I think what Mike is saying is you would remove the concept plan, we would go back, we would amend page 4 of 24, which says the additional 29 single-family lots to be known as Tiger Paw would have these additional requirements. We could adjust that just to say it's 29 single-family lots, and whoever gets here first with their plan. Or again, the parties can go to civil court and hash out who owns what.
And will be named. Will be named in the suit.
There's a potential speaker that's requesting to speak.
I mean, as far as all this conversation about Commissioner Morris isn't here now, but, you know, that we're going to somehow get pulled in and we're going to incur cost and all of that if we don't try to resolve it. That I get it. This is not a civil suit, but it would sure make a heck of a lot of sense for these two property owners to figure out whether he's going to get 8 and you're going to get the remainder and then call it a day. It would certainly make a lot more sense than
Chairman.
us all getting embroiled in a lawsuit.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You know, maybe there's another approach to this. I mean, we are asking for 29, from 67 to 29. With 67 to 29 is a large jump, right? And so perhaps y'all would approve the 29, let Mr. Crocker come back in and amend the PUD to get the additional units and push that number back up for the total PUD.
I think the problem with that is that this is already probably not consistent with Green Swamp Rural. So you would be then still increasing the density potentially, or making it, you're not, this would be making it more conforming by reducing to the 29. It is an option for the board to do that, but, you know, again, it's already non-conforming.
But again, the 29 is maxed out on the total cap because there's a conversion factor.
Well, that's our conversion.
Yeah, to
just try
29.
to get to 29 with some reasonableness.
Right, you're doing 29 instead of 67, which would, the 67 would be multifamily, would be duplex, triplex.
Yes.
Or some mix, correct?
Yeah,
So you're not doing any of that, but it brings it down to 29 to keep the max number. So the big question for anybody in the audience would be, are we exceeding some max number? And that's not the case here. It's just now it's maybe a civil matter.
So I have a question is, who bought this piece of property?
Mike Hurst.
And did Mike Hurst understand that he had these development rights when he bought them?
Mike, did you want to speak to that?
Good morning. My name is Mike Hurst. I'm the applicant. When the purchase was made, the number 21 was the original construction plan. 11 have been built in Phase 1, which left Phase 2 of 10 buildable lots, which was east of Phillips. In this construction plan will be a turn lane at Phillips and Monte Vista, which is going to increase our building costs for the construction plan. And that is why when we came back and asked how can we reactivate these 10 lots and asked for the additional lots to support the cost of this turn lane. And the only way to reactivate these lots is to create a new PUD. So Mr. Crocker or Swiss, when they come back and they want to build, they will also have to create a new PUD because these lots are expired.
Yeah, see, Melanie, that's where I was confused from. Mr. Crocker says it's his PUD, but he sold the land
Part of it.
to Mr. Hurst, right?
Correct. And again, the PUD is tied to the land.
Correct.
So it's who owns the land.
Who owns the land? So he's asking for a reduction in the PUD on land that he currently owns.
He's asking for a reduction in the total entitlements for the entire PUD to get 29 single-family lots, because the way it's written right now, there are no more single-family lots available. There's just triplex and duplex.
And the plan, the original PUD plan, the duplexes were planned to be built on east of Phillips, which were converted to the 10 lots of Phase 2. So those, the plan of the.
Hold on a second. So on this PUD, Melanie, the triplexes and duplexes are on the entitlements are on the land that was purchased?
I'm going to let Mike address that. I know we've looked at the site plan.
Sorry, the question is, have the entitlements been purchased?
No, the piece of property that was purchased, were the entitlements on that piece of property that was purchased?
The
The
type-
triplexes and the duplexes?
I think that's the question that remains unanswered.
Well, it had
The-
to have
the
some
origi-
kind of
I
a
can-
site plan, right? So did he buy the property that had the portions of triplexes and duplexes in it, or did he not?
He purchased property that consisted of, bear with me one second here, let me get back to. He purchased property on the west side, or the left-hand side, was part of the golf course. On the right-hand side, or eastern side, that was the area where 18 duplexes existed in the original conceptual plan for the 2018 ordinance. So he purchased property that showed in the conceptual plan 18 dwelling units. I'm sorry, 36 dwelling units, 18 duplexes. The vacation rentals were not on the property that is the subject property discussed today. So the question is, which property owner in this PUD has the rights to the development?
So wouldn't it make sense for us to have the two property owners figure this out before they come to us for approval? Melanie?
Well, that would be preferable, yes.
So why don't we deny it until we can get them to figure out who owns what, and then they come back to us with what they want. Because I don't think we're in a position to say, well, you own this and you own that, because that's a legality thing. And there's only two lawyers up here that I know of that, and I'm certainly not a lawyer, and I think it'd be disingenuous for us to say, well, this property owner gets this many and this property owner gets this many. Let it go to court and let the courts decide, right?
So you could table it. As far as denying it, you have very specific standards that you
Right,
would deny them.
we could table it.
I think tabling it makes the most sense, but to a time certain, obviously. But I do want to try to settle as much as we can so that we kind of give them some marching orders, hopefully, that they can get worked out. Do I understand it correctly? Mr. Crocker has 40 acres left that you wanted to build on, and you wanted to do 5-acre tracts?
Ma'am, I have 48 acres, so I'm keeping 8 for the driving range.
Okay, 8 for the driving range, 40 left behind, you want to do 5-acre tracts.
Yes.
And then if we took those number of units that would go for that purpose, 8, what are we left behind with? Once you do this conversion,
We would be left with the 21, the no less than 21 that's
Okay.
named in that.
so, I mean, it's either going to be, we give all of those to the applicant, and then he's left with nothing, or they come up with a way to split this number. Maybe you don't get 8, maybe you get 6, and maybe they get 2 more, and so they get, 25 instead of 27. But we got to, I think that, give them 30 days or until the next zoning meeting to work it out.
Ma'am, can I just clarify one thing real quick? So everybody's confused over where those dwellings were supposed to go and everything else. Ma'am, this is what's approved, that I had approved in the PUD. Here's a diagram. It is not anywhere near his property. Nowhere near his property. It's not even on the same street. This is next to my clubhouse. This is an old diagram that they pulled up that was done in the 90s. Has nothing to do with 2017. And it shows over here on the left side of 18, and that's what's confusing with the planning and zoning. They think that this dwellings are over here. No, he had approval for 7 homes in that area right there. And the permit ran out onto it, and he didn't build them. This is where all these dwellings are, right here. Nothing to do with his property at all.
So then it goes back to whether the PUD was clear that they had to be situated the way a diagram that was attached to the PUD showed them. If it doesn't, which it sounds like what you've been telling us today, is it didn't say it had to be that way. That was just a diagram that was attached. Is that correct? It didn't?
They were not as specific back then.
Right, it wasn't as specific. Just like you want to do 5-acre tracts, is 5-acre tracts shown anywhere on this PUD that you just referenced?
No, ma'am,
Right, so you're wanting 5-acre tracts. So it sounds like everybody wants something different than.
Well, ma'am, it's my understanding in the county, that when I phone and do research onto it, a 5-acre tract in Lake County, I can build on a 5-acre tract.
Well, you're trying to do it under your
You
PUD,
can
though.
in regular zoning, but a
Yeah,
PUD is different, though,
yeah.
so.
You'd have to rezone, get out of the PUD.
I mean, there's rules, there's laws, there's the Harris Act that was put into effect. It protects property owners such as me, who went through all this trouble to get this PUD done to begin with, and someone comes along and just wants to change the PUD. It's totally wrong. What's happening is totally wrong. So I'm going to have 40 acres I can't do nothing with? It don't make any sense.
Well, that's kind of what we're
That's
trying
going to
to,
be a major lawsuit coming down to somebody.
well, that's what we were trying to come up with a solution for.
And all the more reason it needs to go back
Just,
to the court to
I'd
figure it out.
just table it and.
Yeah, Matt, I was going to say, table it for 30 days. but
Well,
I mean,
I'd say longer than 30
Yeah, it's
days,
gonna be
because
long.
Well, I mean, I
Longer than
think,
30 days, please.
yeah, but I mean, from what I
30 days is
understand,
pretty quick for attorneys to get together and all that kind of.
I mean, all right, whatever, but I think they've said they pretty much own it. Is that correct? Yeah. So if ownership is the question, I'm not sure. I'm
So,
sorry, I know things happen, but
so if we table this till November planning and zoning meeting, that's 120 days.
That would be November 3rd.
Or table it indefinitely, allow the private parties to work things out, we will re-advertise it.
We could do that.
I don't think they're going to get it worked out.
All right, so I'll make a motion that we table this indefinitely until the applicants can come to an agreement and come back to the board with a.
Second.
the only question about that is, I mean, indefinitely though, but.
Well,
just gonna
when,
come back.
I'm sure that there's going to be, Mr. Hurst is certainly going to want to push this forward as fast as he can, and he's going to want to push this forward as fast as he can, so it's going to be on their timelines, not ours. It should be them, the ones that are on the hook to get this done, not us. So if they want to get it done quickly, they'll get it done quickly. If they want to take their time, they'll take their time.
Is there,
If we don't table to a date certain, it's as simple as just re-advertising the agenda item.
Correct.
So as a suggestion, what we could do is table it to allow them the opportunity to work it out. But if both parties submit, an email that they're at an impasse, then at that point, we could re-advertise it to bring it back.
yeah, I think that's what you should do.
Okay, but when would the impasse be declared, so to speak?
Well, it's really up to them. I mean, they could walk out of here and 3 hours later send us an email saying they're at impasse, and then we could reschedule it, or they could make a good faith attempt to work it out, which may take a month or 2 or 3 or who knows how long.
And it's behooving of the applicants to come together on an agreement, because right now, the best agreement is denial completely.
Yeah, it's either denial or you give them something less than what they're asking for, which then leaves something behind for Mr. Crocker. So, I mean, I would just go ahead and put it out there just so it might help you all in your negotiations and coming to a resolution. I mean, I personally think that something fair would be somewhere you want 8, maybe you get 4 or 5. If they want 29, you get 25. There needs to be something that's equitable when it comes back to us, and I would think that's probably where we would go, is somewhere that we consider equitable.
But again, I think the ownership is, we need to see the, I know you say you own it, and I think from what we've seen you
Mike
do,
Hurst,
but.
yes.
Mr. Hurst. But I think that's the critical issue here, right? And,
Of ownership?
yeah,
He owns the land.
yeah, I know, but.
So land ownership is not an issue. Entitlement
Well, I know, but-
ownership is the problem, and that's where they can't agree.
But they're asking for it because they own it, the entitlement. But
Maybe.
But he's saying that they don't own it.
No, I
But I need to go to
didn't
a
say they
judge.
didn't own, I didn't say they didn't own the property. They stole the property. They got the property, trust me. They got the property. But what's in question is where those dwellings were supposed to be at is nowhere near his property.
Well, I understand that, but when you say stole, that kind of throws the whole thing off.
Well, I can prove it. I mean, it's facts of life. It's just that, unfortunately, being hospitalized and being out of the country, it's kind of hard to, it's kind of hard to negotiate. We already spent millions of dollars defeating this thing. I mean, it's just beating a dead horse. It's crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
I want to respect your time.
Chairwoman, I think we have a motion and a second on the floor currently.
We do, but did it define the, we didn't have a time, we just had the suggestion that if we get notification that they're at impasse, again, it's like, if they tell us they're at impasse and we don't hear anything back, I mean, we need something that says a time certain, I believe.
So let me just add, if you don't mind, thank you. There's nothing that I'm aware of, Melanie, if you could help me here. There's not a PUD ordinance, there's not a development agreement, there's no recorded easements, there's no Florida law that I'm aware of, and help me out here, this is just my opinion because I'm not an attorney, that indicates that you have to get consent of others to modify the PUD. And that's what it looks like where we're at today, is that we're getting his consent. There is no consent requirement.
So,
There is no constraint that prevents us.
No, it is,
right.
And just as we have proceeded, he could have proceeded as well.
right, and then it's up to us to decide whether to give you what you're asking for and us taking
not
into
much.
consideration
Yeah.
whether there should be some of those units left behind for
Well, in
the
effect,
the
there
remaining
is.
property.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. In effect, there is. We're asking for 29 units. And there's, under the old PUD, there's 67 that are allowed. And so we're just asking, we don't want to necessarily nullify the 67, and I understand your question about the green swamp, and we can talk about that a little bit more. But I also wanted to add one little point, and that is the area that he's discussing about the triplexes that he's showing you has been subdivided and appears to be single-family lots. Is that right?
I don't know, but here's the law.
Chairwoman, can we go ahead and at least
triplexes
vote up
won't
or
go there.
down the motion that's on the floor?
Triplexes will not go in that area.
Hold on a second, sir. We got a motion on the floor here, and it's been seconded. It needs to be voted on.
Can I just ask the clerk to confirm what is the motion
Right.
that's on the floor?
It was to indefinitely,
Table.
thank you, indefinitely table the motion and then re-advertise when they're ready.
That's just, I,
So the other option is, again, you can do it to a time certain, you can do it to November 3rd, or if the parties provide, some communication that they're working it out and they would like longer, then it could be postponed further. I tend to agree you probably need a date certain because I don't think these parties are going to come to a resolution.
what's the meeting before November? What's the October meeting?
October 6th?
October 6th.
It's got to go to the Planning and Zoning Board on October and then come to us in November?
No, sir, it would not go back to.
Oh, no, I did go back to Planning and Zoning, okay.
So considering that there's the motion and a second, would the person that made the motion consider withdrawing and the person that made the second withdraw and reconsider a motion for it to come back to us on October 6th? And we will give the
Oh,
parties
because of,
time to try to work issues out between now and then.
okay, yeah, I'll withdraw my motion if he'll withdraw his second.
Withdrawn.
Okay, all right. And can we have a motion to go to
Well,
October 6th?
you don't want me to make my next motion?
Well, okay.
I'll make a motion, move it to, table it to no later than October 6th. Is that correct?
Right.
Yep.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
And I think what we're hearing is that, it gets worked out, or there's a high likelihood nothing gets approved. So we got to get, but don't necessarily want Mr. Crocker to take that as leverage that he doesn't have to work together. I think you both need to work together. I think that's the key here. So, All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to, we have a whole bunch of variance cases, starting with, see, tab 7, I believe. Tab 6. I need 5 minutes. 5-minute break?
Yes, Chairman, if I could just clarify something for the record. Because that agenda item was tabled to a date specific, staff will not re-advertise it. Thank you.
Okay, all right, 5 minutes, it's 10:50, 10:55, we'll reconvene.
Anthony Sabatini. Hey, I'm here. What's up? Yeah, but the timing is not good. So if it's already happening in real time right now and it's got a writ of execution, which means the sheriff has a lawful.
You're about to go back on the air. Okay, all right, we're going to pick back up at tab 6. Mike?
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. We're going to bring up our variance agenda today. Today we have tabs 6 through 12 variances. These have been advertised in accordance with state statute. Just as a reminder to the board and for the benefit of the audience, variances have previously been reviewed by the Board of Adjustment. That board has since been dissolved, and variances are now being heard by the Board of County Commissioners. As a courtesy to the board, I just want to go over the purpose of variances and how they are considered. Variances are strict application of uniformly applicable land development regulations can lead to unreasonable, unfair, and unintended results in particular instances. The board is authorized to grant variances to requirements of the land development regulations and planned unit development zoning districts. The board cannot grant variances that are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan or grant a variance to permit a use that is not permitted in a zoning district. The application of land development regulations would create a substantial hardship or would violate principle of fairness. That is the criteria for the consideration, with substantial hardship meaning a demonstrated economical, technological, legal, or other type of hardship. Principle of fairness violated when the literal application of land development regulation affects a particular person in a manner significantly different from the way it affects other similarly situated persons. If the board has no questions regarding that, I'll move on to the first item. This is the Charlock property, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. The requested action is a variance to the land development regulations to allow for an unpermitted deck to remain constructed 45 feet from the ordinary high water line, mean high water line, or jurisdictional wetland line in lieu of the required 50-foot setback. The location of the property is 30033 West Time Avenue. And for the record, the purchase date on this property was February 13th of 2025. Subject parcel contains 1 gross acre and is developed with a single-family residence, front wood deck, driveway, and the subject unpermitted deck. On December 6, 2024, the Office of Building Services issued a notice of violation for no building permit. The subject property was purchased by the new owners on February 14, 2025. The new owners had no knowledge of the violation until they received the notice of violation on March 7, 2025. On April 9, 2025, staff advised that the after-the-fact deck did not meet the required 50-foot setback. On January 21, 2026, the subject code enforcement case was presented before the special magistrate, where the ruling required that the subject property come into compliance. Should the Board of County Commissioners approve this variance, the applicant will be required to obtain zoning clearance and building permits. And this is a graphic showing the wooden deck in the rear of the property, and it indicates in the center there that there is approximately a 45.5-foot setback, where a 50-foot setback would normally be required. I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe the applicant should be here to answer questions.
Okay, and I'm not seeing that we have any cards for this one. If anybody meant to fill a card out for this one, if you could raise your hand and let me know. Do we have anyone online? Okay, all right. And where's the applicant? Here.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you want to add something to what was said, from what I gather, you purchased the property, the deck was already there, then you found out that it had not originally been permitted, you had to correct the code violation, and that's what the variance is for?
I'm actually just the applicant. I'm here representing the owner. He's here,
Okay.
though, if you would like to speak with him.
Okay.
Or if he wants to add anything. It's pretty straightforward. Everything that they had stated was...
Hey, I'm Jason Charlock, the owner of this property. I'm happy to answer any questions, but yes, to your point, this property. My son purchased it, I co-signed. We thought it was a wonderfully cute little area until we started receiving all the variances, or all the warnings that we got about code violations for this property. So the realtor that had purchased this property before us and had done a ton of work to it didn't pull a lot of permits, and this is one of the ones that we're unfortunately forced with coming to you guys and asking for a variance, or destroying the deck and redoing it. But
And you're just trying to put it back, you're trying to put it where it is now.
we're trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube, exactly. That's what we're
Okay.
trying to do here. Yep.
All right. Anyone have questions? Do we have,
The only, the only question I have, the deck that was built, would it pass permitting?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I mean, was it built to code? Or it's built?
Yes, when they have plans drawn for it. We're just waiting for the variance to submit the,
I understand that, but it was built to code.
yes.
And can we have your name for the record?
Jamie Blunt.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second?
I just, question again, so this, did you make a recommendation for approval of this, or no? You don't, it meets the criteria for variance?
Yes.
So the staff has historically not made recommendations on variances. It's the board's determination whether the intent of the code has been met and whether they've demonstrated principles of fairness or substantial hardship, keeping in mind that self-created hardships do not qualify as substantial hardship.
Okay.
So you said there were other things that the realtor did that they didn't pull permits on? Who was the realtor?
That would be Benjamin
Champion.
Champion with Tree Frog Realty.
all right, so we're just trying to correct the situation with the dock, with the deck, so that you can have the deck back where the deck was originally shown.
Yes.
And it's a 5-foot variation basically off of the wetland
Correct.
area. And, you know,
And it's consistent with the comp plan?
this is in District 4, and I mean, I personally think that it's this is an easy one. Some variances are really, really hard. This variance is a really easy one. It's an easy way to rectify the situation. It's a 5-foot variation. It's not having any environmental negative impacts, and it will improve the value of the property.
And I'm sure that the purchaser didn't know any of this when he bought the property.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, if it's like 5 feet, let's just say it's right up into the wetlands and you can tell you've got a problem or whatever, we're talking about a pretty, you know, low impact situation here.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think this is okay. It's just, got to ask the questions. You know, in my world, variances aren't granted too often. You know, you can, there could be a lot of cases where people say, I didn't know, and I know it's not your fault, you were misled on this, but, anyway.
Well, the other option is you could call the realtor to take 400 feet off of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not a very big deck in the first place, but I get it.
Well, we have a motion.
We have a motion and a second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Tab number 7, this is District 5. And Mike, we'll turn
Thank you,
it over to
Chairman.
you.
This is the Cliche property. The requested action is a variance to Lake County PUD Ordinance 29-93, Section 2A, entitled Setbacks and Buffers, to allow the construction of a pool deck, and associated screen enclosure 5 feet from the rear property line in lieu of the required 20 feet between structures or 10 feet from the property line. The location is 500 Grand Vista Trail. And for the record, the purchase date was December 6th, 2023. The subject parcel contains approximately .18 gross acres. The subject parcel is developed with a single-family residence, screened entry, screened lanai, driveway, and walkway. The ISR is consistent with the grandfathered 1991 maximum ISR, no greater than .45. With that said, staff is happy to answer any questions, and the applicant should be here to speak.
Now, didn't we get a letter on this one? This is the one that's in Royal Highlands?
No, ma'am, that is
Oh,
the
wait,
next.
I'm on the wrong one. Okay.
Is there any medical reason for this?
The applicant is here to address the board.
Okay, all right.
Good morning. Christy Folker, Premier Pool Contractor. We're the contractor and here on behalf of the homeowner, as he's a snowbird and not in town right now. When we submitted, when he came to us and asked us to build the pool, we were given a survey that showed a 5-foot setback. Upon applying for our pool permit, we were told that there was an ordinance. Let me back up. We received homeowner association approval. Homeowners Association was not even aware of this ordinance that was put into place by the county several years ago. Homeowner was not aware, HOA was not aware, HOA approved our pool. This pool does back up to a golf course. There are other properties in line with this one that have pools that are on the same track that still meet the same type of setbacks. This is just a much smaller lot. We've already made accommodations as much as we can for this. This customer wanted a 12 by 24 pool. We've reduced the size of this thing to 8 by 12 just to try to bring it in, and he will be using it for medical purposes. And again, it's not impeding anyone else's home because it butts up to a golf course, and we're well within any other buffers.
And do you have that HOA approval with you?
I believe I do. Give me just a minute to find it, but yes.
Fine.
Yep. Any other questions I can ask while she's looking for it? It came to us electronically, so I might not have printed it, but I do have it at my office. I can get it if I need to and have it sent to me.
There we go.
Did you find it? But I believe we submitted it. Yeah, I don't. I believe we did submit it with our packet, though, so I'm not sure if it's in with what you have.
All right. You could make a motion contingent on that letter being included in the record. I'm looking to see if it's,
Just to remind the board, not that long ago, you passed an ordinance that's going to require them to sign an affidavit that they're in compliance with their HOA restrictive covenants, so.
And that would be submitted with the permit, right?
that would address that.
Move approval.
I have a question, though.
Okay.
Your neighbors, both neighbors don't have an issue with it?
No. He's spoken to both neighbors, and like I said, he backs up to a golf course, so
course.
there's nobody in the rear that would be opposed to it.
Okay, now, we did get a motion in a second. The only problem is, I just see where Cindy Newton filed a card on number 7. Cindy, did you wish to speak on this variance request? Okay.
Morning, Cindy Newton, District 4. This property doesn't show any wetlands, but I want to show you my concern. Here's the property. What has happened with that golf course is they got a map revision. It's actually was in a floodplain. So if you back this impervious surface up and you look at the contour map, I'm worried that some of this water is going to be impacting the neighbor's backyard. What I would like to see is in the next case, you have the Public Works provisions to look at this a little better, to make sure, as some of you know, we've got a property on Estee Road that flooded. Part of the reason of that was there's only a 5-foot setback behind it, where the water used to escape and run down towards Blue Lake, and it ended up getting trapped behind it.
But remember, and you know that area well, the elevation of the adjoining property was raised in that particular situation. That's why the water doesn't run where it's supposed to run.
This flooding property, you've got, the golf course is at a little higher elevation. So water running towards this property could impact the neighbor. All I'm asking is that it gets looked at a little better for the water, since it's had a map revision. Map revisions don't mean it won't flood. Map revision just means you don't have to buy the insurance. That's all.
Back to the fact that the HOA weighed in on this.
HOA approved it very quickly and easily, and again, the HOA was not even aware of your county ordinance that was put into place. No one knew about it. My homeowner didn't know about it.
It was just adopted, right?
I don't know, it had been adopted some time ago, but the HOA was never told that there was a setback change.
Oh, we're talking about a different ordinance.
Yes.
Yeah, the PUD was adopted in 1993, and it would have shown up in everybody's title. I mean, it's recorded in the public records, so they should have been aware of it.
As far as like flooding issues and concerns, that's kind of where I was going with, if the HOA was going to weigh in and be okay with what they were proposing, that I would have thought if they had a concern, they would have raised it.
We don't have it, from what I remember from my site pictures and all that stuff, I don't have any elevation issues out there. I'm building on level ground. I'm not on a slope. I'm not going to be changing grade.
Okay. That's important. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I think we'll move forward with calling the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, moving then to tab number 8. This is the one that is in Royal Highlands, correct?
Tab number 8 is entitled The Comos Property. The requested action is a variance to Plan Unit Development Ordinance 2005-45 to allow the construction of a pool deck, and associated screen enclosure 5 feet from the rear property line in lieu of the required 15 feet. The location is 5651 King James Avenue. For the record, the purchase date was February 23rd, 2026. Subject parcel is approximately 0.15 acres and is developed with a single-family dwelling unit, a driveway, a front porch, and a backyard patio. Public Works has stated in this case that if this is approved, they would be looking for a lot grading plan and no obstruction of the 5-foot drainage easement. Subject parcel is located within the City of Leesburg ISBA. The City of Leesburg had no comments. In this case, the applicant stated that there was a precedent set with a similar variance. Staff did the research and found that there was a variance back in 1999 that was approved for a setback for an 11-foot rear property line setback in lieu of the 15 feet for installation of pool decking and the pool cage. But in this case, it is requesting that there be a 5-foot setback.
So that was 15 to 11, the one that you said?
This was correct. This was 15 required, reduction approved to 11.
Okay.
The case before us is 15 required, reduction requested to 5. This is the site plan that was submitted to staff. It's important to note for the board that staff received, and I believe the board was copied on this letter, that the Royal Highlands Board of Directors, Homeowners Association Board of Directors, reviewed this item, and on July 8th, 2026, the board denied the homeowner's request for this. I believe it's their Architectural Review Board that denied it.
So we couldn't override with a variance a decision by the HOA board, could we?
Right, so no matter what you do today, they would have to deal with their HOA separately.
Okay.
And I believe the applicant
Okay.
is here to speak on this one.
So again, Christie, Premier Pool Contractor, on behalf of my homeowner. Same thing, we applied for HOA approval with Royal Highlands. One of the board members is actually the person who was granted a previous variance for a pool. What we were told was that the HOA would not unilaterally grant my client approval for this without it coming before the variance board, because other members in the community had to go through that process, so therefore my homeowner should have to go through it as well. That was what I was told by the board member of the HOA at the time. We were told that if we brought it before the variance process and it was approved by you, that then the HOA would approve it. What we have since been told is that there was a July 4th picnic at the community, and someone in the community took a petition around and got signatures signed in opposition of this, and then it was brought to the HOA board last week. That HOA board, though, did not let my homeowner know that this was brought to their attention, and did not let her know that there was any opposition or any chance for her to speak on her behalf.
Okay. Do you have a question?
I have a question for staff, Mike. And I'm sorry if you said this. I'm getting my mind set back into variances and doing this kind of thing. But on page 3 of 17, you say, due to the existing residence configuration, lot coverage, and rear yard space, the proposed pool deck, and associated screen closure could be reconfigured and reduced to meet the required 15-foot rear setback.
That is an option. I mean, the pool could be reduced. Maybe the pool contractor could speak on options for construction design.
Because that's one of the four criteria for the variance?
Yeah, is there another way to accommodate?
Let me show you why we're asking for the variance. This is our original design. I don't know if you can see that. So again, her survey shows a 5-foot setback. We did not find out about the 20-foot setback until we applied for our zoning approval. So this is her original layout based on the fact that we're following her survey with a 5-foot setback. If I am to follow the setback for the ordinance that is in place, that is what my homeowner is allowed to install in her yard. And again, this community has had variances before this board that have been approved for this use.
No, and I understand that. That's a tough decision we're in, some of the realtors don't tell you what you can actually do with your property most of the time.
Well, in this instance, like I said, we went off the survey, which that's what we have to go off of when we do our contracts. It wasn't until we went to apply for our permit that we found out about the discrepancy between a surveyed setback and an ordinance setback.
The letter that came from the Royal Highlands HOA, does it reference the fact that they were against it unless a variance was approved?
The letter that we received, it looks like it's dated July 8th, says encloses a letter signed by the Royal Highlands Board of Directors asking you to deny the variance. At today's board meeting, the board denied the homeowner's request. So there's nothing in here about.
But we didn't have a current application in at that meeting. So again, while they had already previously denied us, pending us coming to get a variance. It is my understanding, though, that the board, several members of that board have changed hands. So we would still have to, if you grant the variance, I'm still going to have to go before the HOA and request approval pending the outcome of this variance. And if I am not approved, then, I mean, it is what it is, and we'll move forward. But my homeowner deserves proper enjoyment of her backyard.
So you should have a copy on your dais, but there is additional language in the petition. It says, "We, the Board of Directors, respectfully request the county commissioners deny the requested variance. The requested reduction is substantial. A setback requirement exists to protect neighboring properties, preserve open space, maintain privacy and neighborhood character. Reducing the required setback from 15 feet to 5 feet would remove 2/3 of the required buffer and place the proposed improvements much closer to the neighboring property." Now, again, your consideration today isn't really what the HOA says or thinks about it. You have to consider whether they can meet the intent of the code as prong number one. And then prong number two is whether or not there is a substantial hardship or principles of fairness that they have demonstrated. So that's what your consideration needs to be focused on.
I have another question for Mike.
Sure.
Will the ISR, if this variance were granted, would the ISR for the requirement for this PUD be met on a per lot basis?
Yes, the ISR will be 60%. The maximum allowable is 65%. That's on page 3 of the staff report.
All right, I didn't see that.
Well, I think that based on the reasoning of the applicant's representative that the hardship has been met, and so I would move to approve this.
Do we have a second?
They have cards on it?
Hold on, I've got the Comos, I have Linda, and then I also have Patricia Reynolds. Okay, all right, so we have a motion, we're just gonna leave that. We don't have a second, so we're gonna take comments from Patricia Reynolds.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Reynolds. I'm Vice President of the Royal Highlands Property Owners Association. We sent you a letter stating our objections granting this variance. You read our concerns. Yes, there have been other variances granted, but these variances did not back up to another property. This house does back up to another property. And we are concerned that if you grant this variance, you will be devaluating the property behind. And the big thing is that you will now be setting a precedent, so we have to approve any variance that comes before you. And it doesn't matter if it backs up to wetlands, to a farm, or to another property. And some of these people did not buy these properties to have now pools or decks backing up to them. These people supposedly own this house since 2002. The ARC committee, the board did not approve this. The ARC committee approved this in July of 2025. The board was not really aware, and this was our mistake. The liaison to ARC should have notified us about this variance, but it was granted with you approving the variance, and it says right on their application that it is good for 6 months. It is way over the 6 months. And the final approval is the board of directors. We took a vote at our last board meeting, which was last Wednesday, and the board of directors do not feel that we would want this recommendation. So we voted down their recommendation for the pool deck, and screened enclosure. And it does state in our laws that we, the board of directors, are the final decision maker. I also am here representing property owners, and I have a petition signed by 53 residents, one from each household, asking you to deny this variance. And if you'd like, I would like to present that to you right now.
Is this the one we have?
I think we have that.
Yeah, we received it, thank you.
All right.
Okay. Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. And then Linda Comos? She's the property owner, she thought she needed to fill the card out. Okay, sorry, so she doesn't want to comment.
Do I get to speak about rebuttal or no?
As the applicant, yes, you can.
I would just like to note that I only counted 43, so I don't know if they got more signatures before this was sent out. But of the 43 people that signed in opposition to this, none of them are any of the neighbors of this property. One of them lives a quarter of a mile away. All the rest of them live in excess of a quarter of a mile away from this property. It will not be messing with their home or any of the adjoining homes. Yes, the current homeowner bought this house in 2002, I think it was, but it was her mother's property since then. Her mother bought this property in 1998, and her mother still lives in that home.
Okay, all right. And only because I'm curious, I want to hear what Ms. Reynolds says. Is there something that we're missing as to, you had said that people around didn't like it, didn't want it, it was going to affect adjoining neighbors, but
I've asked a couple of people on the street to sign that petition, and their answer was, well, there are neighbors, we don't want to get in trouble with them, we don't want to cause any problems. But we as the Board of Directors have to look at everybody in the community, not just the neighbors who don't want to cause problems with their neighbors.
it's true. It would just be really nice if neighbors would just work with each other and just be reasonable with each other. And it's just, I mean, I understand trying to adhere to the rules, and the rules are the rules, but it's also these lots, these setbacks are just so tight, and it's.
I do have a follow-up question. If a variance was granted before for a 15-foot setback down to 11 in the same community, then we could reduce ours 4 feet, and she'd still get at least most of what we proposed. Would the board be willing to?
And in that, I had thought about that, the fact that maybe we, going from 15 to 5 is a lot, 15 to 11 is less impactful, and maybe even the Board of Directors and the ARC, maybe they would look at it differently if it wasn't such a drastic change from 15 to 5. Is there any chance that the board would support a 30-day table of this, so they go back and talk to the Board of Directors and see whether they could reach a resolution?
I'd love to do that. The denial in July, the only reason why it's taken so long is it's taken me 6 months to get on the variance schedule. So it's taken that long for me to go through the process.
So,
So we can do it time certain?
yeah, let's pick
Our next,
If we went from 15 to 10, I could still do most of what's here. I would still have to shave off quite a bit, but that would be obviously much more amenable than her having a 6x6
right, that's really
off
extreme.
of her back door.
Right, and I would think maybe the neighbors would be more amenable to it if it wasn't the, as much of a
If the board would allow
variance.
15 to 10, we could definitely work with that.
So Mr. Morris, would you consider a motion to that effect?
Postpone it for 30 days.
We have you're talking about the one that Commissioner Sabatino originally made.
I'll withdraw my motion if we're gonna,
Okay.
if there's a consensus to postpone, yeah.
Commissioner Morris?
Oh, there was no second, okay. Yeah, I'll make a motion that we do a 30-day postponement and let them go to the HOA and see if they can work something out.
And
It
what's
would
the
be
date?
postponing till September 1st.
September 1st.
Okay, September 1st.
Commissioner Sabatini? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Hold on a second, I'd
Oh,
like to make
Okay.
a comment. It would be most beneficial to you and your customer to get the HOA to approve it before it comes back to here.
Yeah, 100%.
And hopefully the HOA would be more inclined to
Well, if
do
they do.
that if it's a less impactful variance
Well,
request.
We'll see.
We'll see. Okay. All right, all in favor, say,
Well,
Aye.
one more thing for the record, because I was the one that made the motion. just so you understand, like, I think the hardship is met. I still respect the fact that the HOA at the end of the day still gets the authority. You know, if it was a different situation, the HOA wasn't involved, I'd probably be looking at this different. So with that said, aye.
Okay, all right, so I think, just make sure everybody was unanimous in that, all ayes on that. And I think that's a really good point, that we're in a deed-restricted community. It is governed by, rules and regulations, and the hope is that maybe with a lesser impactful variance, that the HOA would be inclined to support it.
If that happens, then we would just come back before you for just the difference in the 15 to the 10 for approval, correct? Okay.
Okay,
Ms. Folker, we're going to need copies of what you presented.
No problem.
all right, moving on.
You want to call a vote? Did we vote?
We did.
We did, it was unanimous. All right, we're moving on to 9. This is also in Commissioner Morris's district.
This agenda item is Tough Shed at Griffin. The requested action is a variance to the land development regulations to allow an accessory structure to be located 38 feet from the front property line in lieu of the required 62-foot setback requirement from the center line of the road, and to be located 5 feet from the side in lieu of the required 10 feet. The location is 35142 West Griffin Drive, and the current owner purchased the property May 4th, 2023. Subject parcel contains approximately .43 acres. It is developed with a single-family dwelling unit, deck and dock, boathouse, carport, and utility building. The ISR remains within the maximum allowable ISR of 30%. The applicant has indicated that there is a substantial hardship due to the location of their drain field and septic tank. The proposed location of the development appears to, the proposed location of the development appears to reduce or prevent impact on the shoreline protection of Lake Griffin. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant should be here to address the board.
Okay, all right, this is tab 9. I don't see any speaker cards against this. Do we have, is the applicant here? Okay, come forward.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Chris Canova. I'm the applicant on behalf of myself and my wife, Mary Canova. We are seeking a variance to put this tough shed in. In your typical neighborhood, you probably would be hesitant to put a tough shed in what's considered the front yard. That is where you drive in to your residence. But this is not your typical residence or typical neighborhood. Let me show you. We do not butt up against a road. We do not front a road. Is that where I need to have that?
Right on the X, and I'll switch over in just a second.
There you go. This is an easement, and I call it a dirt path. It's not really a road. We don't get our garbage there. We don't get any mail there. We have to walk about a block up to a paved road at Twin Palms to put our garbage and get our mail. So this is an easement from that property owner that owns the carport there to the right for us to travel down and turn into our residence, which is to the left. There, you would pull in where you see the car and the truck. That's where you pull into our particular neighborhood. This is looking straight across from my property to that carport on the other side of the dirt path. I'm proposing to put the tough shed in this area right here. In terms of the aesthetic, what I'm about to show you is much better than what the carport looks like that's across the street from me. This is what we propose to put there, tough shed, 10 by 16. You can see the colors are very consistent, and the architecture is very consistent with the dwelling that's on the site. So it's much more aesthetically pleasing than what I have to look at across the street with a multi-shed. In addition to that, there is a hardship for me to put the place elsewhere on the property. On the north side of the property, it's very narrow. See right here, there is a path that the tree line on the left is about 5 feet into my property line. And so there's only between that tree line and my house is only about 20 feet of usable space. And that is the only path with which to get around the house and actually my neighbor's house to bring heavy equipment in for any maintenance or repairs. I've allowed my neighbor access through that path so he can actually put a well in over on his side of the property. And so if I were to put the building in that narrow path, there really wouldn't be enough room, but I'd also be obstructing the only path we have to get around both houses for equipment. That's the north side of the house. On the south side of the house is about as narrow as a path, except it's occupied by the septic tank and the drain field. On the opposite side of the house from where I showed you the carports is the lake. And obviously, there would be opposition here if I was trying to put a tough shed on the lake side, which I consider the front of the property, which is where my front door is. So with that, we would ask for a variance. We believe that there is a hardship there, and we believe this is a logical development pattern for that property.
All right, nobody in the audience here on this one? I don't have any cards.
No, there's no HOA in this area, and my neighbor next to me has no objection to it. On the other side where I showed you that carport services cottages just beyond the carport and their rental units.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the board? Do we have a motion? Commissioner Morris, this is in your district.
Mr. Smith, it's in your district, isn't it?
Yours. Move to approve.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Moving then to tab 10.
Tab 10 is entitled Operation Parachute. The requested action is a variance to land development regulations to allow for the construction of an accessory structure to exceed the maximum height of the dwelling unit and/or 25 feet, whichever is greater, and to allow for such accessory structure to be constructed in the front yard of the subject property in lieu of the side or rear yards. The location of the project is 19811 Eustis Airport Road. The purchase date of the property most recently was March 7th, 2024. Subject parcel contains approximately 5 gross acres. Subject parcel is developed with a 17-foot-tall mobile home and an aluminum shed. The applicant is requesting to allow for the construction of a 35-foot-tall, 8,000-square-foot metal accessory building. Public Works reviewed this application and has asked for conditions to be met, including a 5-foot drainage setback to allow for drainage on the property. Fire safety conditions are maintaining access to the property, water supply for fire suppression, and no events shall be held on site. Subject property is located within the City of Eustis JPA, and the City of Eustis had no comments. The allowable ISR within the agricultural district is 10%, and the project will meet that if approved. I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant should be here.
Okay, all right, we have several cards. They look like they're in support. Harmony Pentecost. Oh, wait, first the applicant, though, with the applicant.
Morning, ma'am. How you doing? My name's Dan Reese. My wife and I own the property there, and we are looking to get this variance so we could support the Phantom Airborne Brigade by hanging their parachutes.
Does everybody know what the Phantom Air Brigade does and why they need the height of the building the way that it is? Just, you might want to just explain that a little bit.
Okay, so the Phantom Airborne Brigade, it's a group of about 500 members, mostly prior military, airborne rangers, jumping. We jump in Lake Eustis, Lake Dora quite often, about 3 to 4 times a year. They're looking for somewhere to dry their parachutes after jumping in the lakes here. That's literally what, I mean, they're a bunch of retired, disabled veterans, and we just offered our land to them to use to dry their parachutes.
Okay.
That's why you need the height.
So this is for your parachute drying, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, all right. We have several cards. It looks like perhaps they're all in support. And, okay. If I'll call your name and you just want to give us a thumbs up, or if you would like to come forward, that's okay as well. Harmony Pentecost?
Hello, my name is Harmony Pentecost. Not only do I think this is a great organization, but a great cause, and I support this project. My sister and I actually own the property right next to him, so we are 100% in support of this.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Cecil is giving us the thumbs up, it looks like. All right. Then, is it Andrew, the thumbs up? Okay. And that was Brzezowski, I believe. And then Joffrey East? Jeffrey, and thumbs up, okay. All right.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. Go forth and hang up the parachutes and continue the good work that you do. Thank you. All right, moving then to tab 11.
Tab 11 is Osprey Point Lot 9. The requested action is a variance to the land development regulations entitled Heritage Trees to allow for the removal of one heritage tree to facilitate the construction of a single-family residence. The property is located at Osprey Point Boulevard in Claremont. The purchase date of the property was November 21st, 2025. Subject property contains approximately 1.54 net acres. This has been reviewed by our floodplain management staff, and they understand that the tree is directly in the middle of the upland developable property, and they have no objection to the proposal. Just to further that point, this is showing the flood map. According to our regulations, if you have upland and floodplain on your property, you're supposed to direct the development towards the upland. In this case, they have a hardship because there is a heritage tree directly in the way of where this home can be constructed. And getting back to an understanding of what the principle of fairness is, you can see the lots that are next door to this. They are able to build their homes because there are no trees in the way. With that said, I believe the applicant is here to address the board, and I can answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Question for Mike.
And I'm sorry if you said this again, but mitigation, tree mitigation? What's the requirement?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but they will receive the variance to remove the tree. When trees are removed in conjunction with a permit, they do pay tree mitigation fees in association with that permit.
All right.
I don't have those numbers.
You don't know, okay.
Yeah.
Any approximation? Okay.
I wouldn't want to guess.
They would pay a mitigation fee.
They will have, for tree removal, they pay a mitigation fee when they're removing trees with a permit, yes.
And then they'll also, in association with building a house, they would have to comply with the landscape requirements for tree planting on their own property.
Minimum number of trees.
That's correct. We would probably, as you can see from the aerial, they have a considerable amount of trees on the property, so we would certainly take that natural vegetation into consideration.
Okay.
That's true.
All right,
It'd be nice if they put trees in the front, though, after they build, if they get the variance. Street trees.
Something that won't fall on the house during a storm.
Yeah.
As we move forward with our LDR rewrite, we have a perfect opportunity to reevaluate trees in the front yard.
Okay, all right, the applicant wishes to speak.
Madam Chairman of the Board, I'm here to answer any questions. Obviously, we're trying to comply with the recent update to the heritage tree ordinance. There's really no way to construct a single-family residence with that tree there. And the tree is original, pre-development. It's actually in a bit of a hole. Probably would not last. We couldn't construct a house. I do have an overlay of the setbacks, and I can put it up. I actually only did the front, the canopy tree. So where do I place this? But that's our 25-foot setback from property line. I kind of used the little measuring tool on GIS. It just, there's no way to construct the requirement from the HOA size home without removal of the tree. And in answer to your question, it appears that the tree mitigation fee for 55 inches currently is $2,760, which would be the mitigation to the county. And there's probably 200 or greater canopy trees left on property in that wetland area.
You'll plant street trees probably, right?
Osprey usually requires oak trees on the stuff, and also generally there's a adjacent parcel to the left which is HOA owned, so I would imagine there would be some sort of bushes or typical in that whole neighborhood. I'm sorry, my name is Adam Edgington.
And can you please provide the copy that you showed to the clerk?
Yes. The copy, I'm sorry? Yes, yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay, all right, we don't have any opposition. You've heard the applicant. Do we have a motion on this request?
I move for approval.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That one is pretty much a good textbook variance case, unique to the property, can't work around it, trying to mitigate, all the things. You hate to see a tree have to go away like that, but definitely checks all the boxes. Thank you.
The next agenda item is the Rodriguez and Garcia property. This requested action is a variance to the land development regulations to allow a livestock building, a horse barn, to be off-centered within the boundaries of the subject parcel and to be constructed 11 feet from the northern property line in lieu of the required 50-foot setback. The location of the property is 12901 Cynthia Lane, and this property was purchased by the current owner June 23rd of 2022. Subject parcel contains approximately 5.75 net acres. It's developed with a single-family residence, pool and spa, a metal storage shed, 2 wooden storage structures, a metal accessory storage building, and the subject 2-story barn. On November 4th, 2024, subject property was cited for being in violation for having no building permit issued for the building, the subject barn being constructed on the rear of the property. On May 21st, 2025, the special master ordered the owners to take corrective action. On March 25th, still not in compliance with the order of enforcement. The owner determined the location of the structure based on the setbacks given to them for single-family residence and non-livestock accessory structures. Due to the use of the subject structure for livestock, the structure is subject to more restrictive setbacks. If approved, the requested variance would allow for zoning clearance to be granted and will assist to resolve Code Case 2024-110023. The intent of the LDR, keeping of livestock for general agricultural, non-intensive agriculture, is to help reduce the noise, odor, and air quality impacts on neighboring properties. Subject structure is approximately 318 feet from the nearest adjacent residence and is more than 400 feet from the adjacent residences to the north and south. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant should be here.
Does the applicant wish to speak?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Madeline Damon, I'm the attorney for the property owner as well as the applicant.
The subject property, as Mr. Fitzgerald mentioned, is located in an area that's rural and agriculture in nature, with those ag parcels to the south and the east. The property owner reasonably believed that the property was agriculture, and to his understanding that a horse barn didn't require a building permit, which is why we're before you today. Before constructing the barn, the property owner did his due diligence. He did reach out to building services and ask them about the applicable development standards, including setbacks, among other things. Building services did tell him that the setbacks were 10 feet from the side property line. They did not advise him as far as any changes in that standard for livestock buildings. So the property owner reasonably relied on those statements from building services prior to construction. He proceeded with construction, and following that is when he received his building permit violation. This wasn't from a neighbor, this was from, I believe, a code official who was on a neighboring property and saw this and reported it. So quickly after that, the property owner submitted all the drawings and plans required to get his building permit. And it was only then that he discovered that there was an increased setback for livestock buildings. And so, you know, he acted in good faith in reliance on the county's advice before construction. He didn't intentionally, you know, violate the LDRs, and strict enforcement of that setback would be, in my opinion, you know, inconsistent with the owner's reliance on that information, as well as disproportionate to, you know, the violation at hand. And I'm available if you have any questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Did they have anything in writing from the permitting department?
Yeah, that's a great question. Nothing in writing. I did speak with the property owner yesterday to confirm his statements. He said that he did call and ask these questions, so he didn't have anything in writing. But that was his, what he shared with me pursuant to his phone call.
Did he write down who he spoke with?
Not that I'm aware of. I'd be happy to clarify, and he didn't specify. But that was what he shared with me yesterday. And so I confirmed those statements with him.
I'm amazed that, I mean, staff knows the rules, so I've got some concerns.
Okay, I've got one speaker card. Dan, is it Dashtari?
Yes, ma'am. I just have a, first of all, this barn has a living quarters on top with electric lighting outside and presumably water, I'm assuming, if people are living there. But my only request is to have a condition to the variance where the lighting that's there to be not allowed within the 50 feet setback.
Okay.
Just for people, you know, when you're trying to sleep and all the lights like comes right into the bedroom, and I can't. It just comes right in the crack, right where the.
But as far as the use of the livestock, that's not problematic to
I don't
you?
really have an issue with the livestock stuff. I mean, like he's trying to make the best he can of his property, and I get that. But the lighting, if we could have that condition, I would be okay with that.
So it's directed away from the boundary, the property line?
It's a secondary structure that they live in, that somebody lives in?
There's living space, it's like a barn on the bottom and air-conditioned living space up top, is what it appears to be, but all I'm asking is, can we do away with the light fixtures that are, so if he sells it next year and he leaves and I'm still gonna be there, I don't want that light to be an issue, that's all.
Okay, understood. So that if there's a motion for approval, that it would just say that the variance contains a condition that lighting be redirected away from the adjoining boundary line, something to that effect? Can we do that?
Yes, you can do that. I mean, I don't know, I'm assuming it's directly on the side, focused to the property line. You could have them remove that light, or they have to comply with having it directed down. And the you could incorporate dark sky standards.
Okay.
It's not the dark sky stuff, they still dissipate. So there's lights on the second story mostly and on down below. All I'm asking is, let's not approve the fixtures to be there, so if he does sell it, somebody else doesn't just.
So no light
put it-
fixtures
put it
on
up
the
in a
side
50-foot area.
within that
Yeah.
setback area?
Horses don't need light. They're not scared of the dark, so I think they'll be okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
So for Mike, again, going back to the review criteria for variance on page 4, at the bottom, you say the applicants have not demonstrated a substantial hardship nor demonstrated an economic, technological, legal, or other type of hardship other than a self-created hardship of constructing a building without obtaining the proper permits. So that's again, summarize why you wrote that. That's because of the setback? It's because it could go somewhere else on the site? Is that?
It's a self-created hardship because they are choosing to turn the barn into a livestock building, which has more extensive setbacks than what an accessory structure would be. If you're just putting in a shed or a barn for storing a lawnmower, then that's a setback that is reduced from livestock. Livestock buildings, if you have enough property, you're supposed to be 200 feet from the property line. If you have a reduced property, you have to be centered, and I believe it's 50 feet from the property line. These folks are right up against the neighboring property. They built it, no permit to begin with, which is, unless they have an agricultural exemption, they're building a building without a permit.
And staff does offer, we'll put something in writing, like a zoning clearance, sort of, right, beforehand.
Every Lake County resident has the opportunity to apply for a zoning conformance letter to find out what they can do with a piece of property before they take any action. And then, once they move forward with taking an action that they understand can be approved, there is still a zoning clearance that is done prior to the building permit being issued.
So just to add to that, so a couple things. If there's living space, it removes it outside of the non-residential farm building exemption. There should not be living space in a non-residential farm building. So there's that. The comment about calling and talking to staff about setbacks and not being given correct setbacks, the information you're going to get when you call is only as good as the questions that you ask. So if they did not specifically tell the staff that this was going to be a livestock building, they are not going to get a livestock setback. That is one of the things that I've been working with the staff on, is for us to stop giving that information over the phone, because more often than not, most of the problems that we're encountering are people who are, quote, having conversations and relying on staff when they're, again, not asking the proper questions. So we are moving more towards, if people start asking questions about their setbacks and what they can do, that the staff is going to start directing them to, you need to ask for a zoning conformance letter, you need to get it in writing, so that we can avoid the constant back and forth of, well, I asked, but I didn't write down a name, and this is what they told me, but I don't have it in writing. So we are working on resolving that issue, because that has been a huge problem between residents and staff for the better part of, I guess, the last year. We hear a lot of that. And we don't know what they asked. So the staff's going to stop giving that information over the phone. So that's kind of the issues with this particular case.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, because from a convenience standpoint, it is nice to be able to call and ask a question and get some information, but then when you then try to use it later to say, well, I was told I could do this. And we don't, like you said, we don't know for sure what was really asked.
And the staff is very well of the setbacks for a livestock building. So had that been mentioned during the conversation, I'm sure they would have gotten that information.
Okay, so but to be clear, though, if there's no livestock, as long as they applied for a building permit, they could put the building in this location?
I believe they have met the regular setbacks.
I believe so, yes.
Right, so.
But with the living space, they're going to have to pay the impact fees as well. So they will have to get a
That was my
permit.
question is, could they have a living space in there?
Staff was not made aware of living space in this structure through this application. If there is living space in that structure, it constitutes an accessory dwelling unit, and that's a whole new conversation.
It's a whole new, right.
And that may also not meet the setbacks. We'd have to go back and look at setbacks for an accessory dwelling unit.
Okay. Okay, all right, and from the applicant?
Yes, I would just like to clarify, when I spoke with the property owner yesterday, nobody is living in that structure. There's no intent for anybody to live in that structure. It's only to be used for a horse barn. And livestock is more broad. It's only going to be used for horses. No living.
But is there like air?
Why would you air condition the second story?
That's a great question. That was the property owner's.
Not here?
The property owner is not here. I'm the applicant. And this came to me after the barn was already built and violations received, so I'm working with the knowledge that I have. But based on our conversation yesterday, nobody is living in there, and he doesn't intend for anybody to.
Is plumbing, is there bathroom, is there?
I don't want to say for certain. There may possibly be, but that's something I would need to confirm with the property owner. But again, he doesn't intend to live in there, use it as a living quarters. It's not going to be a mother-in-law suite. He's not going to rent it out to anybody. It's just going to be used for horses.
Okay, all right, what is the will of the board? Do we have a motion?
Well, it's in my district, but I'm not supportive of the variance request.
Do we have anyone else to make a
I
motion?
defer to the district commissioner on this one.
I mean, if they want to go back
Well,
and
wouldn't
go.
you make a motion then to deny?
I mean, okay, yeah, I'll make a motion to deny.
Second.
All right, we have a motion.
And they can go back through this whole different process for the accessory ADUs, right?
They can now, this variance is for the keeping of livestock in the building. If they remove the livestock, they are in compliance with the setback for an accessory structure. They still need to come and pull a building permit, get a zoning clearance and a building permit.
Okay, all right.
And if it's a conditioned space or the second floor, is there an impact fee on that?
No, sir. They would have to submit building plans that showed that it actually was a livable structure. Air conditioning, a room, a bonus room above a barn would not constitute an accessory dwelling unit. They would have to have living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, cooking facilities, and an entrance, a separate entrance from the outside of the building.
I just had a clarifying question. Does the commission have a recommendation? Again, there's no intent to use this as an ADU, only for horses. So I guess my question for the commission is, how can the property owner achieve that without having to fully demolish his barn and move it to the middle of his property? Is there a way to accomplish this? So, and again, he is R1 zoning, but there's ag to the south, ag to the east. There are horses all over, other livestock all over. This barn is not close to any structure. As in the staff report, it states that the closest structure is 318 feet to the closest house. And so, again, no neighbors are opposing this. It doesn't bother any neighbors. And you heard from the gentleman earlier, as far as the purpose for livestock, there's no objection to that. So I just wanted to ask that
One
question.
person, though.
Sure.
I mean, and he might sell his house, and somebody new moves in.
Sure.
I think they need to go back through the process.
Yeah, I think the main problem was they didn't pull a permit.
Sure. I completely understand, and I agree with that statement. The property owner knows that he didn't pull a permit, and again, not that this is a strong argument, but he was under the impression that this was ag property and is used for an ag purpose, which is for horses, so he didn't need a permit. Since then, he is aware of the process. He has applied for those permits. He submitted all of the drawings for as-built, and so our request is simple, just for horses to be in there, and we're happy to comply with the lighting conditions. And again, no living will be in that structure.
And it sounds so, based on the motion for denial in the second, that it's not going to get approved, but it won't have to be demolished. It just wouldn't be able to remain as a place for livestock. So sometimes you get consequences that don't necessarily put you, maybe what everybody's concerned about. We're not going to get a condition on the lighting, but they would have to go through getting their building permit and complying with code. They just won't be able to put livestock in it.
Okay. And when commission states to go through the process again, are you referring to the building permit process for livestock, or?
Or just no, for just having the building.
If the property owner wants to pursue keeping of livestock, then they would have to build a barn that complies with the LDR, which would be centered to the property. The existing barn, if it's permitted as an accessory structure, and my understanding is it meets the side yard setback for the zoning district that it's in and can remain an accessory structure on the property.
Thank you. Shed, storage, garage, all kinds of things except no livestock.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We had a motion, we had a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, moving then to, let's see, that's the end of the variances.
Public hearings.
And we were going to do public hearings. What I would like to ask the board, could we pick up and do tab 20 and tab 21? I know we have people that have been waiting for both of those items. So tab 20 is with regard to the Hamrick transfer of development rights, and tab 21 is with regard to Chisholm Trail. Okay. Okay, Mike.
Thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. This agenda item is a discussion and direction regarding transfer of development rights. And staff's portion of this discussion is just a review of current code that Lake County has for the transfer of development rights. We establish a mechanism and criteria for the transfer of development rights, also known as TDRs, consistent with the Lake County Comprehensive Plan. Development rights located within the Wekiva River Protection Area A140 sending area and the A120 sending area may be transferred to the Wekiva River Protection Area A120 receiving area and the Mount Plymouth Sorrento receiving area. A sending area is designated as environmentally sensitive, suitable for the reduction of development potential through the transfer of development to a designated receiving area. And a receiving area is a designated area of potential for development beyond its base density through the transfer of development from the sending area. So the Wekiva River Protection Area A140 is a sending area that's inside the Wekiva River hydrologic basin. The maximum base density is 1 dwelling unit per 40 acres. Increased density, 1 dwelling unit per 10 net buildable acres developed as rural conservation subdivision or planned unit development, and there's 50% common open space. Here's a map showing where the A140 sending area is. Sending Area 2 is the Wekiva River Protection Area A120 sending area. This is outside the Wekiva River hydrologic basin. The maximum base density is 1 dwelling unit per 20 net acres. Increased density, 1 dwelling unit per 5 net buildable acres as a rural conservation subdivision or planned unit development, and with 50% open space. And this is a map indicating where that area is located, A120. Moving on to the receiving area, the Wekiva River Protection A120 receiving area is west of the Wekiva River system. The maximum base density is 1 dwelling unit per 20 net acres. You can increase density 1 dwelling unit per 5 net buildable acres as a rural conservation or PUD, 50% common open space. You can further increase 1 dwelling unit per 1 net buildable acre through the transfer of development rights from one of the sending areas. And this map will show you where the receiving area is located.
Can we stay on the map for just a second so we can all see the receiving area? So I'm looking for some reference points. You've got 437 up to 44A. We just put a traffic signal up there at 44A and 437 by Bear. Let's see. I'm drawing a blank on the Black Bear Reserve. All right.
And then we've got 437, almost over to 46A. Cross Tie Ranch is right over there. Okay, I just want to make sure everybody could see where those receiving areas are.
Do you have a Google Live Earth map of the receiving area?
I did not include areas, no, sir.
A way to pull up an
You could probably put an iPad on there.
We'll see what we can do. There is a receiving area number 2. This is the Mount Plymouth Sorrento receiving area. It's within the Wekiva River Protection Area in Mount Plymouth Sorrento community. Maximum density based on zoning classification prior to March of 1990. Increase of density, 10 dwelling units or more developed as a rural conservation subdivision or a PUD with 25% common open space. You can further increase to 5.5 dwelling units per 1 net buildable acre through the transfer of development rights from the receiving area. And this is the Mount Plymouth Sorrento receiving area. This is kind of a broad-based aerial view of where all the areas are located that we've discussed. And then the next slide would show kind of a zoom in of that area and where the vacant land use analysis is. And all that red is the unincorporated vacant land that is in the areas of these receiving and sending areas. As far as protocol for administering the TDRs, the applicant would be responsible for purchasing the sending area land. The transfer of development rights would be requested by submission of simultaneous rezoning applications for the sending and receiving area, essentially an upzoning and downzoning, and then all of that would come before the BCC for consideration and approval.
But on the Hamrick, you're going to talk more about the specifics of that, because there's not you don't have a sending parcel.
With the board's permission, I will turn the second half of the presentation over to the county attorney to discuss the details of Mr. Hamrick. Need this?
No, you're going to stand there and do that.
Stand here, and
Yes.
I'm going to stand here.
You're going to stay right there. Next slide. All right, so just to give you a little bit of background on the Hamrick TDRs, Mr. Hamrick, Amanda Musselwhite, and Dewey Shadowan sold real property within the sending area A120 to FDEP, but a dispute arose over whether those TDRs were included in the purchase. 2005, the plaintiffs filed a lawsuit against FDEP in Lake County. In July of 2006, there was a settlement agreement between the plaintiffs and the county, at which point the county agreed that we would honor whatever the court decided about the TDRs. If it was awarded to the plaintiff, we would honor that. In September of 2017, the plaintiffs and DEP settled the litigation whereby the plaintiffs were awarded the 329 TDRs.
Can you back up one slide?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, next slide. All right, so just to summarize, DEP owns the land. The plaintiff owns, or Mr. Hamrick owns the TDRs. The TDRs are fully transferable to a property in the receiving areas that Mike just pointed out to you on the maps. And that transfer will be effectuated by a TDR purchaser applying to rezone or upzone the receiving area property to document the transfer of those development rights. So this is a depiction of the Hamrick Musselwhite Shadowan property. There were 6 parcels there, all in the sending area A120. So if the board chooses to move forward with any type of purchase of the TDRs, it would eliminate the possibility of higher density in the receiving areas, potentially allow the county to start a TDR bank, and would potentially recover the purchase price through the sale of TDRs from the bank if a county-wide program was established in the future. So Mr. Hamrick is and has been asking for the county to purchase those TDRs outright versus finding a willing buyer in the receiving area where it would then become just a transaction between buyer and seller.
Are any of these transferring now? Are there any TDRs being transferred back in? I mean, I don't remember seeing any.
Well, Melanie, you can answer that, but a
Yeah.
long time ago, it was done.
So there have been some TDR transfers. Black Bear actually was a recipient of some TDRs many, many years ago. Redtail, I believe, had some TDRs. There were TDRs associated with what we call the Neighborhood Lakes property, which was purchased for the Wekiva Parkway, and I believe that property owner did get compensation for those TDRs from the state when they bought that property.
But the county has not been involved in it.
We do not, it's considered an intangible property right that gets bought and sold between buyers and sellers. The only involvement that the county has had in the past is that, again, we will downzone a property where the rights are leaving and upzone the property to where they are going to. But other than that, we have no bank, no TDR transfer program. That's never been established.
And is there an amount that's been put to these 300 and some odd TDRs?
You want to answer that, or you want me to?
Well, I mean, I think the owner was looking at what had been paid in the past for probably one of the only transactions associated with them. And just to give a little bit of background, because I don't know if any of you all have talked to Mr. Hamrick or not, and they're here, and they may want to, he and his representative might want to make some statements about it, but generally speaking, when you asked about whether TDRs had been used in the past, those were done early on when the Wekiva Act was put into place. And there were folks that were trying to subdivide properties, and they were using the TDRs to get higher densities, like Black Bear, and I think Cross Tie had some, and maybe Gatwick. That was all done, at that same time. Since then, it's really not something that's happened with, any regularity. The difference with Mr. Hamrick's is that he feels that he should have been paid for the full value of his property, and that he had to take these TDRs as a way to compensate him for what the state wasn't willing to pay with regard to the difference between the fair market value of the property. And so he was, left with these TDRs and then no place to use them and no market for them. And I think the issue is that he wants the county to purchase those TDRs, and if we don't purchase them, then they're going to be out there potentially adding density to these areas in the sending area or the receiving area. I, for one, as a district commissioner and somebody who's on the Wekiva River Basin Commission and spent a lot of time working on efforts in the Wekiva Protection Area, I personally would not like to see the density increased in those receiving areas. I'd like those areas to remain low density like they are now. The only saving grace is that the max you can get is 1 unit to 1 acre. But again, that would be very high compared to what's out there.
So how many other owners out there have TDR rights?
No, nobody has them like in hand. They would have to come to us and establish them. This is what's unique about this situation. As far as we know, no one else actually has like a written document where the TDRs were already established. If someone else in these sending areas wanted to try to do a transaction and take them off of their property, we would arguably have to be involved in that, right? Because it would be a downzoning and then an upzoning, and that's what was being described in the presentation today. This is different. These have already been bifurcated from that property. And that's why they feel that they are in a unique situation.
So they could sell them to anybody they wanted to?
Not anybody, just those receiving areas, somebody that needs them in order to increase the density in those receiving areas. That's the only place they can go right now.
And that's probably as a side question, perhaps the issue is the area, that's a small area, the receiving area, right?
Yeah, if you look at the Google Maps, most of that's already developed.
Oh, no, it's not. I don't know how you could say that. I mean, that's not,
So anyway, I got a couple of questions.
Commissioner Smith, that's not developed.
That's John's Nursery, right?
I guess
That's John's Nursery, I'm talking about all of this.
mine was more of a question of why it may have taken so long is because the receiving area is kind of small though, isn't it? compared?
Relatively speaking, and you have to have a buyer for the TDRs
In that sending, receiving area?
in that area.
And Mr. Hamrick has the property in the sending area, obviously. How
He
much?
doesn't own it.
It is a sending area, yes.
Yeah, how much, what's the acreage on that?
Can you get back to, was there a screenshot of the letter with the acreage?
Sorry.
$425 acres.
So you're right. So they sold 425 acres to FDEP, and I think the purchase price was about $845,000, like years ago. So DEP owns the land, and it's all part of conservation now.
It would really be helpful if we could show a map and show where the receiving area is, because there are huge swaths of undeveloped acreage in that area.
Are you,
They're not willing buyers. They're the ones that,
We're just buying this would just be the difference in DER, so it's the difference between the DEP value, what they bought it for.
Well, this is where I'm confused. So the DEP purchases land and Mr. Hamrick agreed to the purchase price, or was this eminent domain?
it was,
It was a voluntary purchase
So
agreement.
he agreed to the price.
And obviously, Mr. Hamrick's here, he can talk about it. But my understanding with the gist of the lawsuit is that he negotiated the TDRs for him to keep them. So that purchase price was not based on including all development rights. It was for the land only. That's what they litigated over for 20-something years.
And he's had those TDRs for 20 years.
we had
The-
to litigate to get.
Yeah, he had to litigate to get them, and DEP finally acquiesced and gave him the 329.
2016, when.
Can you go back to the
they Gave
timeline,
him the
Mike?
TDRs? So
Mike?
it's been 10 years.
the date of the letter is 2018. This was in you.
Right, so 2018 is when the lawsuit was settled, and the county
20
acknowledged.
Yeah, 2017, so 10 years.
Mhm,
He's had the TDRs for 10 years.
correct.
And now he's wanting to come to the county to buy them because he can't sell them.
I think, would you like to explain your situation or have a representative explain the situation? Because I think the idea here was that we could prevent upzoning on these other areas, and that was the goal. And I guess if the position is, well, nobody's wanted to rezone out there, nobody wants to develop, well, they haven't yet, but they will.
Good morning, y'all. We bought this property in 83, 84. It had RR1 zoning. We paid that zoning fee for 8 years. I've got one question to ask everybody. The land was bought per state statute, correct?
Beats me, I don't know.
It was part of the Wekiva River Protection Act
And
purchase.
it was purchased per state statute. That state statute had a set of criteria you go by, and then it's then presented to the cabinet for purchase. Melanie, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. In that are 2 state-bought appraisals for that land. Both of those appraisals stated that TDRs were supposed to be retained by the landowner for disposition at a later date. Now, given that fact, I want some of y'all to tell me what statute superseded that one, that the state and the county was allowed to assert ownership of my personal property for 17 years. There's got to be a statute. If there's not, then there's a criminal act.
So how did the county hold you up on your TDRs? I'm kind of wondering that question, because you said the state and the county kept you from selling your TDRs. How did the county have
They
anything to do
asserted
with
ownership, sir. We were in a civil litigation.
Against the county?
Yes, sir. County was party to it.
Was a party to it, but who was the plaintiff, or the?
I was the plaintiff.
And who was the defendant?
The county, Lake County, and Florida DEP. Miss Melanie knows the whole story. She can tell you all she wants.
And that's over the value of the TDRs, or was it the
Ownership.
ownership of the TDRs?
They denied me the right to sell them on 2 opportunities I had over the years. True or false?
Mr. Hamrick, I don't know anything about you selling the property or the TDRs. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Did you, along with the state, assert ownership of my TDRs?
No, sir, I did not, and neither did the county, which is why when the county.
Then why didn't I get to sell them?
When the county entered into a settlement agreement, we said we would abide by whatever the state, the court decided. Between you and DEP, you settled, and the court agreed to give you the TDRs. We, the county, have never disputed that. We haven't asserted ownership over it, and you can sell them just like anybody else with a TDR.
Okay, well, let's get to the next question then. The barn, LLC. What did y'all do on that? Y'all stated at one time that I didn't go through the process right. Did the barn go through the process correctly?
They submitted for a rezoning to upzone, or to downzone their property and upzone to a receiving area, and the Board of County Commissioners at that time denied that rezoning.
Were they transferred?
Okay, Mr. Hamrick, I'm not going to be put
Were
on
they
the stand
transferred,
here.
Melanie?
I don't know, sir.
You do know
I
because
don't
it's in
know.
deposition.
You don't need to attack our county attorney.
Yeah, we're going to
okay?
have to do this more.
This is not the forum to do this.
You explaining to everybody on the board your position and why you felt you were deprived of use of the TDRs.
I was deprived.
And then you established that in court, that you were able to actually use the TDRs, that they were part of the value of what you received, and you had not been able to use them for all those years. And now you want to be able to use them.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're either going to sell them to someone who is going to develop out in that receiving area or over in Mount Plymouth. And if you sell them, it's going to increase the density in those areas.
And it's not something I'm fond of either. I
And
lived
so
here
what
all my
you're
life. I
asking
don't wanna
is,
see it.
would the county consider buying those TDRs
ma'am.
from you? And the question was raised earlier, what would you consider to be a fair market value for those TDRs, to take them off of the market where the county could then use them how the county chose to use them? Whether the county banked them and sold them to somebody else later, whether the county used them to use for a TDR program in the future, for whatever the county decided to do with them. What did you think would be a fair market value for those?
What did the county approve to release them from their ownership for the barn?
And again, you're going to have to tell us these things. We don't know what you're.
Melanie knows.
But she's not
I want
going.
her- I want her to
she's
say
not-
it because
She's not going to sit here.
She
and-
signed off on part of it.
So if there's not an answer,
All right, the answer is Lake County. And the taxpayers probably don't know this, and y'all probably don't want them to know it. But I'm sorry, it's the truth. The county signed off on the agreement for the state to purchase these things for $19,900 and some odd dollars apiece. That was in 2005. How much has land appreciation gained since 2005? The valuation of these things have to go up with the price of land.
all right, so you're saying that 19,000 roughly and plus appreciation is what you would be willing to
Plus
sell these for?
appreciation, yes, ma'am. And if I have much more opposition, I won't even go to it, because then I'll be adding interest on that money for the 20 years,
So you sold.
which I can legally do.
You sold your land, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how much did you get for selling your land?
$1,845 an acre.
And it would be right now, what, 5,000 an acre?
It was
6,000?
5,000 then with
Okay.
the zoning.
So,
Yes, sir.
so you sold it,
Yes, sir.
sold the rights? Okay.
Sold it with the assumption we own these TDRs.
See, and that's what that litigation was all about, that he considered that he should be getting more than the $800
$100,000, that the TDRs made up the difference. Then when he wanted to use the TDRs, the state said, oh, no, you can't use those TDRs. So he goes to court, and he establishes now, many years later, he finally wins his case, and he can sell his TDRs now.
Which is fine, let him sell them.
For the last 10 years, you could.
That's the bottom line. Do y'all want the TDRs or do y'all want houses? That's the bottom line.
And that's really what this issue is before the Board of County Commissioners, is whether the Board of County Commissioners wants to take these off the books so that they don't become houses in that receiving area, or they are still out there in the market and eventually they will become rooftops.
Let me just ask this.
Answer, let me add one thing. There is a stipulated court order. I'll let Melanie in private explain that to y'all. But I think, as I heard it say up here, we can't stop him. No, sir, you can't at this point in time.
So can I speak to Mike Fitzgerald real quick?
All right, now we're going to have Mike talk. If, Mr. Hamrick, we're going to ask the planning director some questions.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
There.
So on these TDR on the receiving area, do our land regulations have to be followed?
Yes, absolutely. And
Okay.
we would follow our LDR.
And we follow our comp plan?
Yes.
Okay,
So what would,
okay.
all right, so this is really important, and these things are really important to know, okay? Because I've been around this Wekiva protection area issue for a long time, and so what would happen is, let's just look at this big parcel in the middle. Let's say a developer comes in and wants to develop that. They would then bring it to the Board of County Commissioners to ask us to rezone it. And in order to rezone it to the highest density they can get, they would more than likely purchase TDRs from Mr. Hamrick. We would then have to decide whether to rezone it and even use those. So if the county said no, right? If the county said no, then once again, Mr. Hamrick has these TDRs and no use for them. So it's got some nuances here. It's not just he automatically can go and place them on the property, but then if the county says no, I think an argument could be made that the county is doing something wrong by not allowing them to be used.
So let's take Mr. Hamrick's TDRs off the table here completely. Let's say a developer comes in and buys a piece of property, and they want to get the highest, best use out of it. They're going to try to cram as many houses as they want in there. We're going to follow our land regulations and our LDRs and our comp plan, especially since it's an Wekiva area, which is 1-20 or 1-1 with 50% open space, correct, Mike? Whether TDRs were sold or not sold, we're going to follow the same process. Just because TDRs were bought doesn't mean they have to be, I don't get the TDR process anyway, because I'm not for it, but, so.
Hold on.
I'm trying to get why we need to spend, I don't know, what, $5 million on TDRs that won't be used anyway?
That's 6.5 based on the 19,000 from way back when.
Right, and he's had 10 years to sell them, he hasn't sold them, and now he's coming to the county to buy them from them because they're unsellable.
So I'm just gonna play advocate for a second for his situation. So he was essentially promised the value of his property, and included in that value was the right to have TDRs. Then the state and the county wouldn't let him use his TDRs. He had to sue. He won his lawsuit, ultimately spent a ton of money on that lawsuit. Now he's got them. Now let's just say he comes in and he wants to now place them on property as part of a rezoning, and the county says no. I would assume that if I was in his shoes, I would then sue the county, because that's bad faith. It's bad faith to have said you have these rights,
And you can, this is, you're giving us your land, and you're taking these rights as something valuable in exchange. And then when he comes in and he tries to use it, you say, now, we got this limited receiving area, but we're not going to let anyone ever use their TDRs in that limited receiving area. That's bad faith, okay? If you were in.
That's down the road. You don't know what's going to happen down the road.
Well, what will
these are
likely happen, to avoid being sued, that whoever's sitting up here as the county commission will say yes, and they'll put a big fat subdivision right out there. And I'm just saying, at this point in time, in 2026, I want to be someone who tried to get those TDRs off of the books and not have that area right there turn into housing.
I'd love you to explain that to 450,000 residents.
Well-
When we're sitting here looking at a deficit in our budget, and we're just going to go buy land to take it
Well,
off.
I was going to suggest that it goes to, maybe you don't buy all of them, maybe you buy some of them, but take it to the Land Acquisition Committee.
How are we going to pay that back?
Consider as the county advocating to get help from DEP to purchase them, maybe from the Audubon, maybe from the Friends of Wekiva. Put a group together and try to get these. I'm not saying take this out of the general fund, okay? I'm just asking everyone to consider that you have an opportunity to prevent those from being used as rooftops in an area that we all felt would stay in preservation and conservation.
Can I say something? All
I
right, so-
I disagree with that statement because anybody up here, none of us, well, maybe one of us was up here that was privy to this whole TDR selling. I'm not sure. I understand there was other landowners involved. Is this the right one, Melanie? There's 3 landowners total. Is that right?
The TDRs were assigned to 3 landowners, but I don't know if the other 2
Oh,
landowners.
How many does Mr. Hamrick own? We don't know. I don't know. And it doesn't matter because I wasn't on the board. Commissioner Morris wasn't on the board. Commissioner Sabatini wasn't on the board.
We weren't on the board either. I
None of
just
us
know
caused
about
this
how these
issue.
things.
However, we have a clear and direct move forward path is to save our agriculture and save our way of life here in Lake County. I don't care if you have 500 TDRs that want to go in this receiving area. We're not going to approve it anyway.
So can I say
So
something?
if somebody comes in and spends $5 million on a piece of property and says, I spent $5 million on this property, I should be able to build high-rises here. Well, sorry, you bought the property overpriced, and I'm sorry Mr. Hamrick sold the property underpriced, but he sold the property.
Yeah, so can I say that, again, if this is there's a little bit of both going on here, both perspectives I can see. This is on the map on the left, that's the receiving area, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only receiving area. No one.
Over Mount Plymouth, and there's.
Okay, no wonder why it's failing, the TDR program. But at the same time, I mean, the density should be going closer to the cities. But to your point, I mean, these are areas, if you have a very tough, stringent, for instance, subdivision criteria, conservation subdivision criteria, or you're keeping the density. And that's the other problem too, is, through the years, additional, as we talked about this morning, we're over allocated. So there should be no more density, generally speaking, with the few exceptions given out in the future land use category. At this point, with the successful TDR program, you would just be moving density from the areas you're protecting closer to the cities. This receiving area is, I mean, no wonder why you had a hard time selling it, coupled with the fact that you were adding additional allocations throughout the county, maybe in this particular area, but the answer might be to make the receiving area a little bit bigger.
Or,
what I mean?
Why couldn't we make a receiving area in an urban zone?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah,
Include it.
not in the agricultural zones
Yeah.
where I've seen the last 2 receiving areas, but in the urban zones of the cities.
Well, if you could do it and create a market for his TDRs, that could be a solution. But if you take a position that we're never going to say yes to something, then we basically set it up to fail. and he got paid something that he can't use, and that's bad faith.
Well-
So, and we got the benefit as a community down the road, if you see where the land is that's set aside, we got that as conservation land. That's conservation land, can't be developed, it's conservation in perpetuity. That was the benefit that the public got for paying him, but now he can't use what he was paid with. He's been given something he can't use, and we're setting him up for failure. So if you want to make another receiving area, I think that could be a solution. You
I'm
know,
just going by the tab here. The initial discussion was to purchase his TDRs?
it was to start the discussion, because nobody else knew about any of this stuff, and he was hoping that,
I'd be more than happy to see if we can't find other receiving areas in an urban zone where something like this may fit.
Yeah, I would too. I think that's a great discussion. I mean, it is, you are looking at 7 million, and you would, you know, it would come out of, the option would be to come out of the public lands referendum, and that's 7 million. And they're going to the PLATC committee is going through that process right now.
Well, he said it was 19,000 20 years ago.
Right, so it might
So
be,
we don't know what it is now.
it could be more. Yeah.
I've said this to Melanie, if she wants to admit it or not.
Sir, I wish you would quit attacking her, okay? Just
She's
please
been
quit
involved
attacking
with
her.
it since 2006, sir. She knows every
Well, I
detail
will
about it. If
I'll be
she
happy
wants
to talk to her about it.
Fine. If she don't, that's fine. That's
No
her
reason for you to
privilege.
sit here and abuse her.
Mr.
from-
Hamrick,
I'm
we're
gonna-
trying
if-
to
if
come
it's
up with a
something she was
solution.
involved in, and I want to say it, I'm going to say it. I'm the one that spent $1 million to take care of my personal property.
And you got 5 million to start with. So you're.
No, sir. I got 845,000 to start with. You better get your figures right.
All right, we're going to
Now-
have to close down the discussion unless you're going to bring it down, way down.
Gosh,
now,
but
okay?
I'm not going to be intimidated, and I can
I'm
tell
not
you that.
intimidating you, sir. I'm just asking you not to abuse our county attorney.
I'm not abusing her.
You are.
Have I said one thing wrong? Have I
Hollering
said
at her
one
right
thing?
now.
All right, Wilson, we're going to have to stop
Now-
the discussion.
You apologize.
All right, that's it. Now we're not going to even have a
me tell you
discussion
something.
about it.
Who's the other, who's the
We're
other?
going to end up with law enforcement in here.
I've got 2 contracts waiting on the table that can come before this committee within 30 days, and there ain't a damn thing y'all can do about it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So,
My understanding of the situation is that the use of the TDRs as presently situated is very unlikely.
well,
And as much as some members of the board respectively, respectfully, and I mean, it's respectable that they're doing it, want to try to correct for history, I was obviously elected 18 months ago. I'm here to protect the Lake County taxpayers and our environmental situation as it exists. And if the use of the TDRs is very, very slim or unlikely, then I don't, and I don't make no apology for this, I don't presently believe we should do anything with them, because I want the 50 million for the Platt Committee to be used to prevent future sprawl that's likely, and there's a lot that's very likely. And so I just don't presently support that. I'm not really in support of, but I'm not opposed to, I'm sort of unopposed to the idea of studying a future receiving area if it doesn't take a lot of our staff's time. If I knew that these TDRs were going to be used like imminently, as crazy as the price is, I would explore that, because I'd want to prevent that terrible future development. But it seems very unlikely at this time. And so my position is we take no action. But again, if it's not going to be a major burden for the staff, I'm okay with them at least exploring a future receiving area. That's my position on this.
Explore an expanded receiving area closer to the cities, maybe,
yeah, and I just, the reason I wanted everybody to understand what was going on is that I do think that there were some things done that were unfair back in the day when conservation land was purchased in the Wekiva Protection Area. And I think this is an example of one, because the way that the whole TDR thing was set up I mean, to me, I look at it and you're looking at it, you know, it looks like it was set up to fail. Like, it was not set up to actually yield what it was supposed to yield. I do get really concerned about the fact that property that's over there in the receiving area, that's 1 unit to 20 acres, could get bumped up to 1 unit to 1 acre and turn into just traditional-looking subdivisions. I think the county would be hard-pressed to say no to the use of the TDRs to increase the density. If we did, I think you probably would end up in a lawsuit, and all of these arguments would be aired out again. But my hope was that maybe by getting attention to this, maybe, you know, there's grant opportunities, maybe DEP, maybe the state of Florida, maybe some of the environmental organizations, you know, would look at this for something that they would be willing to be involved in to help purchase these TDRs and take them off the books. I just personally hate the idea that they could end up being used to bring development to areas that, you know, I think everybody assumed would stay really low impact, low density.
Chairman, if I can interject, the good news here today is that we're rewriting our comprehensive plan. So if it is the board's desire to look at the possibility of expanding our receiving areas, we can certainly discuss that with the consultant and have the urban land use series become more of a receiving area for increased density, if that's what the board would like to see.
Yes, for me.
If you're
Our
like,
maximum density, I'm sorry to interrupt, our maximum density is 12 units per acre, so we would be looking at a transfer of development rights and upwards of maybe 15, 18 dwelling units per acre closer to city services, if that's the board's desire.
okay, quick question though on Burt Harris. I mean, would there be an issue with the people that are already in that receiving area then having their opportunities diluted?
Yeah, we would have to look at that.
Yeah, because that could be a problem. Because they, right now, they've got a little corner on the market there where they could sell their 1 unit, 20 acres by picking up some TDRs. You take that and you dilute it. Now they're losing something. I mean, it may not happen in the next 5 years, but it could happen in the next 10, 15 years. Or it may happen tomorrow, for all we know. There could be, he mentioned contracts. There could be contracts. We could be.
We have the ultimate say on whether they go or not, though.
Well,
There's 5 of us that have that opportunity to say no. Or yes.
I'm all for yes. Now's the time with the comp plan. You know, we've talked about this for years for me. So I would be all for that. But don't focus just on the density. There's some other intensity trade-offs that you can do as well.
We can discuss creative options, maybe to include some commercial.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
If that's the board's direction, then we will take that as an order.
Yeah, let's prevent urban sprawl and keep everything that's urbanized in the urban areas.
Right.
We will have a conversation with the consultant.
And just to be clear, that was the entire reason I wanted to bring this up today, to prevent urban sprawl and to protect those areas out there. Catherine DeYoung filed a card.
Sorry, I don't need to speak.
Okay.
I live in the receiving area, and I know 5.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I didn't understand it was not open for public.
Well, no, you can come up to, but you would have to come to the microphone, is why I said you either have to, if you're going to talk, you have to do it at the microphone.
Well, I just live in that sending receiving area, and I support you, Leslie. I believe you're right on this, and I think there should be some way that groups can come together to try to find a way to come up with the funding. I pay a lot of taxes, and I support tax money being used to purchase these TDRs. So, thank you, and I appreciate the, bringing this forward.
And you were here, with Mr. Hamrick. Did you want to say something before? Yes.
Just briefly, my name's Jackie Fulford, and I'm sorry I don't know how to pronounce your last name, but one of the points that you were making that I think has failed on the ears of your fellow commissioners is that there's a prior lawsuit already and an order and a settlement agreement, and to simply say they won't be accepted is not acceptable. You're required to, and to go back and just simply enforce a prior court order is a heck of a lot quicker and easier than having a brand-new lawsuit, which wouldn't be required, because although these folks were not here before, with all due respect, you can't simply say no. That, the law's already been ruled on. So
And I will say that that's not lost on me. That's why I would say look at expanding the receiving area for that, so.
Yeah, and when you even have these discussions, like we've talked about doing TDRs or different things, good faith matters. And when you're government, people already have bad opinions of government and government taking things away from people and not doing the right thing by people. And that's why I think it does matter what somebody did 20 years ago on this board. It may not be us, we didn't make those decisions, but I think that as a sitting board, you have to acknowledge and honor things and decisions that were made in the past and not just wash your hands of them and say, well, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. I can screw somebody now because I didn't do that back then. I think you have to exercise good faith. And that's all I was trying to make the point that I think we have an obligation to look back in time, see what was intended, what was the purpose, what was the intent. And now sitting in these chairs at this point, we should honor those things. Otherwise, it just adds to one more reason why people don't trust government. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. All right. Speaking of government and government involvement in difficult situations, tab 21. Glenn is here to talk about the Chisholm Trail RV Park and Campground and the situation that is going on there.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. Today, the purpose of this meeting is to request board direction regarding the county's next steps of course of action to address ongoing code violations and deteriorating conditions at the Chisholm Trail RV Park and Campground. I'll go over some background. I'll do over a site plan, existing conditions, and show you that with a video. Provide you a health department status and code enforcement history, and possible some options. So Chisholm Trail RV Park and Campground is located at 45626 State Road 19 in Altoona, just at the edge of the Ocala National Forest. It is operated under conditional use permits since its approval by the Board of County Commissioners back in 1971. The property is owned by Gardy Vesti since April of 2021 through Chisholm Trail Real Estate LLC, which was administratively dissolved by the state of Florida in 2022. Over the past several years, the property has experienced significant deterioration, resulting in ongoing code enforcement action, declining site conditions. Despite these challenges, the park remains occupied by residents, presenting both a public health and safety concern. So on this slide, what you'll see is the original 1971 site plan. For illustration purposes only, I've created what we would consider today's conceptual plan, just so that you could see the difference. All right. And here I'll just play you a video. If the IT can, there you go.
All right, everybody watching. Really.
So this is from the beginning of the park, and I'll go down each of the roads to illustrate just the conditions of the current as they stand today.
Is there power to these structures?
Yes, these units are currently occupied.
Well and septic, or?
Yes, and I'll go over further on health department status.
And some of those structures you saw earlier, like old RVs and stuff, if you go there at night, you'll see lights on in them. I don't know if it's flashlights, what it is, but people are in there.
Tragic situation.
This is just under a 5-acre parcel of land.
Somebody's living in almost every one of these locations, or these trailers, or these different structures.
This is the area where the site plan indicates that it's supposed to be the septic system and drain field. And so on July 9th, the Health Department did provide a status of their inspection of the property. The facility was found to be unsatisfactory rating, requiring immediate corrective action. The inspector's report stated that multiple unsecured wastewater connections were discharging both black and gray water onto the ground, requiring immediate corrective action. The internal roads were found to impede 911 emergency vehicle access, and the on-site septic system could not be inspected due to the excessive vegetation. They found excessive garbage, abandoned furniture, and rodent harboring conditions throughout the campground. The campground is also operating with an expired permit, and the owner was directed to apply for a valid septic permit or operating permit from the DOH. And so for code enforcement history, the code case was initiated back in November 5th of 2024. Due to the lack of compliance, the case was presented to the special magistrate in April 2025, who ordered all junk, solid waste, and inoperable vehicles to be removed from the property within 14 days. Compliance was not achieved, and an order of fine was recorded back in December 8th of 2025. The property remains in violation. The code enforcement lien has accrued to over $43,000. And so today we present you with a couple of options to consider to move forward. It's the first option being the county-assisted cleanup. We would provide county roll-off containers, coordinate with solid waste. The owner would be responsible for the labor to collect the debris and provide 90 days of compliance agreement. Option 2, pursue injunctive relief, proceed through the court system, request a court order compliance. Court would have oversight, and if successful, it would provide the county with the authority to clean up the property and bring it into compliance through contractors. And another option would be foreclose on existing liens, the current liens exceeding the $43,000. Proceed through we would process that through the county attorney's office, which would be in-house counsel, and that may result in transfer of ownership. That concludes our options. And I will answer any questions you have at this time.
Are the liens, are the fines still accruing?
Correct.
Okay.
They will continue to accrue until the property is brought into complete compliance with the order of enforcement. Here in the last slide, we do have a couple of costs, just as an estimate. None of this has been concreted down as to exact pricing, but if the county-assisted cleanup would be estimated between $10,000 and $18,000 for roll-offs and assistance. The injunctive relief would possibly, with cost of cleanup and debris removal, could be there's around 50 or exceed that, or the foreclosure, which would be within our existing, going through the county attorney's office for that process, within our existing budget.
Do we have anyone associated with the property here?
The owner, I believe, is present.
Artie's there.
All right, well, I'll let you guys kick it off. I mean, I'm just going on a hunch here. Like, my first impression is it's of such a bad condition, I believe we should move for immediate foreclosure and then try to fix the property and assist families who are there in whatever way we can. That's my
Your
initial.
gut feeling is my gut feeling too, because my thought is, I don't want to displace people. We know we have a housing need, we have
Maria might be able to help.
well, yes, and and that's where you've got to start somewhere.
Right.
And that's the whole idea of, like, if you move forward with foreclosure, you try to get the property, you could go out there, take all the cruddy stuff off, you could, through Maria and her programs, HUD programs or state programs, may be able to get CHIP funding. You could put new units there, you could still continue to have affordable housing there, but it wouldn't be housing that is in a slum condition, that's unhealthy, that's unsafe, that's honestly, I've been out there, it's despicable. It's truly despicable. And I've been out there before at night on ride-alongs, just to see what's happening at night, and it's just, it's worse. So it's just a travesty.
Yeah, and I'm of the same mindset. I'm looking at that, that's terrible. It's a public safety, immediate public safety concern, health and welfare, potential crime. Potential or crime that's happening as well. So I think we have to do something now. And this is going to be, I think this is going to, this will be, we need to go through this, but I'm seeing this in other places too around the county as well. So we got to do this one, but take care of it as quickly as possible. And, maybe is it going to include the cleanup too? We'd go through the foreclosure process, but then start cleaning up as well?
It depends on the outcome of the case, and then if you were to have the property, then you would clean it up, and then you would try to move forward with either, doing an RFP to see whether somebody would want to come in and, do new housing there, or would you do it through, there's a variety of ways that you could take it from there.
I've got a couple of questions. On option one, the estimated cleanup is 10 to 18,000, and that's county assisted. Is that with roll-offs, and is that including our equipment or no?
I'll let David Salinas from Solid Waste.
Because yeah, okay.
Seems like it'd be a lot.
For the record, David Salinas, Director of Solid Waste. The estimates were provided on grapple trucks over a 10-week period. This would be the bare minimum. The most efficient bare minimum case was $10,000 over a 10-week period. Using roll-offs would not be recommended, only because we don't know what would be put in those. Then we would be held liable at the disposal sites. Grapple would definitely be better, but I do think it would, without knowing the exact tonnages, it would probably more likely be more closer to $20,000 to $40,000 based on the materials that are there.
Well, I'm trying to figure out the difference between option one and option two, because option two is injunction relief of $50,000. So what's the difference between the two options?
Okay.
And so the injunctive relief would, normally what we would do is we get a court order that would allow us to now put out an RFQ to go ahead and bring the property into compliance with the order of enforcement, which would be the cost of possibly collecting all of the debris. And that's where the $50,000 estimate, but that could be plus or minus.
And just to add to that, on the injunctive relief, if what we would seek is an injunction ordering the property owner to clean it up. If they refuse to clean it up, then we would ask to go in and do it, and we would get a judgment in that amount. The problem's going to be, how do you collect that judgment, and how do you keep that property in compliance? We've had injunctions in other scenarios with properties that were nowhere near this level. And the minute we clean it up, within a matter of weeks, it's junked up again. So injunctions are not always effective.
Well, I'm just kind of wondering, is this the case the guy doesn't care, or is this the case he doesn't know how?
Yeah, Mr. Vesti, the owner, is present.
All right, you want to, before they
Marty, do you
decide
wanna-
to foreclose on your property, you want to come up and defend yourself?
I first bought the property 5 years ago. To begin with, the property needed a lot of work. Okay, the first year, we did a lot of cleanup. And throughout the time, since the county stopped taking a lot of the mattresses, folks from elsewhere start bringing their waste to the park. 90% of the mattresses, the junk, come from another park. A lot of the tenants, it's very difficult to evict some of the tenants with junks. I've tried myself for eviction. The court make it impossible. Even if, as long as they pay the rent, it's not easy to evict them. I'm there every day. I'm not an absentee owner. I'm there every day. So if you guys would allow me at least 90 days to get this property back where it should be, I think with some assistance from the county, I think we could get it back to where it should be.
So I'm just kind of wondering that some assistance from the county, it would just be added to, we're just going to add it to what you owe us anyway, because I'm not going to put on the taxpayer's dime something that is your responsibility. So could we just add that to the fine process thing?
Under option one, we would do a compliance agreement, and yes, we could add that he would have to reimburse the costs.
Question.
You willing to do that?
Well, like I mentioned, majority of the mattresses, since the county stopped taking mattresses, are brought to the park. Okay?
That's no concern.
I understand that. But
There are ways to get rid of mattresses, trust me.
Well, and it looked like you had a lot of RVs out there that were in disrepair and
yeah, some of the RVs are from tenants that moved out or deceased and just leave the RVs in the park.
What about inoperable vehicles in addition to the RVs? I mean, there's like stuff that doesn't operate, that just,
Yeah, that I have to get.
So you're going to dig yourself into a hole here, right?
No.
So I'm asking you a question here. If the county decides to assist, are you willing to go, what was that, Melanie?
It would be a compliance agreement.
Are you willing to sign a compliance agreement that says you're going to pay that money back?
Yes.
My question is, I got a couple questions. You bought it 5 years ago?
5 years ago, yes.
How much was it, roughly? Roughly?
About 520.
520. And then how much did you put into it?
Over the years, give and take, over 200,000.
Okay. For me, my position remains the same, because for me, there's just sort of a hard to define threshold of the position a property can get in before I'm no longer interested in remedies or partnerships. So I think it's past that condition. If it was a more minor, bad condition, I would be looking at the situation differently. And then my final question would be, it says that it was owned by the LLC, but the LLC is dissolved. Is that LLC still dissolved?
I have other partners on that LLC.
How many?
It's not just me. We're at odds. So it's dissolved, but we could get it back into.
Okay, but that would be the other legal issue. Again, I've already made my vote certain, but in terms of the LLC being multiple partners out of compliance for 4 years, not functioning, probably not paying, taxes or whatever, or at least fees to the state, to Sunbiz, I just think it makes more of a legal hassle dealing with it, so I'm for foreclosure.
has anybody talked about like the cost of bringing the septic system up to what it would need to be safe and sanitary?
That's a lot of money.
I know, because we're talking about these numbers, but you can't have people living in a place where the septic system is failing. It smells like sewage. When I was out there, that's what I smelled. To me, it smelled like sewage. I mean, the idea that people are having to live in these conditions, and I feel like we're not factoring in, you know, what it really would cost to bring the property up to compliance,
According to,
make it habitable.
and according to the Department of Health, they couldn't even inspect the system based on the overgrowth that was around that field, in addition to multiple units that were spilling not only black water and gray water. So there's septic issues for sure, per their inspection.
Yeah, I mean, I understand you bought it as an investment, but just way over your head, I guess, with the maintenance and taking care of it. I mean, it's turned into a health issue. The sewage is running off all over the place, right?
Per their inspection, yes. So there is a representative from the Department of Health that might be able to answer some of those septic issues.
Okay.
I just thought you were here to watch the meeting.
Kathy Adrid from Department of Health, Lake County. As they was said, we cannot see the inspection. We cannot get to the septic to inspect it, to really give you the answers that you're looking for. We're in the process of issuing an abatement notice, which they will have 7 days to clear it for us to be able to go out and inspect it and possibly give you a more detailed answer to that question.
Move for close.
I'll second that if you need some discussion.
I think we've discussed it a lot. I just don't think that we as.
So I don't think it's right that we take $48,000, man, spent $520-something thousand. It's probably the first time he's heard the foreclosure option. Maybe we go to option one, help him out, give him a chance, give him 90 days, see what the septic shows, rather than just laying the hammer down on him and foreclosing on his property.
And I think the special master gave him that opportunity, and I think that it was really clear.
I wasn't there, I don't have it in front of me. I
Well,
can't answer that.
the way that the due process works at special master hearings is that you're given all of this information. You're given notices of what can happen, what will happen if the fines accrue and they're not paid. All of that is available to a property owner. The fact that you're going out to a site, the owner says that he's out there all the time, right? So he knows exactly what it looks like, what it smells like. He knows about the rodents. He knows the conditions that people are living in. So I just feel like when you go through code enforcement and you know how bad it is and you were given an opportunity to cure it and you chose not to cure it then why would you believe them to cure it now? And
Because I have faith in people and maybe give them one more chance.
He's had a bunch of chances. He went through special master.
what about the people that live there? What about their chance? Their chance to have kids live in a decent place. Those kids that live out there, they go to our schools. And from what I understand, there have been people that have lived in tents out there just because they have nowhere else to go, and they use whatever bathroom facilities there are out there. It's just not something that we should find acceptable.
I just want to also make a point. Option one with the county assistance, that would not include the inoperable vehicles. That would just be a lot of the debris removal. So that would be an additional cost to remove all the inoperable vehicles because they're all individually ownership, and those owners need to be determined to remove those inoperable vehicles as well.
And plus, as you alluded to, the hazardous waste requires
possible
special
batteries.
disposal, asbestos, mold, all that has greatly increased costs for disposal, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Batteries, you'll probably find a lot of batteries there. Gasoline, which requires to dig up the soil and take it away, and, yeah.
Before we take the vote, I did have a card from Joe Riley. Joe, if you want to talk to the group.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
My name is Joseph Riley. I have property out here right next to this place. The property I bought, we had an allotment of $124,000. Because of the septic system coming out into my property, I've had to redo my pad multiple times. I've had people from this park who have ended up in vehicles of mine asleep that we've had to roll our Leos out there on to take care of them. I've had, right now, I'm up to $612,000 on this property. And I've had nothing from that man over there. He's promised to come talk to me, promised to make things right. I've got nothing. The fact that we're thinking about giving him another chance, it's crap. We don't do that. We have to take a stand somewhere, and continue letting people like that right there just scam their way through things. It's not right. You know, I teamed up, I own the Village Helper. And what we do is we go out and we help people who are less fortunate, because that's what we do. We believe in that. I've made my money a long time ago. I brought a friend of mine today, Sean Osteen, who owns Osteen's Load and Go, who's also got a shredder. These mattresses that Gordy has doesn't have to go to the landfill. We could shred them up and get them to a place where they can be put in a kiln and used as fuel. You know, and I believe he has a proposal right there from us of us doing that. But the fact that Gordy is sitting here saying that he's gonna do these things, I believe that my commissioners here, two of them at least, have messages from where Gordy had promised me in 2024 that he was gonna take care of the septic that goes under my yard, and he has not. So every time it rained, including yesterday, there was septic coming all the way up. Now, my pad has been replaced 3 times. My home has been set twice. I'm tired of dealing with this. And the fact that we're thinking about giving him another shot, he's a liar. He is exactly what he is, a scammer, a liar, somebody who's unreliable. He says he's there.
This is the second time I actually met Joe. This is the second time.
No, this is actually the 4th time he does it. You can see the messages in my
The second
phone.
time I met Joe. Joe moved there 3 years ago. The minute he moved in the area, he's been an issue. He's been a problem. He approached me about purchasing the park. That's what it's all about. He approached me about purchasing the park, and I told him, it's not my park. I have a partner. Ever since then, he's been a thorn on my side. So him calling me a liar is far from the truth. Joe ride his truck. He destroyed my road with his trailer on a daily basis. And he's coming here because he has favors, he has friends here. I don't have any friends in court, but he does. But he's allowed to call me a liar.
So, Gardy, I want to, honor everybody's due process and so forth, and Joe, appreciate you coming and giving your perspective, but I think that we've got enough information for us to decide what we think is the right thing to do in light of all of the information. So we do have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll start working on that, and hopefully better days are going to come for the folks that rely on that area for their home. Okay, we're going to move along as we go back to our ordinances. We're going to pick back up and hand this over to Mike Fitzgerald.
What tab are we at?
We're going back in time now
Oh, no.
to 15.
I'm only operating on 3 hours of sleep.
Me too, if you can't tell.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Office of Planning and Zoning Director. This is an ordinance related to certified recovery residences. The state of Florida adopted Senate Bill 954, requiring local governments to adopt an ordinance providing the procedures for the review and approval of certified recovery residences. Florida statutes defines a certified recovery residence to mean a recovery residence that holds a valid certificate of compliance and is actively managed by a certified recovery residence administrator and includes 4 levels of residences based on the length of stay and scope of services provided. The proposed ordinance will create Section 30300 entitled Certified Recovery Residences. It will amend Chapter 2 definitions, and will amend the scheduled and permitted uses, showing where certified residences are permitted and where they are conditional use permits. It also provides for Section 3.03.02, establishing a process for requesting reasonable accommodations from land use regulations that may prohibit establishment in a particular zoning district. So what that reasonable accommodation means is that a request by a disabled person for a certified recovery residence must be accepted and reviewed by Lake County staff. The applicant has to demonstrate their eligibility, and we have to make proper accommodations for that individual. We require a final written determination for it. We approve the request in whole or in part. We can deny the request, and there is an appeal process for the Board of County Commissioners to review. With that said, I'll turn it back over to the board for review and discussion.
And Madam Chairman, if I can read the title into the record. This will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, creating Section 30300 Lake County Code, Land Development Regulations to be entitled Certified Recovery Residences, amending Section 30103 Lake County Code, Land Development Regulations to include certified recovery residences as a permitted or conditional use in specified zoning districts, amending Chapter 2 Lake County Code, Land Development Regulations entitled Definitions, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading. It still needs to come back to you, but we also have an error that we found in Section 30302E, which I left a paper on your desk to show you that error. But there is language in here that says that the granting of an accommodation does not create a property interest, and it should say, and shall not result in a compensable taking. So the word not was inadvertently left out. So I would ask you to approve this today to move it forward to the second and final hearing, including that change on the errata sheet.
All right. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone wish to speak about this ordinance? Anyone online? Yes? Is there?
Barbara Morris, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Barbara Morris. I hate to hijack this one. My hand was raised for the last two and was never called on. That's all I wanted to state. Thank you.
All right. We got to come up with a better way of having some sort of signal from the booth, you know, like a piece of paper or something that shows up that, a light or something, because I can't, even when I ask, it's hard to even see whether it's a thumbs up, thumbs down, or a, so.
Like a green light when you
Yes.
have somebody online.
We'll work on something to notify the chair.
Okay. All right, on this particular ordinance, we'll bring it back to the board with those changes. Do we have a motion?
Motion to move forward.
Second.
Do you do that reluctantly?
No,
Okay,
I'm good.
all right, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Then moving on to tab 16 with regard to rural conservation subdivision design.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Rural Conservation Subdivision Design. The Lake County Comprehensive Plan contains policies that allow development to be in the form of rural conservation subdivisions and requires the adoption of design criteria and guidelines for the development of those subdivisions in the Rural Future Land Use Series, the Wekiva River Protection Area, Wekiva Study Area, and the Green Swamp. On January 24th, 2023, the Board adopted Ordinance 2023-09, which created the Rural Conservation Subdivision Design Standards. Since then, it has been determined that adjustments to the regulations governing the subdivision standards are needed. The proposed ordinance was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board, and they unanimously recommended approval. I believe the board has received a color-coded ordinance illustrating some changes that have been made to the ordinance as time has gone by. I appreciate the county attorney reminding me to read the ordinance title block into the record. This is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, amending Chapter 17, Lake County Code, Appendix E, Land Development Regulations entitled Rural Conservation Subdivision Design Standards, clarifying certain provisions and requirements, refining the approval process, providing for severability, providing for the inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Madam Chairman, if you approve this today, it'll become ordinance 2026-28.
And we're getting rid of one?
Not for an amendment.
So some highlights of the changes. The proposed regulation highlights protection of historic and archaeological sites, including cemeteries, prime farmland, wildlife habitat, buffers for wetlands and water bodies, preservation of scenic view sheds, mapping of feature analysis, and protection of those areas by a binding legal instrument. Additional highlights for the conceptual plan: we revised the timing of the public information meeting that is required, the timing of the on-site meeting with county staff, the management plan for open space and preservation. All conceptual sketch plans will now come before the Board of County Commissioners for review, and the conceptual sketch plan will be approved by a resolution.
All right. So we have, I have a speaker card. Jane, that was the only speaker card. If you want to come forward and present your comments.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for all of your hard work. It's a mighty long meeting, but thank you all. My name is Jane Hepting. I live at 206 Magnolia Circle, Eustis. I've lived in Lake County for over 20 years, and I love our lakes and woodlands and wetlands. They bring so much value to our county. My concern with the Rural Conservation Subdivision Design Standards have to do with the optional density bonuses. The design standards state in 17.0101 that the density calculation for these subdivisions shall be set forth in the comprehensive plan based upon the assigned future land use category. Well, that sounds pretty good, but then it goes on in section 17.05 to provide 3 ways of increasing the density levels. Now, because these design standards apply to areas that we need to protect, you know, the Green Swamp, the Wekiva River Protection Area, and then all our rural protection areas, we have to be so careful because these areas are vital for aquifer recharge, flood control, cooling, and biodiversity. We all know that the earth is warming, and we must limit how much we are replacing our forest farms and wetlands with concrete. With storms becoming more severe and causing more flooding, we must preserve our open space. The comp plan states an intent to direct development away from rural areas. I applaud that statement, but allowing density bonuses would go against that intent. We must be good stewards of our natural resources because once they are gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online? Yes.
Barbara Morris, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
Barbara Morris, District 4. My concern with these conservation areas that's created, I agree with the idea of this, but I recently watched this board arbitrarily give back a conservation area that was granted on a project. There doesn't seem to be any criteria in this that prevents a subdivision from going in, gets the extra density, condenses it to a certain area, and either you or a future board coming in and saying, okay, that conservation area that's supposed to be in perpetuity, we're just going to eliminate it and let them come and say, look, what you approved is already this density, so let's do density on this conservation area too. I would suggest that maybe when you approve something that restricts a conservation area, that there is a limit on this board being able to just give that back away. Maybe all 5 commissioners have to agree to it if it comes before them. Or maybe somebody has some other restrictive ideas to prevent you or someone in the future from coming in and just wiping out what was given. We really need to limit increased densities. We can't have moratoriums, and we know we have a water problem. We know we have a road problem. So we really need to be very careful on increasing densities and handing out waivers. But my biggest concern is the future of these conserved areas. That there's nothing for, I could do it and come in front of you, the board, 15 years from now, and all of a sudden the conservation area is released. So I'm asking for a protection to prevent that from happening in the future, because I did watch you do it on a piece of property with a stand of hammocks, and it really upset me. So I hope you address that. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay. All right, bringing it back to the board for discussion.
Yeah, so I've spent a lot of time, I think, with staff and Melanie in particular on this, and I think it's really important. I had looked at maybe actually making this the zoning, the actual subdivision code for certain land use categories, really specifically zoning, which I'm not going to do that now. That's, I think, the next step. But I think the idea of this is, according to staff, that this is like a next step, perhaps, to getting some of our concerns addressed. Is that correct with it? And I understand the density bonus, but the density bonus, it just says it's discretionary. I wanted, this, but I wanted more criteria on that. Like, if you do it, you can't, it's a reduction of total allocation in units that countywide, so that it's truly a transfer. You're not increasing. You're not getting a 10% increase on top of what countywide we have for total number of units from the land use category, from all land use categories. It's not in here right now, as I understand it, that language, but that could happen next.
PR is not in this.
Yeah, but okay, all right. You're just, your phrase, it's sort of a catch-all is this 1705 that was mentioned, one on page 18, right?
Page 16, I believe.
16 and 17.
1705 is on page 17 at the bottom and on
Right.
page 18.
All right, okay. And I'm okay, but as long as we move with I'm under the understanding that we're going to continue to change the code. We're going to go through a big code change anyway, countywide. But
We will. We may not touch the rural conservation subdivision, as we have been so focused on this section. If there are additional changes going forward, we can certainly entertain that, during the course of workshops.
it's good for me today, but again, and Melanie knows this, but I had, like, my mindset is making it required for certain zoning categories, just regardless. This is,
So yes, we did talk about that, Commissioner Parks and I. The request today is for this to be approved because we have a lot of things that we need to clean up and clarify, and then I can work on a subsequent ordinance, and that could be brought back to the board for consideration at a later date.
Yeah, I don't like the density bonuses, but I very well take care of that at a later date.
Why can't we just take the density bonuses out?
You could approve this today, removing that section, deleting it. I will tell you, it is currently in the comp plan, but as long as you don't go more, then you could take it out of the LDR, and then we could process a quick amendment to take it out of the comp plan or do it as part of the update.
It just seems like if that's such a point of contention, and if the idea is actually to do, a more improved version, then we shouldn't rush it. We should just pull it out, no density bonuses. If somebody wants to bring it up later, and that's one thing I personally am not in favor of it, period.
But until, just realize though, and I know it's a sensitive subject, but just realize there's, right now, this is an optional code. So there's no incentive for anybody to do this. But if we made it mandatory in certain zoning categories, then they would have to follow it. And you would get what you want. But
Well,
right
yeah, I
now-
mean, I think a lot of those principles are things that should be included in any kind of a zoning or a development application.
Yeah, it's just, that was the whole, one of the big incentives for, when we wrote all this a couple years ago, was an incentive put in there.
The density bonus was an incentive as part of Randall Arendt's rural conservation subdivision plan.
Yeah.
But yes, right now, this is optional. Nobody has to use this process.
And that's the thing, I mean, I understand it, and there's a few people here, a few people will pay attention to that nuance. Otherwise, they're gonna say, oh, density bonus, that's a terrible thing. Well, it's not a terrible thing if you're getting this better code out of it, but until we change if we made the code mandatory without the density bonus, then you've got truly a good deal for that to prevent.
I guess I'm just I wasn't happy with the way the only one of these turned out that came through previously.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's hard for me. I could see where if a city had these, that could make sense, and that could be a way to, you maybe have areas around the perimeter of a municipality that are like transitional, and you use this as a way to do an enhanced conservation design. But I'm just skeptical that this is going to really have the effect that you want it to have in the unincorporated area. And the only one that we've done so far, again, I didn't like the outcome.
One thought that we had was, when we were talking about this, was to make it, to say that we would have, if you were going to get a density bonus, it would have to remove density from somewhere else. That's not in here right now.
So Commissioner Parks, yes, you and I did talk about that, and I did send you some draft language. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that. I can certainly pull that up on the screen if it's something you want to consider today, or bring back again with any type of future changes.
You want to push this out 30 days?
Sure. Yeah.
You could add TDR purchase.
Well, that's okay, we can do both of them.
No, I'm just saying that you could do a density increase with the TDR purchase.
I think that's something the board, staff requests direction from the board if that should be included in the ordinance.
I mean, if you want to pull the language up now, that's fine, but if not, we can wait 30 days. I'm just as good doing that.
Better with 30 days.
Okay. Then maybe what you do is you take this, and then you have the little insert that and that becomes a different color. That would be like whatever color.
Yeah, I think purple might be next on the list.
Okay, so use purple, and then everybody here will get to see what I was talking about.
And so if you want to table this, 30 days would put you probably August 25th.
Okay, all right.
That'll
I'll
give
make
you-
that motion.
Yeah, that'll give you time.
Yeah. Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion on that, to table for 30 days.
Do a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you for everybody that has been participating in this and providing input. And thank you, Jane, for coming today and providing your input as well. And appreciate comments from the public. Moving along then to
Next
tab
item,
17.
there is no presentation for this. This is the subdivisions tab. On June 20th, 2025, Governor DeSantis signed into law Senate Bill 784 that required that plat and replat submittals be administratively approved with no further action by the governing body of the county or municipality. To comply with this requirement, we would amend Section 140700 of the Lake County Code entitled Subdivisions. And
So let me jump in, since we're running short on time and everybody's running short on patience. This will be an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Florida, amending Section 1407 Lake County Code, Appendix Z, Land Development Regulations entitled Subdivisions, providing for administrative plat approvals in accordance with Section 177071 Florida statutes, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for filing with Department of State, and providing for an effective date. If you choose to approve this today, it'll become ordinance 2026-28.
Move for approval.
It's public hearing. Public hearing.
Okay.
We're opening it up. Do we have anyone online? It doesn't look like it. Okay, all right. We have no cards on this.
You have someone online. Barbara Morris, please unmute your line and state your name for the record.
What would be cool is if we have someone online, they just flash the lights in there.
Barbara Morris, District 4. A request. This county used to have a portal to where the public could follow the filings of these subdivisions, PUDs, developments, so that we knew what was going on. And with this new law and administrative actions being taken, staff makes mistakes sometimes. And people in the public sometimes catches those mistakes and brings it to their attention. I've done it myself. I would request that somehow you reinstate a public portal like you used to have, so that the public can see the steps, these plats being filed, the replats, the approvals that's being made, so that we can watch, and if we see a mistake, can bring it to staff's approval. That's my request. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, bringing it back to the board.
Motion.
There was a motion, and did you second?
I made the motion.
You made the motion, and,
Commissioner Sabatini second.
okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are in compliance. Tab 18, this is Jennifer and Jamie Stewart on estimated fiscal impacts resulting from recent legislative action.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. A couple of months ago, the board asked what Lake County's potential fiscal impact would be from the property tax amendment if it was approved by voters. At that time, I did advise the board that since there were no bills filed at that point and approved by both the House and the Senate, it would be difficult to estimate the potential fiscal impact for the county. In June, there was a special session held, and the Florida legislature did pass House Joint Resolution 1F, and that is sending a proposed constitutional amendment to the November 2026 general election ballot. The property tax amendment is titled Save Our Homes from Excessive Property Taxes, and would amend, if approved by the voters, would amend the Florida Constitution to raise the homestead exemption from $50,000 to $150,000 effective on January 1st, 2027, then to $250,000 effective on January 1st, 2028. The increased homestead exemption is applicable to all tax levies with the exception of the school district's tax levy. The $150,000 exemption would impact the fiscal year 2028 budget, and then the full $250,000 exemption would be in place for fiscal year 2029. The amendment would also cut the annual assessment cap for non-homesteaded property from 10% to 5%. If it is approved by the 60% of the voters, it would take effect in the 2027 tax year, so not this November, but the following November. While staff continues to evaluate the potential fiscal impact should the amendment be approved, we've already implemented several proactive measures to help position the county for the potential loss of revenue. These actions include an immediate hiring freeze for all vacant positions The only exception would be for positions that I approve. And we are currently reviewing all of our capital projects with ongoing operational costs after the project is completed to ensure that we're carefully managing our future financial obligations. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Office of Management and Budget Director, Jamie Stewart, to go through the potential fiscal impact.
Hi there, good afternoon. My name is Jamie Stewart, Office of Management and Budget Director. I do have the presentation as stated for the Amendment 3 budget impacts. We're going to go over some of our development goals, the history and overview, some recent budget impacts, and then the Amendment 3 estimated impacts. Currently, we do undergo an ongoing continuous process. We collaborate with all the departments for their budgets. This is not just within the budget season, but it is continuous and all year long. As you can see here, we do go over a detailed examination. We review for budget cuts, necessary transparency. We do budget workshops, strategy meetings, budget hearings. We do encourage, of course, the public to participate in everything that we do. And in addition to that, we explore grant opportunities that align with our plan projects, not just now, but in the future. We make sure that if in fact there is a grant that's coming available and there's a project planned upcoming, if it can be moved so that the grant can cover it. There's also identifying redundancies and utilizing existing revenues and fund balance. A brief history and overview. As you can see from here, these are our general fund major revenues, so how we receive money. We do have the x-axis, the ad valorem, which is at the bottom, which is the majority of how we receive our funds. In addition, we do have sales tax, the state shared revenue, which is in the green, which is quite small, but to the top. We have other revenues in addition to the CARES Act funding, which is, no longer in existence. The others are the charges for services, fines and forfeitures, intergovernmental revenues, interest, and miscellaneous revenues. We do have a small portion that comes from the state, and as you can see that towards the top in the green. For our expenditures, which is where the money exits the budget, you see the constitutional offices closest to the x-axis. As you can see, those funds that are expended for the constitutional offices, they do include the sheriff, property appraiser, the supervisor of elections, and the clerk of courts. As you can see, that budget has, over the years obviously risen, but in addition to that, the white portion, which is our regular county budgets and what, we keep the county running with, that also has increased, but in addition to that, we have CRA funding increases, hurricane costs, $18 million since 2022 there. For the CRA funding, the increases since 2010 was $3.7 million to the $17 million now. The county departments increased in their preliminary budget. This money does also include in the white the road fixes, along the lines of the gas tax. Whenever that is not increased, there are other opportunities to spend for those backlogged road projects, and oftentimes that does come out of our general fund. So some of those monies do get repurposed. This slide, does indicate our budget history as it pertains to the reserves as a percentage of the operating budget. The GFOA does recommend the 16.7, which is actually 2 months of your operating budget. But right now, Lake County is hovering around in between the 11 and 15%. So we're doing good there. We don't really spend a whole lot of our reserves. Jennifer, make sure of that. We have our recent budget impacts. Now, these impacts are not always something that we can, or definitely something we cannot avoid. We have to participate in the state mandated minimum wages, and we also have to participate in the FRS increases. Those increases have incrementally raised the state's employer required contribution, so we don't have any say in that. The next thing that also is increased over the years, as you can see, is the risk insurance. The Florida risk liability insurance rates are increasing primarily due to the claim frequency, excessive litigation, and the reinsurance costs. The state's large, dense population does lead to more accidents and lawsuits, while expensive catastrophic weather further amplifies our overall risks. We do have health insurance costs. As I'm sure you're aware, they have also increased over the years. For every full-time position, the office or department is charged with the employer rate for the cost of the health insurance plan. In fiscal year 2027, the budgetary request is $834, which is an increase of 15%, as you can see there. The employer portion of healthcare claims, the Board of County Commissioners is self-insured, so it does allow us to avoid paying insurance company markups, giving us more control over claim resolutions and plan designs. So even though we are self-insured, it does increase over the years. In addition to that, our resurfacing costs per mile, in addition to the inmate medical, since COVID, as you can see, the resurfacing costs skyrocketed, but as of late, there was a slight dip, but it's already starting to increase again due to the fuel costs. Our inmate medical portion to the right there is the taxpayers do contribute other for the incarcerated individuals for major medical events, emergency room visits, and hospitalizations, and that does come from the taxpayers, as you can see in the right. For the recent budgetary impacts, as far as, I'm sure you guys have heard this before, but just to reiterate it again, the cost per ambulance with the related equipment and in addition, the fire engine and pumper costs have annually gone up. Lastly, this is fiscal year 2025 costs for, revenues by source. The county budget process has has the maximum control over the general fund revenues, allowing for, you guys to have your allocate every dollar based entirely on our local priorities. So unlike other, pots of money in the county budget, they're mostly derived from the local property taxes and sales tax. The general fund expenditures, as you can see here, the largest portion is the constitutional offices. As again, I'll mention the clerk of courts, supervisor of elections, property appraiser, and the sheriff's office. And then as you can see, we have other expenditures, the county departments that are there in blue, the CRA payments, medical examiner, hurricane. This is just a slide that indicates the different fund departments that are located within the general fund. So they do their general fund, but they're fully funded or receive a transfer from those revenues. And lastly, this is the potential Amendment 3 budget impacts as it relates to Lake County.
So as you can see, this is what we are basing the fiscal impact, starting with the first year, if approved, at $150,000 homestead exemption for the general fund, which is the fund that we use for most of our expenses related to general county services, would be reduced by $47 million in year one, and then an additional $30 million in year two, for a cumulative total of $77 million decrease. The ambulance MSTU, now this fund only funds transport services for fire rescue, so it's just for the ambulances and the costs associated with providing that service. Year one is a $4.3 million decrease, and then at the end of year two, it's a cumulative $7.1 million decrease. We do have a stormwater roads and parks MSTU. That would go down in year one to by $2.1 million, $3.4 million, cumulative total at $250,000 homestead exemption. The fire MSTU would go down by cumulative total by year two to almost $3.7 million. We do have a Wellness Way MSTU that would be affected. That would go down about $47,000 by year two. The Lake County Water Authority has its own millage to fund its operation for water quality projects. That by year two would go down approximately to $4.5 million. And then we do have the public lands voted debt, even though it is approved by the voters of Lake County, and they most recently approved the public lands acquisition program using a millage and a capital loan not, or bond not to exceed $50 million. That property value would be affected as well, and that would go down approximately $616,000 by year 2. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Did you calculate the non-homesteaded increase that we would get in 27 and 28 in these calculations?
So this does not include an increase of projected value. The property appraiser did provide us a revised property value estimate based on the reduction of the cap from 10% for non-homesteaded properties down to 5%, and then just using today's values and applying the new homestead exemption. So this does not account for any increase in property value.
Okay.
Or new construction.
What percentages are we talking about? Total budget reduction?
So, do you have those percentages?
No.
I mean, I
We
hear
can pull
different
those up.
things, like it's,
I think it's somewhere around 20 to 25%.
right.
I don't have the exact number.
Well, I think it'd be a good idea to have a list of what we are legislatively mandated to do for our county, so the public knows that our responsibilities are this,
We will do that.
okay?
Yeah, and I'll, if you want to, you can read the Florida Association of Counties Unfunded Mandates white paper that was recently approved and well-received. Good information. Knowledge. No, it's just simple knowledge. We're putting it out there for everybody.
Looking at this, though, if this passes and this is the reduction in funds, I don't see a possible way we're going to be able to fund Kirby's Board Shorts television series going forward. It's just too expensive.
He's paying for that now anyway.
Well, we know that costs millions of dollars. That's bloated waste right there.
Maybe you could auction something off in the process or something.
I mean, I mean, you're going to present us with a budget, but, I mean, the other side, the other argument is all the waste. What kind of waste? What are you looking at for, are we going to get into this, like cuts and things like that?
So we're still evaluating that at this point. What we will do is plan to come back with a plan of action, recommended options for you to consider in probably the January, February timeframe, once we know.
It's a 60% though, right? The constitutional amendment is 60%?
Yes,
Be
yes,
approved by
yes,
60%.
yes.
The governor's already said he's not supporting it, so.
So
What are we doing?
we're in our current budget year now for 27, right?
We're working on the budget for 27.
And if this thing passes, it'll be for 28. So we
Correct.
need to remind people that what we're doing now is for 27. 28 is going to be a different,
28 budget process will start in January.
after we understand where the
Correct.
voters voted.
Correct,
Because it could be completely different.
correct.
Okay.
Can you go to the pie graph again, the percentage?
For revenue or expenditure?
Expenditures.
Expenditures.
This one?
That's why I was asking about the percentage, because if this is a reduction of 22%, I mean, or it's only 20%, I mean, everything that we do is 23.28%, right?
That's
Lot-
correct.
And the constitutionals include the sheriff, right?
Correct.
Everything in the jail.
I remember when the constitutional slice was only half the pie. Now it's almost 66%.
Yeah, I'm thinking I like the pie chart better than the dollar bill.
It should be this pie chart, but with a bonsai tree on top, right, Corey?
Or some logo.
So you'll get into if we had to do fee-based stuff to replace.
So that's one of the things, so what we're looking at currently is, we're taking a look at all of our fees. We haven't substantially increased our fees for 20-plus years. We've made some revisions here and there. But we are taking a look at that. We're currently trying to procure the services of a consultant to assist us in evaluating our fee schedule. So that's one opportunity to recoup some additional revenue. It would be look at your user fees.
Yeah, because like planning and zoning, I would think, this could be of real interest. Because if you had to reduce staff, that's obviously going to keep time, extend time. But if you had fees and maybe you had somebody that was helping staff.
So that's one of the things that we're going to look at is planning and zoning. That's a good example, because even if this does pass, the workload does not decrease in that office specifically. So we would look for opportunities to streamline expenses, bring in contracted assistance, increase fees, or a combination of all of the above. The Planning and Zoning Department does charge fees for permitting services. However, it is not funded fully by user fees. It is subsidized heavily through the general fund.
Yeah, so an opportunity there might be that if the fees went up, obviously people don't like that, but if you're having non-biased, non-conflicted, truly neutral outside assistance, then you might be able to have them working alongside staff. It's a higher fee, but you wouldn't sacrifice the time.
Correct.
Okay,
That's just one of the things that we're taking a look at.
all right.
Anything else? Okay.
Good work, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yeah, thank you for the information. Very helpful. Okay, now, moving on to annexation report. Mike, did we do? We didn't do that. And then we can just roll right into landscape buffer stuff, right? Because that would be the next thing.
So this first item is an annexation notification we've received. They're both from the city of Leesburg. This is a proposed annexation of 9.97 acres. The location is east of County Road 44, north of Spring Court. Current Lake County zoning is rural residential R1 and medium residential R3. The proposed city zoning is City of Leesburg Planned Unit Development. Current Lake County FLU is urban low. Proposed city FLU is estate residential. Current Lake County density is that variety of one dwelling unit per acre, or 3 dwelling units per acre, 4 dwelling units per acre, depending on the development program. Proposed city density is 2.3 dwelling units per 1 acre. The city is proposing to use city utilities for this project, and they're proposing 23 single-family residences. And this, the chart on the screen shows a comparison, Lake County versus what is proposed in the municipality. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, so 4-1,
I believe
4-1.
should have some maps showing. This is the location of the property. As you can see, it's surrounded by the city of Leesburg.
Okay, and it was 4-1 on our map and
4-1 on there.
4-1 on theirs?
Right.
More open space
low
on theirs?
density. Yeah, their estate residential is 4 dwelling units per acre, but the development program is only proposed at 2.3 dwelling units.
It's less than they can get.
Looks like additional open space under the
An additional open
municipality as
space.
well.
Well, that's a move in the right direction.
Absolutely it is, yes.
Do we send them a thank you letter?
We should let Commissioner Morris draft that.
I'll call and thank them for that.
No, you need to put it in writing.
Just send them
They
a
might not remember,
thumbs up.
you know, how it goes. You got to put it in writing.
Okay, so moving on, the next item is additionally from Leesburg. It is 7.43 acres west of US Highway 27, south of the Florida Turnpike. Current county zoning is agriculture. Proposed city zoning is small planned unit development. Current county flu is urban low, proposed city flu is general commercial. And the purpose of the annexation is for city utilities, and the proposed development includes 15,200 square feet of commercial space right on the highway.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And that concludes the annexations.
All right, okay, moving then to landscape buffers.
Okay, on April 14th, 2026, the Board of County Commissioners considered public input of landscaping buffer width requirements, discussed the benefits and potential effects. The proposed ordinance will establish a minimum landscape buffer width with material requirements for properties along public roadways. Currently, the regulation is a Type A buffer along a county-maintained road. There's Type C along the state roads. So we have the option open to the board to decide which type of buffer they would like to place in this ordinance. These are the current regulations. Type A has a variety of choices, but we don't specify the width. So anybody who's installing a Type A, of course, they're going to lean more towards the 10-foot buffer width. In our current regulations, we do have other options, Type B and Type C, which are varying widths and varying amounts of landscape material. We have other options, landscape D and E. These are more robust and definitely a lot wider. They may have more of a business impact. These choices would have more of a business impact. Per the board's recommendation, these are just some notes that go along with the regulation. They just pertain to walls and diameter breast height on the trees. Per the board's request, we have some displays illustrating what the different buffers may look like, 20-foot, 15, 10, and 5, and then the differences in the trees and the canopy trees, the ornamental trees, and the shrubs. Unpacking that a little bit more, we look at it a little bit more closely. Type A at 10-foot would look like this with the 2 canopies and the 1 ornamental, or perhaps the choice for the board today would be increasing it to 15 feet, which would be 3 canopy trees, 2 ornamentals. 20-foot drops back to 2 canopy trees, 1 ornamental, but it's a lot wider buffer. Type C becomes more robust. It is 4 canopy trees and 3 ornamental trees and 2 rows of shrubs. Another example would be a 25-foot wide buffer, still Type C, 3 trees, 2 ornamentals, and 2 rows of shrubs.
Is the fence just to make it, I mean, is that in there? That's required? Is that this?
The fence, in this case, the fence is being shown just as a graphic.
As a graphic, but that changes the way the whole thing looks.
Made it a pretty picture.
The fence is.
I know.
We back up.
I want to see what it really looks like, which is, you get,
I'll put a caveat in there. These are AI-generated examples, and
well, I mean,
AI can
but
make
some
mistakes.
jurisdictions do require the fence. They do require the,
In our Type A landscaping buffer, if you're choosing a 5-foot residential zoning Type A buffer, you can go as little as 5 feet with a 6-foot high wall. And what that would look like is that example on the
the
bottom.
mountains. No, the one down here.
Yeah,
It would just be a wall.
it would
Okay.
just be a wall, no landscaping.
I want the
So-
one with the mountains.
I think it's just a wall. Yeah, oh,
Yes.
yes, I see it. Yes,
So in this case,
the mountains.
we're discussing what is the landscaping option that the board would like to see, instead of just saying a Type A 10-foot wide buffer with 2 trees and 1 ornamental. Do we like 15 feet? Do we like 20 feet? Do we like the 2 rows of shrubs? Do we like the 2 rows of shrubs at 25 feet wide? Keeping in mind that there is a cost impact to the development.
Yeah.
But if you go to Leesburg and, if you look at what they're requiring, theirs looks more something like this. They don't have the fence, like the opaque fence, but they require like a two-board, sort of small equestrian-style fence. They do that along the fronts of their projects and then along the boundaries. I've noticed that they incorporate that into all of their buffers.
So with that said,
It does make the buffer look better, just having that detail. You know, it's not opaque, but it is actually a nice,
if the board would like to create a new type of buffer, I believe we have buffer type F as a reserved buffer type in our LDR. We can say it must be so many feet, so much material, and must include an agricultural style.
we could each have our own, like our own name buffer, and say, I want the Kirby Smith buffer.
I want the D2 buffer, yeah. Now, if you go back to the pictures, so, I mean, it's definitely better, and so the question is, so we're doing this because we want green space along the roads, correct?
And to look more
Look more natural.
robust
Yeah.
compared to what you see now.
Yeah, so obviously, you probably know what I'm about to say. For the buffer areas, a natural along the road, I think it should be Florida native. I understand that they want nice stuff like crepe myrtles and flowering trees and stuff by the entryway. I don't have any problem with that. But if you're looking at a long area along the side of a road like this, you know, that would be more of the meandering, low-impact development buffer, a swale perhaps that's there, that's naturally vegetated. I mean, that's San Augustine grass. It's like a lot of fertilizers and stuff like that. But, that's just my preference, to your point of having your own individual preferences for buffers. But it would be more natural, and it would be Florida native species. I mean, because that's who we are, I think.
But would you do a fence so that when you're driving along a right-of-way, you're not looking into somebody's backyard?
I mean, if it was thick enough, you wouldn't need the
But
fence.
those Florida natives
Yeah.
you just described are not super thick.
Well, they can be once they grow, but I mean, if the fence is,
Sand pines aren't very big around.
What's that?
Say that again?
Sand pines, they're about that big around.
Sand pines,
After 50 years.
Yeah, about 25, 30 years.
yeah, I'll give you all kinds of, I'll show you good buffers if you want, native buffers. But so to your question about the fence, I mean, if that's part of it, yeah, put the fence in.
Commissioner, our regulations do encourage Florida native. They do have a requirement of 50% Florida native, not 100%.
I know.
If we
That's why I was-
lean towards that, it would be a text change to the landscape code.
Or you could put it in
For
buffer F.
simplicity's sake, for this ordinance, it's selecting just a new buffer from what we already have that would go from 10 feet and 2 canopy trees to possibly
And that's better.
15 feet and 2 rows of shrubs and 4 canopy trees.
And that's better, but for areas along the sides of a road, I'm not talking about like internal to a subdivision, but that's, I would rather go with the more natural, 100% native. I mean, we put in 100% native requirements on buffers around the subdivisions anyway, and a lot of PUDs.
If we go 100% native,
I don't like
it's going to
going
be an
100%
additional,
native.
that's going to be an additional text amendment to
Yeah, that's
the
fine.
code itself that would have to be included in this ordinance. I don't think the ordinance is drafted to accommodate that yet.
Okay.
Did the home builders weigh in on this?
We have not workshopped this item.
I'm just asking.
No, it's a very good question, and I wondered about that, because I figured if they had not yet, they will. But back to what I was pointing out about Leesburg, I mean, if you look at the municipal codes, you're going to see that we would more than likely be just making ours more consistent with theirs. And so I wouldn't expect them to be, you know, upset about it if we're being similar to what everyone else is doing. At least that would be a good argument to say they shouldn't be upset about it.
I think these are all good. I support all of them, but I like Sean's idea of doing
as much native, Florida native as we can. I know that some cities will do like 75, 80%, something like that, but as much Florida native as we can.
I favor drought intolerant plus Florida native. Drought
Yeah,
intolerant.
yeah.
Right, so that you've got some,
And I'm talking like real native, like bonsai trees, like Kirby likes, like 100% native.
You could also show some preferred samples of, as well. You call it preferred buffers that are 100% native, and you put those, you reference those in the code when we get to that point.
and then you could give a density bonus. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, just to go back to the home builders, the original version of this ordinance was sent to the home builders on May 27th, and we didn't receive any comments from them. Once you decide on how you want to rework this, what buffer, native, non-native, whatever, we will send it back out to them before we bring it to public hearing.
I would propose, since you could always back off on an ordinance, I would propose the widest one with the additional, you know, ornamentals and shrubs. And we can throw in the fence, can't we? A fence or a wall?
We would,
Do you want opaque, or is cattle fencing okay?
I think that if the houses, I mean, what you could say is if the rear of the houses faces the road, that it would be opaque. I think that goes a long way to making a situation more attractive, and it's better for the homeowners too. You have consistent,
Well, then if you have a subdivision that is 1 acre to, or one home to 5 acres,
it wouldn't,
then it would be on a more of a ranch style, and a cross-tie fence would look better than a solid fence. So I don't know.
could you?
I'm okay either way. I'm just,
No, but I'm with you that if you're talking about like giant lots and it's more like in a ranch-style neighborhood, that'd be different. You wouldn't.
Montverde style fence.
Yeah, you call it the Montverde style fence?
Yeah, 4 rails.
Well, that's 4
Yeah,
rails,
yeah.
and I think Leesburg's is a 2 rail.
Yeah.
So maybe you could have that if I don't know, if the lot sizes are a certain width, or even when you have houses that are facing, like they're single-loaded, you wouldn't necessarily have to have an opaque fence, but then maybe the alternative, if it's like single-loaded, and you're not looking at the back of someone's house, that you could use the rail fence. Maybe that's the difference. If the right-of-way doesn't abut, like the rear of residential lots, that you could use the rail fencing. So can you incorporate that?
we can do whatever the board would like to do.
I think we need pictures.
So you can do another option for F that maybe shows more of the higher mix of native and drought-tolerant species. That's some that are non-native, of course.
So in the interest of time, how about Mike and I go back, we'll rework this, and we'll bring it forward. Again, I don't want to advertise something until the board is certain as to exactly what you want. I mean, we've gotten a lot of great ideas and input, and we'll go back and revamp and bring it back. Probably bring it back for a workshop more so than approval to advertise, so that you guys can look at the renderings and, again, make a decision which way you want to go.
Feel free to submit ideas in writing.
Yes.
You should, have you gotten this stuff from Colab, outside Colab? That I sent you, or connected you with?
For this?
For the Cherry Lake, they had actual samples of.
I did not receive
Okay.
that stuff, no.
Do we have audience participation now?
I was just going to speak on behalf of the HBA. We didn't have an opinion on the landscape buffer size or anything like that. Sorry. Adam Edgington, President of the Homeowner Association. We didn't have an opinion on the landscape buffer. If there's a fence, I would imagine there'll become some opinion to make it match the style of the neighborhood, similar to what Kirby said. But as far as the size and the scope of the landscape buffer, the HBA did not have a position for or against. Otherwise, we thought it was a reasonable idea. Thank you.
Would anyone consider, while we're going through this workshop process that we just go with the type C for now, get that in place while we're going through this process? 'Cause
I'm willing
otherwise,
to make that motion.
That way at
That's
least,
fine by me.
yeah, let's get something that's better.
Put something in there to talk about anyway, right?
Let's get something better than what we've got. Let's get it in place, and then let's work, let's do the workshop and refine it.
The initial idea was to make the landscape buffer a more robust buffer that was within our current regulations. And that's the simplicity of this ordinance. And these are the examples. So either a 25-foot buffer with more trees and shrubs, or a 15-foot buffer. It's better than the type A. So we would establish that. And then going forward with fences or berms or material types and all of that stuff, those are all great ideas to be workshopped through our LDR update.
Okay.
Move to approve.
We can move to
And that's a
workshop
type
with,
C,
The one he's-
25.
Type C, the one he was going through.
The one you just did 25-foot, though.
So type C, 25-foot.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
wait, question, because that's been seconded, discussion. So
Discussion.
When will the workshop be? She said discussion.
I would like to have the work, I don't want to wait like for this long drawn-out LDR process. I'd like to go ahead and workshop soon, after we get this in place, then let's start working on it.
Okay.
we have the consultant ready to go for the LDRs. We can make landscaping
First.
a priority.
Okay, good.
Let's do it next week.
All right, so we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mike.
For your time today, Commissioner.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to 23. This is regard to Lake Nellie Crossing, the DWTS discussion.
Good afternoon, good evening. Jeff Earhart, Public Works. We're here to talk about Lake Nellie crossings. They were required to put in the DWTS units, and since they're an HOA, their HOA is currently has a contract with On-Site in order to maintain them. Lake Nellie has come to us and asked for this county to take over their systems in a variety of different ways. So this is kind of a discussion to kind of get some direction concerning that. Jennifer said, take as much time as I want. So Lake Nellie, you guys know where it's at. It's kind of south of Claremont, about 100 lots. DWTS is required, probably 50 lots are already put together. So the request came from Lake Nellie, from the developer, who may own about 50% of the lots now, but Lake Nellie Crossings requesting the county accept the DWTS units at each lot into the county's distributed wastewater treatment system program. So currently, we only take ones that we fund through our grant. They are requesting that we take them into our system. So in the Lake Nellie's, in their restrictive covenants, it does say that the DWTUs in Drainville will be owned and operated by the HOA. So it specifically says that the HOA will own and maintain them there. If you go to the plat, it does say that they're required to give an easement over the DWTS units as part of their owning the lots, and that could be to whoever maintains it. So it could be to the HOA or it could be to the county. Another note on the plat is that they can do a municipal services benefit unit through the county. So if they were to request and we were to vote and accept it, we could collect the money through an MSBU based on what the plat says. The plat also says that if an easement is required, which one would be, they shall give it to us to have it over the particular unit. So wanted to give you guys a couple options, or we can table. The first one is like no change. The Lake Nellie would continue to, HOA would own it. They would continue to contract with On-Site. On-Site, they would continue to have their own permit. The second option would be that the county acts as a collection agency. So the On-Site, they would keep their own permit. They would not come into our system as for maintenance, but we would collect the fees on the tax bill as part of an MSBU. That's kind of like the compromise in the middle. The third option is that the county would take over complete operation and maintenance of the system. It would require coordination with Lake Nellie. They would be brought into our permit. They would have to be negotiated to be as part of our fees. on-site's contract with Lake Nellie would have to go away, and they'd have to be part of our contract. So it's possible that there's a couple more steps associated with that. So if option 2 or 3 is selected, is kind of what I just was kind of talking about, we would have to terminate that agreement with on-site. There are different costs. Right now, we're about at, the HOA is paying 55. We're paying a little bit less right now. We're probably in the 50 range. So we'd have to adjust it because we want to make sure that price is the same. And also the county staff, Melanie and company, would have to negotiate in order to make all this happen. So I just want to kind of open up to board discussion, how we wanted to move forward. There's a, Melanie may have some other, guys, any questions? Any questions?
I have a question on, we talked about this earlier today. When you have the MSBU, isn't there an administrative portion of that charge that goes to taking care of the administration of it? So that it's not coming out of general funds, it's coming out of other budgets.
That's correct. I think it's 3% is typically what we're charging, 3 to 5%. So that gets added into each lot owner's responsibility. So it's not, it wouldn't just be the 55, it would be whatever the 3% is, 5%.
And also, we give about 30-something to on-site, so right now we're keeping 10 or 15 to run the program as well, in addition to the 3% that goes towards general admin.
Wait, I have a question about, so why are you not already collecting administrative fee? Why isn't that built into the current fee?
It is for the property owner, but we pay on-site the 30, 35. You just approved an amendment to their contract, so I don't remember what their rate's going up to. But the property owner rate is on-site's cost plus our fee.
Right. On-site currently is getting 44, and we're collecting 55. And that's to cover that 3%, the people that have to run the MSBU, and
How many do we have in our system?
currently have probably about 100, maybe a little bit less, maybe 80 to 100 is what we currently have.
Okay, so out of $111, it's $1,100, and we have staff involved in doing this.
Correct.
It's a loser.
It probably does not pay for itself until you have
more,
several thousand.
Yeah, you have a couple thousand before it pays for itself. But the goal is to clean up the water. The goal is to prevent nutrient loading in our lakes and rivers.
And they're doing it right now.
How?
I mean, they're doing it right now, so I don't know why we would step in and take it over.
Well, my thought on that is, Commissioner Smith, I know you want to go, but I'm just going to answer that question. I think it's actually, ultimately provides a lower cost to those residents if we're managing it as the MSBU, because they'll be under our contract, and by the way, I don't think on-site cares the company cares one way or the other, just from my talking to them. But if they were going to be under this new contract, that's going to be less, then these residents will be subject to on-site, a private contract with the HOA, and then there's questions about whether an HOA is, especially that size neighborhood, is going to be sort of savvy enough 10 years down the road to be handling these kinds of issues, or people willing to even be involved with an HOA. They'll be subject to a much higher increase because it's a private agreement.
So you're thinking about the end user, you're thinking about the customer.
Yeah,
Which
it's a
are our
customer.
constituents.
Right.
So I think we have to put it into the context of that ultimately, these are people that we serve, and we're putting them in a better position, and we're arguably putting the overall, the purpose of this nutrient reduction sewage system in a better place going forward, that's going to be better maintained, taken care of. I get nervous about any time when you shift something over to an HOA, because they ebb and flow, good leadership comes and goes, you have rifts within the neighborhoods, they can literally just fall apart. It's just not an ideal situation. We've seen it with their stormwater ponds, where they're arguing over things being taken care of that are supposed to be taken care of, and then they just drop the ball and don't do it until they get in trouble. And the Water Management District usually doesn't have the manpower to go in and keep up with all of that stuff.
Who entered into the contract with on-site?
the HOA, which is probably currently run by the developer.
And then, so the HO or the developer made all these agreements and said it was going to go to the HOA.
Yes, the HO, and it was part of our PUD. The PUD that we put forth said they had to use DWTS, so they had to, yes, they did all those agreements.
And now they want the county to take over the billing portion and the payment portion, but they get to keep the easements, and they're keeping something, back up a couple.
They're willing to give us the easements. In order for us, if we
Back
were
up
to,
one more. One more. All right, the drain fields are owned and operated by the HOA, and they're going to stay maintained and operated by the HOA?
that's the decision. We can leave it that way. We can collect the money and leave it with them, or we can collect the money and we can take over the maintenance. That's 1, 2, and 3. The
Three, that would be three. You would put it all under the county, so it's done right.
I don't like any of it. I mean, we're not a utility. We don't have a
But
utility.
it is a utility. and
We,
the whole-
but we do not have a utility company. We're not set up for a utility company. It's going to cost the citizens of Lake County all over the place more money.
Well, that's assuming, if you're thinking of a utility in the traditional sense of having $100 million like a city does into a sewer plant. We don't have, these are not sewer plants. We're not building a sewer plant.
Well,
The capital's all
I
on
understand that,
them.
but we had the billing portion of it, right?
Yeah, and that's, the administrative cost was built into that.
Ownership, operation, maintenance, and collection obligations, the county would assume. Item 3.
Under option 3, we would assume all that, which right now we have the agreement with Onsite, who does all the operations and maintenance, and we collect the funds. But the risk is that what happens in 5 or 10 years and 20 years, that's the risk side.
We're just getting into private industry now, in my opinion.
But we're a public entity that is required to, like, handle public concerns, right? So it's not a,
That's not a concern, because they have DWTS out there. They're paying for it their own way, and they have the ownership and operation and maintenance. So why would we want to go bring it under our umbrella?
I guess I'm thinking about the customer and the end user, which
How
is
many-
our
how many is in Lake
constituents.
Nellie?
And so when you ultimately have, this is going to be, you're going to have thousands of these in the future, and this is how we're going to actually get our aquifer and our water bodies from being polluted from all of this, all of these nutrients that are going.
It just seems that we are getting in somebody else's business.
Well, I mean, we're trying, I know, I understand, but we're trying to protect the consumer because, I mean, there's a reason why Onsite doesn't care, because if you kept it with the HOA, they're going to charge those people a lot more.
How many people are in it?
They have to sign
I
a
mean-
paper that says they understand that they're going into an HOA.
They could, but
We've already made that
103 lots.
rule that when
There's
they
103
purchase
lots.
property
There's
in an
103
HOA,
people.
yeah.
So we're gonna pull all this in, and we're gonna maintain it, and we're gonna
And
do all the
no one's
operation.
saying that we want to destroy our waterways because we don't want to take over the maintenance operation that somebody else has already agreed to. I don't want to take over their agreement.
No, that's good.
The state is the one to put it in. The state's the one that gives us the permits, or gives the customer the permit. They don't give us the permits. The person who's building the house has to get the permit from the state. So the contractor, the developer, understood that, went to Onsite, made an agreement with Onsite. It's in his HOA, it's in his HOA documents. Anybody that buys a house in an HOA knows that there's an HOA because they have to sign a document saying they understand that there's an HOA there. So why are we putting the burden of this on not just the Lake Nellie residents, but the residences in Claremont and in Fruitland Park and in Paisley? I mean,
How is that going to be on them? Just that.
because they're taxpayers.
But they're not picking up any of the fees of it. It
Maybe.
pays for itself. You
They're paying
charge
for
a
our
fee,
staff.
and then it takes care of the cost of operating it.
3%
When this
will not
whole
take care of our
on-site
staff.
thing started, the whole idea was that this was an alternative to expensive sewer systems, mainly in locations where you really couldn't run sewer systems. And so it was a way to get people off of septic systems and put them on something that was far better.
Mission
But,
accomplished.
Well, we have
Mission
8,000.
accomplished with Lake Natalie. They did that.
but
We
it's-
don't need to take it over.
But we're actually not doing the work, they were never, in fact, on-site, whenever they made their initial proposals, they never were going to be that middle person, right? Or they weren't going to be the billing agency. It was always supposed to be the local government that was operating
Yeah, it's
we'll
the-
call it a utility, but it's not in the
That's the
traditional
MSP
sense,
model.
but it's a utility. And that was the model from the very start. When they did Lake Nellie, it was done differently.
Yeah. Of which other counties are already adopting. They're going the same route as us that don't want to get into the big pipe utility business, owning big treatment plants and things like that. But also keep in mind that we have, for BMAP, we have 8,000 or 10,000 septic tanks that need to be, I mean, that's the goal as well, to get replaced. But when you're adding when you're adding new development, it's contributing to that loading. So there's that
Are
towards
the other
policy side.
That's
jurisdictions
incorrect. When
doing
you're
number
adding new
3?
Development, it is not contributing to the loading because we are requiring those new systems to be installed.
I know, that's good. But that's
But
enough.
that statement you just
But
said
I'm,
is incorrect.
no, I said that
New developments do not add to the loading because of the requirement.
if they have the DWTS.
If they have this, is what he was
Yeah.
saying. If
Right,
they
right.
have this,
Gotta
it's
have
correcting, it's preventing adding to it, and then you're going and retrofitting. But what are the other jurisdictions doing? Are they doing the number 3, basically?
Yeah, I mean, there's other counties they've been looking at what Lake County's been doing for a couple of years now, and they're,
I'd like to see
Okaloosa.
another county that has on-site, that has the billing portion of what we're doing, and see what they're doing and see how they're handling it. I can't believe that we're doing it 100% correctly. Otherwise, we'd have a department that had nothing but monthly billing for these on-site sites. And it needs to be monthly
But you
billing.
can't do monthly billing because
Yearly billing.
you don't have the authority to do monthly billing.
Well, if we create a utility, we do, because here's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that these people are gonna sign up for on-site. They're gonna have all these charges, and at the end of the year, they're not gonna be able to pay their bill. And we're starting to see it now. It's too early, but we're starting to see people, and maybe I can get the information from the tax collector of how many people haven't paid their tax bill because they were unexpected costs on this on-site system that they truly didn't understand what it really was.
but I mean, you would have the same problem if it was a utility, like a monthly fee. I mean, you still have if they're not gonna pay it, they're
Right,
gonna
but
be
the
subject
chances
to
of
the
them paying
same.
a monthly fee, $50 a month is a lot better than, is a lot easier for a lot of people than paying $400 a year
But I mean, that's what they're doing, they're paying.
or $3,000 a year. I know that's what they're doing, but people pay weekly
Yeah.
because they can't save up enough to pay monthly.
Mm.
I mean, it's just a
With-
thing of it.
With the city utility, though, they're sending out a monthly bill because they have a water bill. So
Right.
you're never going to get into a scenario where the county's sending out a monthly bill. That's because you have no leverage, then
That
you
is
have no,
traditional utility.
and you don't have a lien or any way to, that's why you use the tax bill. That's the whole reason behind doing the non-ad valorem assessment, is that you have security.
I'm just saying.
It just, it's not an option is the problem.
Well, I'll make a motion for number 3, and in light of trying to protect the consumer down the road, I'll go with number 3.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Was that an aye?
Yes.
Commissioner Sabatini? Aye. I didn't mean to call you by your last name.
No, you trust me.
You can call me by my last name, it's okay.
Totally fine.
Okay, all right, moving,
What was the vote?
yes, it was, I thought it was, I asked for the vote, and it was
You
3.
asked for approval. Who was for it?
The three, Commissioner Sabatini, Commissioner Parks, and Commissioner Campione.
Unless you're against it.
That's
I
what
think
they
we
were saying. You
paused and
didn't
we
ask
forgot to
for
say who's opposed, is what happened.
Oh, and all those opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
There you go.
Late in the day.
Big government.
Okay, just to follow up on that, we will work on option 3, but there's a lot that will go into it. And if we can't make all of those parts fall together, we'll have to either bring it back or they'll have to continue to operate under their existing agreement.
And I think that the 2 is like the good fallback position, go to 2 if that's a way to get around some of the things if you were not able to go all the way to 3.
We'll keep the board apprised of how that goes.
In a perfect world, one day, if you're not on central sewer, then you're on one of these, and we've taken care of the, 10,000 septic tanks that we need to get rid of in Lake County. And then if you have some projects that come on along the way, that hopefully they get the same benefit that everyone else that's gone on DWTS, and you don't have like a bifurcated system. You just have it all under one. And then, because otherwise you're going to have county residents are going to come to board meetings in the future, and they're going to say, how come this resident over here, their rate is this much, and mine is this much? And we'll say, well, back in 2026, the board didn't want to put everybody under the exact same system, and that's why your bill is higher than your neighbor's bill. And at the end of the day, it would be better for everyone to have the same bill, the same protections, and we get 10,000 old septic tanks off of, loading our aquifer and our lakes with nutrients. But that would be.
Now we're going to get the calls if something goes wrong. So we're going to have our staff, it's foregone conclusion, we're going to do this, but now we're going to have the responsibility to answer the phone to say, hey, on-site, can you go fix this?
But we'd be getting the calls anyway if something.
And you still have on-site to go fix it. You still have a contractor that is the one that you've outsourced that aspect of it. You're having them go.
We're talking about cutting staff now.
No, but they're not, we're not having staff go out and take care of these units.
No, but they're going to have to take care of the calls to get on-site out there. That's what we're going to be the monkey in the middle, is what I'm saying.
Well, I believe that they actually take care of most of the
Yeah, I think they
calls.
take the calls. I don't think we take the calls.
We're basically a manager managing it.
Okay, moving on to reports then. County attorney?
Nothing.
County manager?
No report.
Commissioner Sabatini?
No report.
Commissioner Parks?
No report other than just to thank the PLAA, TCA, Public Lands Acquisition and Trails Committee.
It's not the catchiest name.
Not the catchiest name, but they're doing great work, and they've spent a lot of hours last week or 2 weeks ago with some more meetings coming up. I do believe we're going to have to, I do believe there's another meeting in our future based off of, in between the 2-month cycle that, if you all remember, they're on right now. Because trying to get this, get some recommendations into us to get going on the bond referendum, as time value of money and time is of essence. So, but thank you to all of them. They're all working diligently and spending a lot of time on them. Good discussion, great, intelligent board members, really representing us well.
Great. Commissioner Smith?
Yeah, I just want to say I thought the 4th of July celebrations were fantastic around the county. And then we had a TDC meeting yesterday. I want to say that Carrie, Kathleen, and Meg did a fantastic job in running that meeting. There are some things that they're working on that was brought up. That was no fault of theirs. It was previous. So once we get all the kinks out, then we'll be just fine.
All right, Commissioner Morris.
Had the League of Cities meeting, Heartland League of Cities, of course, they had the letter that came in, but I was able to explain to them our processes and the reason we had the timeline, and that we weren't set on the timeline. We had voted to do it that way, but there was always another option. So they felt comfortable with it.
With the comp plan? With what?
Comp plan, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Comp plan. The letter we got today.
Okay, all right.
Regarding the comp plan.
Okay, all right. And then just real quickly under my report, you guys may have already heard, though, that the build grant, we didn't get the build grant for the Wakaiva Trail. So we got to go back to the drawing board as far as looking for ways to fund the acquisition of the right-of-way. Somebody was telling me the other day, I was at something, and they said, you know, we should just have more trails that are like lime rock, natural trails. And I thought, well, is there a way, like, let's just say we could get the right-of-way from the railroad. Could you pull up all the tracks and initially, before you do the full-blown, you know, like, paved trail, could you just have, you know, like lime rock? Is that even a possibility? I don't know, just throwing it out there. Or walk.
I think we would have to look at the grant requirements if we were to receive grants.
If we were to receive grants.
Yeah.
At this point, I mean, I feel like we're gonna have to be looking for some other sources to get the right of way, or it's gonna be something that never comes to fruition. Okay. All right, on that note, do you have a happy note about today and what day it is?
I'm not sure.
Buffer day.
I'm not sure if it's happy, but it certainly is appropriate. Today is Shark Awareness Day.
Oh, yeah, it's Shark
So it's
Month.
also going to be the start of Shark Week and Shark Month, so today's Shark Awareness Day, and that's all I have.
All righty, okay, well, thanks, everybody, and we stand adjourned.
Did you guys order dinner too? Okay.